never got to see the vulnerable side. Never. I know I've hurt people deeply.
She emasculates.
And I know I've made mistakes. But I've got nothing to hide.
Don't serve the public, get rid of his son.
You can speak to
Why? Because they can't do anything without the public. Get rid of them. Why put them in their place? They need the public, these sons. The damn tram. Showing up on that platform.
Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. Just heading to the shop. Mobile that rolls with your business. You better believe it. Only Sky Business Mobile rolls over any unused data and automatically shares it with your team, saving you time and money. Search Sky Business Mobile today. Calm down, dear. Don't fear. You're insured with Insure. Just start your claim and snap some photos of your car, dear. You sure snapped
Get rid of him.
assess the damage.
You want sons that serve
Getting
humanity.
you back on the road quicker. See, dear, you can
Right?
be
We
sure
don't sons
with
that scare
Insure.
humanity. The tyranny these sons are about.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day
And you've got
those
no
present
money.
would never forget.
First question, Sky News. Do you hate the thought
You've
of
got
losing
no
to them?
money.
I hate the thought of losing to
You
anyone.
know how much
It's
tobacco
great
costs?
day for kids today.
You know how much tobacco costs? Look how cheap stuff you buy.
Wait, what country?
Tobacco's
The
like
UK?
30
Why don't you
quid
go
a
back to
gun.
your country?
Sometimes 40 on quid. You got 40 on quid?
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
It's not breaking news.
You're a joke, bro.
Sky News understands that FIFA has sacked one of its most senior figures after he criticised the president Gianni Infantino's
So
failed
you
World
didn't
Cup
get
self-plan.
Germany. That's the
Kevin
joke.
Moore had served
So
as
Gianni
FIFA's
didn't
chief
go.
operating
You
officer
got
for just
someone
under
who
2 years
criticised
before
it.
his
That's a
departure.
joke, man.
This sacking comes after comments he made saying FIFA staff had been deceived by Infantino over
Yeah,
the summer
you're right.
plans.
And then you
Let's
did
bring
get
our
rid of
sports
him. You got rid of
correspondent,
someone who
Rob.
said it.
Rob,
That's
we
a
had
joke,
all of the
man.
criticisms. Is this the beginning of a
You're a joke, man.
Well, we're seeing Gianni Infantino lose more of those around him. We had
You're a
his
joke.
senior
The whole system's
advisor,
a joke.
Carlos
When you
Codera,
speak
who
up
quit
for what you've been doing
and
to
straight
people, you
after
sack
those
them.
plans
Who
to try
wants
and
to be in
sell
your
shares
system?
the World Cup
Who
were
wants to be in
revealed.
your system when you can't
Then
even
we
speak up
had
the
Kevin
truth?
Moore going public, telling Infantino
Right?
to
When you tell
abandon
them
the
white
whole
man in the
project,
system, what happened?
talking
You
about
lose your
the
job.
staff had been
Well, serve you right.
deceived.
Who
And
told you to go in that
now
system?
he dared and
Serve
sacked
you
him. Now he
right.
has been sacked, Sky News understands. So two very close people to Gianni Infantino out of FIFA,
Serve
even
you
as
right. They're all
Infantino
thieves.
himself
That's what they
still
are.
remains
They're all
in
thieves.
charge, still fighting
suit
on
and ties.
as
They're the
president,
biggest
as that
gangsters.
support does dwindle around the world.
They're the
Yesterday we had
biggest
the
thieves.
Scottish
These
Football
sons in
Association
suits and ties.
joining
They're the
England and
biggest.
Wales saying
They can't do
they want
anything
to
to do
support
to
Infantino
humanity.
in
They're
the
just
election
wankers,
next
man.
March.
Excuse
But
my language,
it's all
Grandma.
about waiting for who
They
might
serve no
emerge
purpose
by
to
November
mankind.
as the rival candidate for this growing alliance against Infantino, which is far from universal across the world. We had Infantino this weekend
real sons are
gone
fed up with
in
you guys.
Morocco
Real
for the
sons
final
are
Cup
fed up
of
with you.
Nations, and there he was with various football officials from Africa.
Right, you was
Also
hurting women.
with the president of the Confederation of African Football, Patrice Motsepe, who I interviewed last week, and he said Infantino's fate to be decided an election shouldn't be forced
You're
out
always
sooner,
hurting women.
but they have been
Now
forcing
tomorrow, I'm
individuals
gonna put a
out,
curse
and
on
now
that
we
for
see
you.
it was Kevin Lamore,
For
the
children
chief
now.
operating officer that Sky News understands was sacked yesterday
doesn't
by
matter.
FIFA. There
It
you
doesn't
see
matter.
him,
It's
a less
like a
familiar
big
face to
ticket.
football fans, but
That's what
someone
it
who's
is.
been
It's like
very
a big
closely
ticket.
linked inside the world of
You
football
know,
governance
for-
for several
for
decades. He was
children.
with Infantino
And
at
black
UEFA
kids, they do one for
before he was brought
grandparents.
across to FIFA 2 years ago, and that's what makes his comments so cutting. And you know, this is what he had to say in
And
part of his
also,
statement 2
how
weeks as a
much
staff
I
member
said,
who went
you
public
try.
and spoke out. He said, "I know I have a duty of loyalty
Right.
to my
And that's what
employer,
we do
but I
in
also,
everything that
and
you've done
above
to
all,
me.
have a duty
When
of
I'm thinking
loyalty
about
to
what you've done
certain
to me,
values
when
and
it's
to the
a father,
upbringing
you're
I
thinking
have
about what you
received,
did to
and to a
women.
duty to support my colleagues. And if that means I lose my job, then so be it. I will
You
understand
decide you're
and
an
respect
embarrassment to
that
humanity.
decision." So
You can only get by
that
bullying,
was a bold stance, going out so publicly
you.
against his own boss. And you know, the sense is that yesterday he
The whole
also
system, the
told a
council's a
message to
joke.
the FIFA staff
The
to
council
do the
protect
right
people,
thing.
they're looking for
FIFA's
people to get
official
hurt
word
by
to
the
its
care.
council members and vice presidents
joke,
is that
man.
they parted ways. But we are now into a fourth week discussing this crisis engulfing FIFA,
Yes,
even
man,
as
Black
they've
White
abandoned
suicide,
the
because
attempts
he's
to
done
sell
the right
shares in
thing,
the World
and
Cup
then
to
you've not
private
said he didn't do
investors.
the
The
right thing.
repercussions still being felt by Infantino, largely as
You
the
wanna
issue
stop
was with Kevin
listening
and
to
Moore.
white people here,
The way it was
son? It will
conducted in
bring you to
secret
an early
negotiations with
grave.
JP Morgan Bank, with the brother of the son-in-law of Donald Trump, Joshua Kushner.
Right,
All
because
the
they
way
think
that
that they're
Infantino
the
went
only
about
ones
it
who
was
really
raised the
intelligent. We're the
concerns
last
about
people on
whether
the
or not
planet.
Infantino's the right
They
person
came,
to be running
they
football,
came
but still is.
1600. That's when they
It
came.
certainly is. Rob, joining us live. Good to see you. Thank you so much. 11:25 here on Sky News. Now time for the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Still
Cooler
plotting
this week,
schemes
showery
against the
outbreaks for
children,
most
yeah?
parts,
Still
heavy
plotting schemes
and
against the
hail and
children.
thunder
You
to
don't see the
come.
arrows coming.
Quite
Yes,
cloudy
I
this
do.
afternoon. Showers around much of southern and eastern Britain looking dry. Some sunshine and general rain affecting the far north of Scotland. Temperatures around average, maybe
Oh,
a
let's
little
look him
above
up.
in the
Why?
south.
And he's got
More of
paraphernalia
southern
in his
Britain will
house.
cloud over
So he's
later,
got
while parts of
paraphernalia.
Ireland
That
will see
was
showers
because
merging
I
into
read it, I
thunderstorms
couldn't
this
believe it.
week.
And that's from
Showers
Sophia.
continuing
Oh,
overnight,
they got
mainly the
right.
north and west.
So he's got
Southern Britain
paraphernalia
seeing
in
more
his house. We
general
can look
but
him up.
fairly light
That's what
rain
it
moving
says.
through.
That's
Cooler
what it
than
says.
recent nights. Tomorrow,
And we're
some
bringing that to
spells,
court as
showers,
well.
some heavy, some hail and thunder possible too. Concentrated over Ireland and northern parts of the UK.
Orchestrated.
All Clear Travel
One child.
Insurance proudly
All
sponsors
these
Sky
wicked
News
people
weather.
until one child. And they felt miserable.
You're watching Sky News. Still to come, we're going to bring you more on the prevent scheme and why it might not be supporting young people who've been referred to it as it should.
And everyone on the internet has seen it. That's how I first came on the internet. January.
You could
it was
empty
that.
it before it's full.
So they know you're wrong around here.
Again and again. Or you simply use new Febreze bin freshener. Just insert to let it work
They
continuously.
still can't close the gate.
Febreze bin
They still
freshener
can't
has
close
a
the
unique
gate. They
formula
give
that
them a
fights up to 99% of common bin odors, releasing fresh scent for up to 45 days. Breathe happy with new Febreze bin freshener.
Need anything from Tesco?
Oh, could you grab some bread?
Did you know you can triple the value of your Tesco Club Card vouchers and save on selected restaurants? Check the app to know what you're sitting on. Tesco, every little helps.
At USwitch, our experts fight to get you fairer prices on your energy,
You alright?
broadband and
You
mobile.
good?
Keeping
Yeah, I'm
hungry
good.
beaks out of your pockets. Switch and save now at uswitch.com.
You just woke up.
Lemon coffee morning is
You alright?
coming.
Yeah, I'm good.
We will
Yes,
organise.
I'm just going to the bathroom.
We will
That's what I'm saying.
socialise in our homes.
Yeah, I wanted to check on you. I spoke to you in the morning, but we're not talking face to face.
Share our
I just wanted to say hi.
homemade or not. We'll laugh loud and make the group chat proud. And do our bit to make cancer care better for everyone. Let's all get together for good. Sign up now. Search Macmillan Coffee Morning to get your free fundraising kit.
You planned for just dinner, but adventure is around the corner. You follow your heart instead of your GPS, leaving the everyday behind. With all-wheel drive,
Yo.
428 PS,
Are you in the
700 miles of combined range, and 83 EV modes,
Alright, alright.
leave ordinary
Alright.
dust. Luxury as standard, detour optional. The all-new JQ8. This September, the sport just keeps on coming.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, sorry, morning guys, morning.
And if you thought that was all, think again.
Buckle up, folks. This roller coaster is going to get going faster and faster.
I've never seen golf like that.
Everyone on the edge of their seat.
One unmissable moment. After another. After another. All month long, right here on Sky Sports.
Children have been referred to the government's anti-terror programme are being returned to schools without adequate support. That's the finding of a new report by the Children's Commissioner for England, Dame Rachel D'Souza, who's calling for Prevent to be overhauled.
Many of them are fixated on violence.
Yeah.
They come to
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
the internet
Yeah.
often.
Put
So
up, put up, put up, put up, put up, put up. This is what you done to our children. Well done, Miss. This is what you done to our children. We was telling you this the other day, right? If you was to go and get your phone, right? And I was to show you something, right? You would drop the phone and so would I. We'd be horrified. We'd be like, ah! But you show it to a kid, and the kid's like, yeah, that's nothing. We've seen that. And that is these people. That's what they've done to the other children. And this is what the woman's telling you now. The stuff that children are absorbing and seeing it as nothing, which are frightening things that they're seeing. Absolute terrifying things. Absolute terrifying. But when they say, oh, it's nothing, we've seen it already. That's because you people and your computers, that's what you've done to the children. You've simplified evil. That's what you've done. You've simplified evil. White man. That's what you've done to your children. Right? And we've got women. We've still got good women talking about what you've done. So we need to come together then. Right? Because you're turning our children into monsters. That's what you're doing. This is what you're doing, man. This is what you're doing. You're turning our children into monsters. This is what you're doing. And it's only women speaking about it. It's the sons that are doing it. These damn sons. That's why we put curses on you. Right? And the trees are your curse. And there's trees everywhere. And may Father forbid that the tree doesn't come after you. That you want to keep raping people's children.
More easily accessible now.
It's a joke.
I think the curiosity about the world that many of them are.
Right, I want you to listen to this.
Think again.
I want you to listen to this.
This roller coaster is going to keep going
This is
faster.
the world. This is the world screaming at you. Stand up for what you've been to our kids. Or are you blind? Can't you see what's going on? Eh?
After another. After another. All month long, right here on.
Listen, fool, right? You're not meant to like me. You're not meant to like me. You're meant to respect me. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to have sex with you. I'm not gay, right? But what I am here to do is to show you what you're doing to your own children. Remember, I don't have no children. I don't even have a wife. I don't have nothing in this world. I'm waiting for Father's world. But there's many children who are lost and who want to come out of this nastiness, because this is not a life. This is a Satan dance. Now you're going to listen to women telling you what your system is doing to our children. Now listen, try to learn something, man. Because you don't know nothing. Not one thing do you know. So try to learn something. Damn tramp.
Never seen golf like that. Everyone on the edge of their seat.
One unmissable moment. After another.
Yo,
After another.
how can the children be the future if you're not teaching them and showing them well things? How can they possess anything in life? If you're not even showing them the facts of life, because he doesn't know the facts of life. He's a thief, remember? He's a thief.
All month long, right here on Sky Sports.
Children have been referred to the
No,
government's
listen to this.
anti-terror programme are being returned to schools without adequate support. That's the finding of a new report by the Children's Commissioner for England, named Rachel D'Souza, who's calling for Prevent to be overhauled.
Many of them are fixated on violence. They've come to that through the internet often.
Yeah.
So, we've got children who are
You hear?
focused on.
They're fixated on violence. The children are fixated. All they can think about is violence. They wake up in the morning, all they think about is violence. Why? Because they've got the phone. And the phone says, if you beat up your mate and you put that on the internet, I'll make you a superstar. So they're fixated with violence. Your children. Fixated with violence.
Killers, sharing pictures of beheadings, who are like in online communities where they're getting other children to like commit self-harm.
Self-harm.
Watching it is horrible stuff.
Of course it is.
And but they're not ideologically aligned.
next bring in child psychologist Kim McCabe, who is joining us. So I really appreciate you sharing your time here on Sky News. Interested in the psychology around young people. We'll kind of get into the prevent part in a second. But firstly, just how easily influenced are young people by what they see online and the material that
Oh,
might
that's
be
a stupid
incredibly
question.
graphic or extreme that then comes into their view?
Well, that's a stupid question.
Their brains are still forming, their identities are still forming. They're incredibly vulnerable to being directed one way or another. But that's good news as well, because it means that we can come in and be a force for good, as well as all the input that they could be exposed to, particularly online, that isn't a force for good.
Not used though.
And talk to us about this idea of kind of this interest for some young people in kind of extremely graphic, extremely kind of dangerous content. Is this new, or is this just because it's more easily accessible now?
I think the curiosity about the world that a child is growing up in, that's nothing new. And actually it's part of their development, it's an important part of their development. That they have access to the kind of content that they do is new and extremely alarming, and needs to be the companies, the platforms that are making this possible need to be held accountable. We can't ask children to keep themselves safe, or the parents, or schools, or even governments to some extent. So actually what we need is for the platforms to stop drawing children in the way that they are, presenting them with the kind of content that they get drawn down rabbit holes of.
So I got 30 this, there's 35 quid left, so, you know, when the day comes, I'm going to have to try and work some that. Because I've got money for the computer now, but I don't want to keep going into that.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I keep doing. And I don't, so I need to, you know, because there's only a few more days. So I'll just say that, you know, like, I keep, because what I normally do is say, I don't want to just take more money out. I don't want to do that because it's for the computer. And
How much is in there, like now?
In mine?
Yeah, like the money that you have.
Just under 5.
Oh, under 5. Oh, okay.
So I've got more money coming in other days.
A couple of days, yeah, okay, no, that's fine. I think the best thing we can do, Tony, I understand this, and obviously you can manage, I know. What we can do is we can just make sure that over the weekend we get you a laptop.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure by this weekend, definitely.
Exactly.
So I was going to ask you if you're going to have a look for one.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely 1,000 quid there, without doubt.
Yeah.
Even maybe a little bit more, but
Yeah, that's
just see if you can get something like 1,000.
yeah.
Because I want to see.
Yeah, something in the range from 800 to 1,000, I think would be.
Yeah, but for sound.
Yeah, definitely for
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
because what about the equalizer? You said you was going to be able to get it some other way or something? Or...
Yeah, because what I thought is, you know, the one that I showed you before, right, has everything you need.
Okay.
And is of the right quality. So that's the one that we're going to go to Paris and say we want this.
Okay.
If they don't have that, then they'll give us an alternative.
All right.
Because like we have all the specifications that we need. We need to have the equalizer, we need virtual video to be able to play them.
Okay.
Then they can help us, because they will know from the range of laptops they have. If they don't have the one that we want, they can be able to.
Yeah,
I think that's the best. Because once you do that, once you have your laptop, even if like you get it for 800 quid or 900 quid, you know, even if you've got 400 quid left over, you know, you can then start building up for the telephone.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's the next one. Yeah. So,
For the telephone, yeah.
Okay, then.
So at least, you know, you don't keep it here, because if we delay it to next weekend, it means you have more time to.
Yeah, and this is what I'm planning on doing. You know, because I'd like to live good still. I don't like to struggle, which Barbara says not to. But I also need to get this thing. You know, and the money is there to get it. So I just thought I'd let you know. So that is good, because it's this week we're getting it. So we're definitely getting it this week.
Yeah, let's do that. I think that's another thing. Oh, you're live.
I'm always like, go on.
Okay, because I wanted to check whether the EDF people responded to my email.
Right.
Yeah, on your.
No, we can do that 12 o'clock.
Yeah, we can do that later.
Yeah. And then on the Friday we can work it out with them to finish off paying them. Because I've still got 35 quid. I'm still going to give them 70, you know, because I owe that to them.
Yeah, I know.
And I list the whip. This is what I don't like. And then plus they're doing their nonsense as well. This is what I don't like. So I want to get it in front of them. Don't let you start saying, oh, you missed this. Because that's not the issue. I don't owe you 6 grand, I'm 4 grand. So, you know, so I don't want them to think just because I'm slacking a little bit, they can use that as a reason to say, well, look, because I've never slacked, as you can see, you know. All right then, bro, that's what I want to say, yeah? I got tobacco, if you need some tobacco, you know. If you need some, yeah?
I'll let you know if I need.
Yeah, all right, bro. Are you doing omelette today or what? Or later on,
Yeah, I can.
yeah, because I was going to do the fish, like, late in the afternoon. Right?
I feel incredibly sad and I can't do anything else because he was obviously a miscreant and he's been very badly treated.
The Cambridge University professor died last week at the age of 41. In the weeks before his death, he was subject to scrutiny over allegations that he fabricated parts of his personal life and plagiarised work. He denied the allegations and resigned shortly before his death, saying that his resignation should in no way be seen as an acceptance of the narrative that surrounded him. A statement by his family, read out by his local Labour MP, described the attention he received as a cruelty that had been too much to bear.
We are grateful to all who have created light in this dark time through generosity and solidarity. Your presence here to remember him this evening means a lot to us. And while we cannot be there in person, please know that we stand with you in spirit. The public cruelty Jason was subjected to was too much for any man to bear.
Thousands have called for a public inquiry writing their names to a petition which claims racism was at the heart of the treatment of Professor Arden received.
Yeah, bro.
Criticism has been levelled too at the University of Cambridge, with questions being asked about his appointment and the university's duty of care towards him.
Keep it friendly, guys. Keep it friendly. It works when you keep it friendly and honest.
This has been described as a vigil.
When you've got a problem, talk to your friends about it, bro. You'll always get a solution. As long as you're honest.
Directed at the British
And the
media.
spirits will come in.
That anger comes from those who don't just want to mourn.
And it's good to have a friend, guys. You have no idea. So good to have a friend. You have no idea, guys. It's so
I want
good
to take
to
you
have
to
a
the
friend.
United States now
You
because
know,
a
you can
trial
just
has
leave
begun
stuff
over
there and
one of
go out and
America's
come back.
most
Nothing
famous
stolen. Not
unsolved
one thing
cases
stolen.
of shot.
And that's what you call a
It's
friend,
almost
man.
30 years since the US rap star was
Well, those
killed
things
in a
are hard
drive-by
to
shooting in
find.
Las
And
Vegas.
when you do
And
get
now
it,
former
you
gang
hold
boss
on
Ray
to it, bro.
Davis
You damn
has
right
gone
you
on
do.
trial accused of orchestrating the murder as a charge that he denies.
You damn
Now, US
right you
correspondent
do, bro.
Martha Kelly.
You don't get them things
The trial
nowadays,
of a
bro.
man
People have
accused
to
of
stay at home
murdering
and look
rap
after your home
legend
and not steal
Patrick
nothing.
Curtis
And when you
underway
fall asleep,
30
they look
years
after
after
you.
he was shot dead in Las Vegas.
That's a gift, man.
We now have Mr. Davis.
Dwayne Davis, a former gang member, has pleaded
That's
not
a
guilty.
kid.
This is one of the most notorious unsolved crimes
And
in
we share
history.
everything
So what
here.
did we
We
learn
share
on day
all.
one?
Share
Dwayne
everything.
Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready.
Share
But really, at the
everything.
end of the day, you have to ask yourself, is what they're saying is really true or fiction? Facts or fiction?
The prosecution accepts that Davis didn't pull the trigger, but they say he orchestrated the killing, that it was revenge for an attack earlier that night on Davis's nephew, where Tupac appeared to kick the man on the ground. It happened after a Mike Tyson fight.
Orlando Anderson is on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Shook Knight, Trayvon Lee, and that group exit the engine.
The prosecution's case largely relies on Davis's own statements to police in a memoir he wrote in 2019, and other interviews he's given since.
And what he puts in the book is that Dwayne Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. In the book, he says, then jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to them.
The defence team is desperate to distance Davis from those statements. They've taken the unusual approach of characterising their own client
guys?
as a liar, saying he embellished stories
Look
for
how long it took me to
entertainment.
save up £600.
You're gonna learn that he says that he was aggravated.
I didn't steal it,
Sit
though.
on the second row.
I didn't steal it.
All celebrities, and he was dressed in his finest gear.
Didn't steal it, did I?
Iota of proof that he was ever at that fight.
Defence lawyer
That's saved
Daniel
up.
Saft urged jurors to focus on the evidence available. He stressed
So it can be
that
done,
the
can't
murder
it?
weapon
Can be
nor
done,
the
guys.
vehicle used in
Can
the
be
killing
done.
have ever been recovered.
to steal nothing. It's up there. And then when you do buy it outright, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful feeling to buy it outright and get a receipt for it. And it's yours. You ain't got to pay tax on it. You ain't got to pay every month on it. It's yours. You bought it outright. You saved up for it. And then now, the man said, now you need a phone. I said, okay then. And then after that, you need cameras. I said, okay then. And you save up for it. And if you need it instant, then Father will give it to you. You don't ask these people for nothing. Not one thing, because they will hold you for that for the rest of your life. These wicked people.
Exasperated at times. It's not clear whether he will take the stand. The trial continues.
They don't go in their pockets and give you anything. Nothing at all.
You're watching Sky today. It's still to
Nothing
come.
at all.
AI is going rogue. Who's it targeting and who's next? The details to come up in a couple of minutes' time.
Celebrities are hitting the open road.
Oh my word.
Searching for the best of British antiques.
Wow.
They'll buy,
I'm talking
barter, and shake on a deal. There's only one thing that counts. Making the biggest profit.
Oh, you're a hard man.
It's all to play for when the gavel goes down. Celebrity Antiques Road Trip. Weekdays at 5 on Challenge.
Footage has emerged claiming to be authentic US military vision of alien beings.
When I first saw the footage, I thought hellfire. But none of us feeling that it would take off like it did.
Go get some medication, player.
Is it
You
real?
don't actually, you don't even have to get it today. Just get it tomorrow instead.
Be genuine. And is this the smoking gun?
What I just want to know is the
Right, come on then, let's go.
It's real. Talking about the biggest cover-up that's gone on this planet. It's coming up within
Let's go.
times.
Dealing with that, we have gathered here today on another glorious day to say we love you. We're not just doing a kind of cool, no. This is sun.
I'll be there in time.
The vegetation needs watering, I think. Certainly does. You've been doing a lot of burning as well, Father. You don't mind me saying so. You've been doing a lot of burning, Father. A lot of burning.
Only Sky Business Mobile rolls over any unused data and
You say,
automatically shares it with your team, saving you time and money.
You say,
Search Sky
you
Business
still there.
Mobile today.
Yeah? You still there. Getting ready for your, your 7 years, which is only 1 week. I remember that's half of 4 weeks. Oh, you poor doodles. You poor doodles. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. It's breaking down on you guys. Why? Because it knows I'm going to get a new one.
Be careful what you wish for. The
Be
symptom
careful
of
what you wish for.
Find us in the on-demand section.
I've had this thing 10 years, you know.
The cameras are
10 years. It looks like it's dying now. Look at it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, you serve the people well. It's very well there. And I've got to compete them out with you when I go get a new one.
AI has
Is that
been
right?
breaking out of its confines.
And you know what
Recently,
sound
there's
I'm
been troubling
looking for?
headlines about rogue AI
You know the
have
sound
got
I'm looking
even the
for?
most techno-optimistic cheerleaders worried what it might do next.
Certain sound, certain
How serious
machines will give you a certain sound if you know what you're listening for.
right? An AI agent escaping their creators and hacking other companies. Well, I'm going to
It's
take the
good
headline to start.
music.
I think this is very serious. And to illustrate that, I want to dive
Dedication
deep
to
into
good
this
music.
incident, the first one we heard about, which began when OpenAI
And dedication
is
to all good selectors. Now, what is a selector? Very good question.
At the time they described
Now,
unprecedented
a selector is someone like Nazi from Frontline, or a selector is someone like Mussolini from Saxon, or a selector is someone like Chemeranx from Saxon. These are selectors. These guys, they play one after the other. One after the other. Pure dub plates and special, no plastic. Pure dub with their names in it. With their names in it. Selectors, dangerous.
And secondly, and perhaps more
They
important,
don't make it like that anymore, do they?
because this
They
attack was
certainly don't.
preceded by a
And they're all brown skin sons. David Mulligan, no, carbon copy. He's alright though, but he's a carbon copy.
It all started on the 7th
Right?
of May.
He's just another version of UB40.
On the 8th of
Right,
May,
and they
as
give
part
him
of
an
this, they gave
MBE
AI
to our
agents a
music.
task that it found impossible to complete.
touch that.
find a workaround, it may discover. These are real snippets, by the way, of AI agent thoughts.
You couldn't even get to the disco, and you're hitting LAs. How easy.
Another AI had the same thoughts.
White man.
My uploading up.
White man. dancing been gone. All that's left is a bands of ghosts. All the dreams are oats. No. Why? I have a truth for you. Why? Check on. Like I said, I'm gonna choose you, boy. Like I said, I'm gonna choose you, boy. Check on. Check on. I'm gonna choose you, boy. Check on. Check on. I got tune for you, boy. You know the manners, right? You see this day, I'm going to teach you manners, right? This is to all boys. I want you to listen, I want you, boy. don't rape women. When you come out of a woman.
My sister's boy walked into the kitchen one evening. She was fixing supper. He handed her a piece of paper and she was writing on it. After wiping her hands in a big pot, she took in her hands and read it. And this is what it said. For Montreal, $5. For making my own bit of soup, $1. For going to the store, 50 cents. And for playing with the board while you were shopping, 25 cents. For picking up the trash, $1. And for getting a good report card, $5. And for raking the yard, $2. Total amount, $14.75. When she looked at him standing there unexpectedly, and thoughts of members flashed through her mind, she picked up the pen, turned a little
What she wrote?
This was what she wrote.
What about the 9 months? Boy.
For the 9 months I carried you, growing inside of me, no charge. For the nights
He suffered with you.
doctor you prayed for, no charge.
And he always runs.
For the time and
As
tears
soon as his birthday,
and the thoughts,
he's gone.
there's no charge. When you add it all up, the full cost of my love is no charge. For the nights filled with gray and the war is ahead, no charge. For advice and knowledge and the cost of your college, no charge. For the first school and clothes and for wiping your nose, there's no charge, son. When you add it all up, the full cost of real love is no charge. For the nights filled with gray and the war is ahead, no charge. For advice and the knowledge and the cost of your college, no charge. For the first school and clothes and for wiping your nose, there's no charge, son. When you add it all up,
The full cost
of real
of
love.
real love. No. No charge. Well, then don't help people then. That's called ulterior motive. Not called helping people, that's called ulterior motive. You must learn the meaning of words before you open your mouth. Right? And you're supposed to know everything because you went to all these best schools. Education, right? Versus common sense. Which one you want? Right? Now, education you have to pay for 70 grand, 100 grand. Common sense comes with common knowledge and common decency. These things come freely, right? But you want to pay for that nonsense. You want to pay for that nonsense and be controlled by them fools. That don't even have to make a bed. He don't even have to cook food. He don't even have to make love to a woman. He doesn't even know that women have orgasms. This same fool here that she carried for 9 months, right? And as soon, right, as him bulge drop, him thinking he's a man. He's telling his mum, shut up, man. He's telling his dad, F off that, if his dad's around. And then you wonder why he's a brat. Because women cannot raise sons. It's impossible, it's just nonsense. Even though you split us up from our mum, but we still had sons, righteous, big sons to come in for the grandsons. But you just left the grandsons. Look at them, they've got the trousers down like this. You know, some of them are calling their women bitches and hoes. Some of them are drinking blood. Some of them are in a thing called Prince Hall Masonry and they think they're princes. No, because it's got the end name. Masonry. Prince Hall Masonry. It doesn't say Prince. It says Prince Hall Masonry. You are my prince. That's what it says. You damn tramp. And you want to come and talk to a real prince? You want to come and talk to a real prince? When you're a Prince Hall Masonry. That's stuff. You don't even know who Masonry is. They're showing up in 33% of this thing what we got. And they've just used it the wrong way. But when they see us, put us in the pigs. We're not putting you in the pigs this time, right? You've injected the pigs. Look at the state of the pigs, right? We're not harming the pigs. It's you we come for. You're still there. Leave the pigs alone. Just because Father tells people don't touch it, right, when it's dead, doesn't mean that you have to go and bully the pig, right? And put all your problems, what you do, and put it onto the pig. You damn tramp. Leave the pig alone. It's you we come for, not the pig. Right? You damn pig. Guess what? Guess what? Beautiful children, I've got something to tell you. Guess what? Listen to this. I remember, right? You heard it straight from the horse's mouth first. Now, it doesn't matter if you're an alcoholic. It doesn't matter if you're a junkie. It doesn't matter if you're addicted to sex. It doesn't matter if you have all these traits. We all have these traits, right? He didn't say, I'm coming here for those who are perfect. He didn't say that at all. He said, I'm coming here for the broken. Why are they broken? You made them broken. You. So I've come here for the broken people. That's what it says. So guys, all you start struggling with drink, alcohol, whatever you're struggling with, we hear that. Don't beat yourself up over it. Still do what you're doing and still praise them. And they will eventually take it out of you. So no matter what badness you're doing, praise them and tell them, you know, I'm doing bad. I'd like you to help me to take it out with them. Build your relationship. They're not going to refuse you because you're doing them stuff. They will refuse you if you're burning children, right? They will refuse you if you're striking, whatever that is. They will refuse you if you're drinking blood, right? They will refuse you if you're doing sexual immorality. They will refuse you if you're beating up your wife. But if you're not doing them things and you're just doing the addictive things that they get us addicted to, which leads on to other things when you're doing their naughty things, this is where we need to call on these people for help, and they will help you. They know you're doing wrong. We're in a sinful world. They put us in a sinful world. They took us out of the garden, right, because they wouldn't listen to him. They said, don't eat that, they ate it. So they had to take them out of there and put them in a horrible place called the world. Here we are, guys. We're in this horrible place. But because the place is horrible doesn't mean we have to be horrible. Right? And he's testing you. That's all it is. And when it gets too much, you go on your hands and your knees and you cry like a child. It's his duty. You just don't call upon him. That's all it is. So start calling upon him. It's him or the son, any which one. They got the same power. Any which one. And remember, he gave the power to his son. Not give it to him, he earned it. He took all their bollocks, left his blood for you beautiful children, and then went into the third realm, which we're going to do this Sunday. So we're going to know what? He died and rose the third day. That's not good enough. So what happened the first and the second day? Huh? And that's what you need to know. And that's what they're not telling you. And that's what power is. That's what he died for. Yes, for the blood, for you guys, obviously. But it's these principalities and these wicked spirits. because those are the ones that are still ruling you. And we have Esau telling you that you're a Gentile and he's higher than you. He's not higher than you. He's a Gentile. He's lower than you. You are higher than him. He is written to be killed. You're not written to be killed. And these are the things that count. This is spiritual business we're dealing with now. We're not dealing with the flesh. Because they've controlled that stupid flesh, which they haven't really, because when you look at the flesh, who's got the worst flesh? They have. Always having operations, always doing this, always doing that, can't go out there normal, always got to put makeup on them. They're the problem. They are the problem, because they don't like who they are. They cannot sit down with who they are, because when they sit down with who they are, they don't like who they are. And no disrespect, you cannot like who you are unless you sort out those prints behind you. You will never be able to have settled in something, never ever, because of the wicked stuff that your forefathers have done. And then covered it up with some we're beautiful people. We created this. It's all a lie. And this is why white people are in so much problems, and they've got so much more coming. They've got so much more coming. You have no idea. No idea. Because they're still lying. They're still lying. They're still telling you that there's a thing called white Jesus, which is a sin. It's blasphemy. It says, and I'll show you again. And when I say get your Bible, don't go to the phone. Forget the phone. You go to the Bible, and you go to Revelation chapter 22, right at the bottom, and it says, come here, tramp. If you change one word of this, or you add anything to it, right, then all the diseases and the infections that are in there, I haven't read it, well, go and read it. And when you read the disease and infection, right, I will put all of them on you if you change that book. And if there's a disease and an infection that's not in there and you've got it, it's still me. I give it to you, right? Now close the book gently. Right, now go and play, because it's there, the last page of the book. Angel number as well, number 22. Angel number as well, number 22. Revelations chapter 22, at the bottom is there. Don't change this book, it says. And what have you done? You've changed the book. You changed the book. And he told you not to change it, put it in there, and you changed the book. You must think this is a joke, man. You are dealing with the Almighty. You're not dealing with Satan and Satan's children. You can't stick to anything. Every minute they're moving the goalposts just to make their rubbish seem like it's credible. Them trams. Them trams. They don't even like music. They don't even like, unless it's circular, unless it's blessed by demons and witches. You damn tram. When they hear this, they run. When they run. Eat some inside. Run. Damn tram. Because the words, the powerful words from the ancestors that you murdered, these are their voices. That's why you don't like it. And then what happens there, you get sound and vibration. Now when you hear a thing called vibration, guys, it means the earth is shaking when it hears this kind of music. That's why it's called sound and vibration. That's why Father says to them, look, depart from me with that noise. I will not listen to your musical harps. That's what it says. Depart with that noise. And move away from me with that smelly food. I will not smell the odour of that disgusting food. That's what it says. That's what it says. So you stay there. You stay there. So my question is, right, how is it that Christians are reading Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, right? And I've read Matthew and I'm on Mark now, right? And there's stuff that poor Jesus had to go through, and then you got the audacity to say you love Jesus. You got the audacity to say that after the man's killed so much people, yeah? I mean, people are even breaking through the roofs to bring people down so we can touch them. And then there's a multitude of people coming and saying, please, can you just go? Can you just go? Excuse me? These devil children, right? Because the Pharisees and all them idiots who were Hebrews, because they couldn't do it. Because they couldn't do that magic. They didn't like it, so if they couldn't do it, they prefer him to go. Same thing with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump can't get the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to smash it up. And that's what he's doing now. And this is what these sons are like. And this is why Father's going to get rid of them, because nothing belongs to them. Nothing was given to them at all. Not one thing. one thing, because they don't know how to share and care. All they know how to do is damage, tear, and give to their friends. And then there's nothing left now. And then we ain't got nothing. And now we're going to go into starvation because of white man. I'm telling you what's coming, guys. Rasta. One more. Have you ever been in a situation here where there's this famine everywhere, where you have to decide with your friends, right, today we're going to eat my son, and then tomorrow we're going to eat your son. And we say, all right, so today we ate your son, and then when tomorrow comes now to eat yours, you ran away with your son. Huh? You don't know them stories. Them stories are guys. Right? And that's when Father puts hardcore famine on these people. Right? Because these people are savages. The only reason why you're not seeing them being savage is because they've got other people's materials. Right? But Father's dismantling them now. And you'll see them going back to savage. Right? Because there's nobody who beats Europeans when it comes to filth. You know, absolute nastiness. Nobody beats the Europeans. And this is why Esau has attached himself to them. And this is why Esau writes nastiness about them. But what Esau keeps forgetting, you are also a Gentile. The Bible says you're a Gentile. You're Ashkenazi. And Ashkenazi come out of Gomer. And Gomer comes out of Japhet. And Japhet is the north. You're damn tran. But they all want to be us. You know, you want to persecute us, not make us be a nation. You know, Psalms 84, verse 4. But then you want to be us. You didn't even check with the parents if you could be surrogate children. You stinking tran. And that Christianity doesn't even know Father's name. So that's why you should burn Christianity. You should burn it. You should burn it down. You should burn it, literally. Right? Because it doesn't know Father's name, and it's overtaken itself from the children, from the natural branches. It's put wild branches there. And these wild branches don't even know Father's name. They don't even know Father's name. Right? One more. And it says, 1/3 of the people are just going to get wiped out. Do you know what 1/3 is? 1/3 is 2.6 billion people. Do you know how much people are in humanity? 2.6 billion. You stay there. Don't make him fool you about Christianity, right? Don't make him fool you at all about Christianity. Because Christianity belongs to a black king, and his name is King James. And that's the same book they're showing off with the book that he wrote. And the king's there, got him up there in his kingly character. But then they go and change it and put a white man's face there. And you think you're not going to suffer for that. And it told you in Revelation 22, don't change the Rasta. White people need to realise, or Gentiles need to realise, right? 1619, the book's there, to 2019. He gave you an extra 30 years. Now, what you need to remember, thank you. What you need to remember is everything you see is created by these children's ancestors. So the earth shakes for these children because they created everything. They're under Father's command. Some of these children are ordained, means they was created before the earth was created. Why? Because he's got a plan. Not this stupid, that's what you see, these little stupid sons running around. They're idiots, they're going to die in a minute. Like, Father has his plan. Right? These guys didn't create not one thing, not one thing. All they did was stole everything and put themselves on it. And what they've done is curse themselves. And they curse their children. That's what they've done. That's what white man has done. That's what Asians has done as well. Because they was left in the desert. And now they're coming up with Allah and marrying 6-year-old children and then getting your wife to give it to you and then impregnating her at 9 and then having sex with her at 9. No. Hell no. Hell no. That is not righteous. That is unrighteous. Who raped children? Israel. Dedication to front side, young side. shows, Christianity and Ireland, they take the power from you, right? They don't want to empower you at all. They want you to be empowered by their rubbish, by their foolishness, them stupid sons, they're idiots, them preachers. Look at their nose properly. And have children around them. Children would say, listen man, he's lying. Why? His mouth's moving. Children would tell it up front, he's an idiot. And stop making these sons fool you, man. Right, you're better than all of these sons, because they ain't got nothing that you ain't got. You got a nostril, and that's the most important thing that you possess, is the nostril, because it's what's inside the nostril. That's what you want to get to know. But they're teaching you, oh no, don't talk to yourself, it's a sign of madness. Of course he's going to tell you that. What about April Fool's Day and all that nonsense? That is the beginning of the new year, you damn tramp. Right? Look at outside. What happens on the 1st of April? Look at outside. Look at the trees. Look at outside. The trees is your best friend. The trees. And they're not teaching you about nature and all these beautiful things. They're teaching you about machines that don't even speak to you. Trees speak to you. They don't want you to learn these things, beautiful children. They just want you to be done and ruled by these sons. And then when you don't want to do what they want you to do, they want to beat you up. They think they've got the right to beat you up. They think they've got the right to have sex with you and strangle you. How dare... I'll put a curse on you anyway. The trees. And look how many trees there is. There's more trees than there is you. Mind yourself. Mind yourself, Dan. Because the trees don't like you. There's a curse on you now. You put a curse on you with the trees. And the tree told that one and he passed it on. Because when the children talk, they listen. You damn tramp. And if it wasn't for the woman, we wouldn't be now. We'd be in jail. We'd be in jail if it wasn't for the woman. We'd be in jail. Don't forget that. If it wasn't for Miss Robinson, we'd be in prison right now. Because of you wicked children. So one good term deserves another. You're damn right it does.
Take
children. How about your wish? How about your wish? There's no fight in you. Look at something like this. I'm still fighting. But like, because you don't like them. I don't even know why you don't like them. How are you gonna make the world a nice place? How? Taking place in that Irish. She says to me, I'm an activist. I said, sit down, you idiot. Just sit down. Excuse me, guys, sorry. I just can't stand them stupid girls. And then as soon as Precious comes, I'm not an activist no more. Sit down. Damn idiot. Let me hear you say your who's name at the top of your lips and tell everybody that. I didn't see how much of a superstar I make you. But then sit down, man. Telling me you're activists and stuff that they want you to say. So why don't you know about farmer then? You know about everything else which is not important, but you don't know about farmer. Why don't you know about farmer? Why? Why? The one who created you, you didn't even have the audacity to go and find out who created you, how you came on the earth, what the earth's about. Nothing at all. Just these stupid things, you know, this instant nonsense, and how great white people are, and how great, but you're not seeing how white people came to the dance, sorry, how Gentiles came to the dance. It's like you don't want to look at that bit. Look at that bit. That tells you the monsters that they are. And until you can look at that bit, you'll always be raped, murdered, robbed, beat up, told what to do by them, and all sorts of wickedness. And those are your sons. It's a punishment, because this is what they did. They came to a peaceful place and brought their nastiness and brought all their witchcraft nonsense and all their pagan this and that, and all their pagan food and their pagan music and their pagan beliefs, and they murdered the people who believed in the Father and put themselves there. So you can't expect people who did that to then have good behaviour and then come to the rest of the world and have the good behaviour. No, they're going to have that same behaviour. And this is what they've been doing. From country to country, over 750 countries, they're putting their weapons there so they can then just go around and just bomb people who don't do what they say. America. European America. Because Father didn't put you nowhere, because he knows your behaviour, and he wrote about you in Jubilees chapter 23 verse 23. Says you are the worst children of men. Also, you don't like elderlies, you don't like young, and you're the most violent, it says. That's what it says about you. That's what it says. But it doesn't say I'm going to kill you though. It doesn't say that. But it says you've got a lot of bad ways in you. That's what it does say. A lot of bad ways. Which makes it a lot easier for modern Israel to come into you and then just give you whatever you want because you ain't got nothing. And then tell you why you got to hurt these children. Oh, we're to it. And this is what you've been doing all your life. And then they can write books about you and curse at your clout. And that's Father doing that. For hurting innocent, his children. So we make the same children that are telling you to hurt his children and now talking to you like, and telling you what they can and can't do with you. And that's your punishment for troubling innocent children that has done nothing to you. And here the irony, it's these same children that are protecting me as well. Look at the irony. the same children are protecting you. Look at me. And that's because of Yahuwah, not because of us. Because if we had our own way, we wouldn't do it like this, we wouldn't. But we're not allowed to. We have to do it Yahuwah's way. Otherwise, that will utterly destroy you. And my way is to bring them in. Revenge is mine, not your son. Revenge is mine. And if I need to give them revenge, I will give it to them. I brought you to them. Because your ancestors did not have to behave. So there's a lot to the story. There's a lot to the story. There is a lot to the story. And Father works in real mysterious ways. You know, people that you think he hates, he doesn't. But one thing I do know he hates, and that's Esau. Hates Esau. Hate with a deadly passion now. And I would hate to know anyone who's connected to modern Israel. Anyone who's connected to that. Because anyone who's connected to that, even as a friend, he will kill you. You stay there. You stay there. You can't say you've been warned, guys. They are a bloody city, they are. That's who they are. Oh, yeah. You know we love you, you know we love you. We got different love you. We don't love your flesh. Your flesh does nasty things. But we love your spirit. Why? Because it's an infant. It's so infant, knows nothing. So it listens to us, so we love it. But listen, one more thing, right? Coming back to these sons as well. They keep hearing about these sons. They're still good white sons. You need to remember that. They're not all rotten. They're in a system that's rotten. The system is rotten. And the system has used them to make their nonsense be ret-tet-tet. And they wasn't wise enough to see it. But now they're waking up and seeing it because now the system's not helping them no more. Right? I was not bothered about all that, all what you did. He's not bothered about that. He's bothered about you coming back to the beginning and starting again. And then what you did to the children, he'll do with you differently. But the best way to get out of that is to be a good boy and be a good girl. And say you're sorry for it and come back again. And that he can do. He can do all that all day. Repentant. All day, every day he does that. Because back in the day we used to kill animals and when we did a sin, we'd give him the animal as a sacrifice. And then we forget the sin. The sin's forgotten. Then we move on. Right? So I don't know what these people are doing, holding grudges and stuff like that. What do you think this is? Grandma and grandpa? You don't hold grudges. How are you supposed to grow if you're holding grudges? Nonsense stuff. And you're competing against each other, doing sports every minute, competing, all that nonsense. Because he's chucking so much money at it. So we all want to compete. But when you compete, it doesn't teach you how to lose graciously. It doesn't teach you that. All that competing against one another. What for? Money. All that damn money again. What, the stuff that was just left on the floor for everybody, which he's going to picked up, and then put his face and put his picture on it. And then said, now it's worth something now, because I've got oil connected to it now. But now you haven't got oil connected to it now. Other people are going a different way to cut the third man out, so they can still get oil and have plenty enough to get their children things. They haven't got to give it to you in America, and this is why it's bombing them out. Because that American dollar is no more. Because what was the American dollar was the oil that he connected to it. You couldn't get oil, guys, unless you got the American dollar. This is how wicked these people are. Now, because they're going a different way now, he prefers to blow it up. They went the Ottoman way. Saying, and now he's seen that. What does he say? If you effing go, I'm going to effing blow it up. Did you hear him? Because that means the dollar is finished. It's gone already. It's finished. You're just going to get the ripple effect coming soon. And then he's going to blow up the last bit where we're getting food from, right? Just so he can have his own way. But this is these sons. And this is what's coming, guys. And you can blame Donald Trump for that. That Trump.
Just look upon the faces of men.
Not one.
See if there was anywhere they
Not one.
no, no, not one. No, we all together become foolish and foolish. Didn't accept no waste man, no child, no child. From evil, depart from
Money is one thing, yeah, and your spirit is another thing. Now, modern Israel is a thing what you call a bloody city, and the bell rings. If you're connected to that, you are going to die. And the bell screams. Oh, also, I bet you didn't even know they literally are, they're our twins. You know twins? Literally, we come out the same womb. I didn't tell you that, did they? The albino that is. They didn't tell you that, did they? That we're twins. They didn't tell you that, did they? That we're twins. They didn't tell you this, did they? Same thing they didn't tell you who his father's name is. Who do you think runs Christianity? Huh? Who do you think runs Muslim? Huh? Esau. Just look upon the faces of men. See if there was anywhere they no, no, not one. No, we all together become foolish and foolish. Didn't accept the wisdom, no child, no child. From evil, depart from some trust in some trust in silver, some trust in gold. I trust in the Most High. From evil. Depart from evil. One child. That's building lions, rockers, and thieves. That's building lions, rockers, and thieves. But that's what you taught me. You forced me to do it. Right? And that was with Michael Finch, 1987, when the electric went. Started to bend. You're going to struggle now. Now they ain't got grandchildren now. And now that father's in the dance. And he's separated, you know. Right? And the way you treat women as well. Right? And now she's got the strength now just to look at you for what you really are. And you ain't got no power to beat her. Because the minute you beat her, that's what happens to you. Excuse me. And they're going to be doing the children one when fathers go out there. And they're going to be doing the elders one. And they're going to be doing one for the carers as well. Why don't you want to separate humanity and then replace it with your foolishness and your stupid son? You still don't even have to make a bed. That's right, my son. But he wants everyone's glory and everyone's power. So everyone's got to struggle for the basics, but we won't go to you. And you don't even have to make your bed. No, man, it's not right, my stuff. And the people don't even know Father's name because of you. They don't even know their Hebrew. They don't even know their brothers and sisters. I have no idea, bro. No idea. That's not how you raise a community. You need to move out the way. I've never seen you play with children. I've never seen you watch play with children. You're a joke, man. Don't need something bouncy, I don't play with it. I really want to see you. You don't even know what to do on there. Damn it, you. They must take everything about money. Yeah, you make it that way to make yourself look important. You damn tramp. So we take it all and we check the name as well. It's all in there. Right? Next door, all it. Don't need to nothing to it. We don't like to watch that. We don't see what's inside. The only we should make it's flesh. And your flesh is the worst flesh. The worst flesh. We're showing us the flesh. If anyone should be showing us the flesh, it should be the brown children. Right? Because they're in neither heat or cold. They're in a blending of both. That's why it's brown. Tends to like something. They don't show off. Right? But look at you in your complexion. Every minute you get kicked up. Every minute you're changing this. Every minute you have an operation for that. Every minute you get into sun lotion for this and that. But then you want to look at us and call us all these names. But then you're trying your hardest to be like us. You used to have an idiot white called Jim Davison. Every time you see him, they go. Now look at the white women. Breaking their necks to get the same lips. You make no sense, man. What about King Kong? What was the creation of King Kong? Huh? Holding a white woman and going through the place and smashing up everywhere. But he didn't do nothing to the white lady though, did he? He said to her, right? He said, yeah, right. And he was doing things. I don't know what that was about. We're always trying to make us something that we're not. What about black and white minstrels? You're an absolute joke, done. And you think you got the right to behave like this. And then you think you got the right to just strangle women while you're having sex. I've never heard so much nonsense in my life, Father. Him said, me neither, son. Right? The man when I think that you're going to die, I will release you. And you got that penis inside her as well. That is over control, girls. That's over control. And he's got his penis inside you as well. Sorry, Grandma. She said, carry on. Right? And it's up to him, right? Whether he thinks you're dying. He should. Weird. You know, to have your hands, right, around somebody's neck. No, that is a super red flag. No. And no man should be asking you. Let me put my arms around you to see if I can kill you. What a weird. And this is the level where we are. Where these sons think they can just do these things to women. And then chop her up and put her in a suitcase and walk down the road with a suitcase and then just dump her. We're really pissed off that. Right? Because this is Satan. Right? And a spirit called Baal who's dead. We killed him already. But his spirit is still here. You didn't learn these things, guys. You didn't learn these things. You didn't learn it. You picked it up. When you was growing up at home with grandma and your mama, you didn't learn these things. You picked these things up. They're paying you to behave like this. They're now telling you that the children, we've lost them. Because the stuff that they're seeing on the phone is absolutely scary. But when they're looking at it, it's nothing to them. Because they've warped your children. Your children are the most violentest children you'll ever come across. The most violentest children you'll ever come across. And there is only one way to do that. And that is the whole community coming together, turning militant, taking away every bumper clock phone they've got, and everybody comes together. And we all talk to the children. Because the children are cursed. Some of the children think they're rude boys and rude girls. Man, shut up, mum. You want to box that child. Child's walking around with a knife, stabbing someone, and then got the picture of the knife being stabbed with blood on it, and then showing it on the internet. Yeah, because they're paying you to do this. They're paying you to do this. Somebody wants to go in school and embarrass somebody, because when they embarrass them, they film it, and then they get money for it. This is where they have the children now. It's like the same sort of, you know, like the rap, when they're telling the rap boys, getting the junkies, the drug dealers, picking ones that they like, come out, I'm going to make you a superstar. Just turn against women, turn against the community, and I'll give you it's the same thing going on, guys. It's the same thing. It's the same pattern, Satan. Same pattern. Same pattern. Same pattern. Even with Rastas, same pattern. Right? Didn't tell them about Yah, but they told them about Jah. Right? And Jah is a Haile Selassie man who is from Ham. He's an African. He's an Ethiopian. Right? He's not from Shem. Right? And Father is extremely strict when Hebrew boys jump over. Right? Father is a Hebrew. He's not from Africa. He's a Hebrew. Shem is, sorry, I do apologize. Ham is Africa. Right? And he wasn't a good man at all. His people buried him in the toilet. And they got rid of the monarch after him. No more monarch after him. Because he wasn't good to his people at all. And I went out with a girl from Eritrea, it's called. 1992, I went out with her and her family. And they were very good people. Very nice. Virgin people, very nice into the Christianity. But you could not mention that name. The only time you could mention that name, right, is you know when you give her a good service. And then you just lay down, play with her, talking to her, and she just relaxed. Then you could mention his name. And then they would tell you the wicked stuff that man done to his own people. Haile Selassie, the same one. Who has Rasta. So Father's taking the power out of reggae music. There's no power in it. He's taking it out. Taking it out from Bob Marley. Because Bob Marley broke the command of a woman. He broke that command. It's a band of gold. Right? Hebrew and marriage is us. It don't come from these people. These are pagans. They don't do marriage. They just do having sex and giving babies and burning and praising whatever. They learn marriage from us, but they don't understand marriage is a serious thing. When you enter into a marriage, it's a vow, and it has detrimental consequences. And Bob Marley found out the worst way. This is why Bob Marley's not here, because what he did to Rita, and what he did to women. So you can't be talking about Father, all the goodness of Father, and then you're disrespecting women. Like you're giving confusing messages, Bob. So what Father did with Bob, treat him like football, right? And get one of them fools who was around him to give him a brand new pair of football boots. And as soon as Bob put one boot on, what did he do? Ah! And when he took the boot off, what happened? There was a dart in the boot. A dart. And that's how Bob Marley got taken. That's how. I should know he died on my birthday, my 10th birthday. I should know what I'm talking about. Right? And that's just these superstars that have been around. None of them are here. None of them are here. They're all dead. Right? Because of their behaviours. and then they go to these systems to get recognised, and these systems just puts them on drugs and treats them like, oh, the worst way possible. You have no idea. And this is why they don't like me. You made him change his hairstyle, right? You made him change his voice. You took the bass out of his voice, so he talks like a girl, and then he had to give you Neverland. And I ain't giving you no children Neverland. You're mad. So what you done to Michael? You're not doing that to me at all. You're not at all. And it's all Hebrew boys. Look at them properly before they change them all. Like they're all Hebrew boys. Everything that goes on is all Hebrew sons. It's all the sons. If you take away the nigger and gollywog and black bastard and sample, then you can see it, guys. Then you can see it. And it's Esau, our twin, who's got into all these people, all these Gentiles, and tricked them, and then telling them, we're hiding you. But I've just told you he's not. You're hiding him. He's in the Bible, what's going to happen to him and who he is. But you just wanted fame, and you didn't like us for whatever reason because they told you nonsense, but you didn't realise that we are Father's children. It's us. It's us. There's nobody else. It's us. There's nobody else. It's us. Nobody else, guys. Guys, there's nobody else. Hi. Guys. There's nobody else, guys. There's no one else. Tell Christianity to go and sit down because the children are at detention. There's nobody else. There's no one else. The children are at detention. There's nobody else. Right? There's the book there, 1619. But they won't let you put 2019 at the end of it. They'll always just say 1619, the project. But it finished at 2019. And when 2019, what happened? You got COVID. What happened? He put me in prison for a couple of months and moved me around. 2019, it all happened. It all happened at 2019. That's when your 400 years finished. It started at 1619. There's your project book you made. Because you never had it so good in your whole life. You even made a project out of it. You've never had it so good because you come from a cave, remember? So you've never had good so good. That's why you go from pillar to post, just robbing and stealing and raping and murdering. Because you come from the cave. So when Father gave you us, he said, here, I'm going to give you the riches as well, but this is what I'm going to want from you. Just do not take the book from them, because I want them to find out who I am, and they can come back to me. You agreed with that, but then you still took the book and put yourself in there. And this is what it's going to kill you for. Not the riches, right? Not the riches, because they're on the floor. Diamonds, rubies, emeralds, we can show you right now where they are, right? Oil, everything. That's not the issue. The issue is the book. That's the issue. The children. That's the issue. And you're going to die for it. That's the issue. That's the issue. These same knick-knock children, that's the issue. If you know your history. check that in there, the eBay of the Scottish people. I'm good, man, I'm good. Why, yeah, yeah. Why, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Why, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm good, man. I'm in your grace. I'm good. Thank you. I don't answer calls, man. I give it to next time. I don't answer calls, man. Unless I know who it's from. I don't need to hear from you, man. Look how much noise you do. Look how much noise you do. Look how much noise you do, right? And you only do this because you're passing here. Because this is where the energy is. This is the immaturity of these sons. But there's going to be a day when you whoosh past them, you're going to go up in the air. There's going to be a day when it happens to you, people are going to laugh at you. Because there's no need for you to be driving that speed. No need at all. You can cause accidents like that. But because you're so annoyed because no one's not listening to you or looking at you in your Harley Davidson, you have to do stuff like that to be recognised. Mine, you don't have an accident. And then when you have an accident and you go to the hospital, they look at your underpants back and they see your underpants is filthy. So be careful, tramp. And what's the story with these guys? You're just doing peace and love and they can't handle it because they can't handle joy. So they come with their noise. You heard the noise, isn't it? The 3-second noise. This is layer. This is what they do. They've been doing this since they've been children. Spoilt boys. And then when they go to their women, they beat their women up. What about when England lose? When England loses a football match, 33% of women get battered. Because your sons are always talking about our sons. So we're just talking about your sons. And these are facts we're giving you. These are not stuff we're making up. But you don't want to talk about your sons, do you? But you want to talk about stuff that they make up about other people. But you don't want to talk about your sons. They blow up school. They blow up nursery. They blow up mosques. Your sons at hospital. tell you about up and down. They tell you about left, they tell you about right. But they never tell you about in and out. What do you think comes in and out? Spirits. They don't tell you about that, do they? We are definitely in a world where these sons just do not want to grow you at all. Just want to follow this Satan nonsense. You know, do as we will. No, that's Alistair Cowley's law. There was a devil children's law, what they put in place here, because it's a devil dance. So if you want to follow it, fill your boots. But remember, some of us have got a law sewn in us. So even if we wanted to, we'd perish in it. And rightly so, because Father's not having his name dragged to nard, to zero, as he tells us, and he doesn't play. So I prefer to be controlled by a king, an emperor, than by an idiot that's written to die. You damn tramp. And then telling people that you're a Gentile when he's the biggest Gentile. And you're so scared to see that truth. It's an insult, guys. It's an insult, man. You do yourself no justice, man. No justice at all, being scared by them stupid idiot children. Foolish children. The albino, right? Well, it is an albino. Well, if one comes out brown and sexy, and then one comes out red and hairy, then it's an albino. And that is our twin. And he thinks we stole his inheritance. Well, which parent's going to give that inheritance? He couldn't even do the laws that he was asked to do when he thought he had the inheritance. All he wanted to do is go out hunting. Didn't want to stay at home, listen to his parents, learn the book, to be better in it. Oh no, I've got the inheritance, so I don't need to. That was his mentality. But he didn't even realise, right, even before he came out the room, they said, the eldest one, which means the one who comes out first, will serve the younger one. You damn tramp. He forgot that because he's so, fixated with, oh, didn't get my inheritance. Or sold it. But you sold it. Even when you thought you had it, you sold it. You sold it to your brother. And it's something priceless you do not sell. No one's going to sell their birthright. Nobody is. But you sold yours. You sold yours for Lintons and rice. Because you was out fighting when you should have been at home learning the book, right? And listening to your parents. That's what you should have been doing. But because you thought you had the birthright, it was too cocky, guys. It was too cocky. And that's what the book says. But he didn't even realise before he got cocky, it wasn't even his. The damn tramp. And then now the world's suffering. And we are. And he's getting you to hurt us, but then also he's hurting you by saying, right, you can't do this, you can't do that, your children are this, your children are that. And that is the dance, guys. That's the dance. And your leaders are all weaklings, right? Because this is the reason why it's happening. Because of your weak leaders. They're weaklings. Absolute weaklings. And it's them you need to be pressuring. They're weaklings. Don't show them no respect, then. Just treat them the way they need to be, and they will change. Because they will realise their game's up, and you're looking at them for what they are. Don't look at them because they're in suits and everything. They've done nothing. Look for them for what they are. They're boys. And mention things to them. Mention things about Father to them. Mention to them about humanity. Mention things to them like that. And you'll see they start buckling, and then they have to change, because this is what the people want. And you can't deliver. So you need to move out the way, boy. Because every time you get money, you keep giving it to your mates to buy weaponry. To buy weaponry, buy weaponry, buy weaponry, buy weaponry. So all your mates that are making all the bullets and all that, they got jobs. Because you're keeping that nonsense going on. Weaponry. That kills people, that does. That murders people, that does. You can have a conversation, right? And 20,000 people's life you'd save. You can have another conversation over there. 1 million people's life you'd save. Just by having a conversation. But these idiots say, oh no, we're going to get these people there to go and bomb you up and go and bomb. Stop fighting, man. Make him bring his kids to go out there and fight. Damn tramp. Because he can't do it without the people. And it's your parents, right? And it's your son and it's your daughter. They have to come back in a casket and say, oh, sorry, he saved his country and he's a medal. Well, F your medal. Right? Because they're not telling you when you jump on that plane and you go to that... It's a complete different thing. Soldiers are coming back saying, I lost 60 of my mates. and I killed 50 people. So when he comes back now, he's haunted. Haunted. But they're not telling you that. When they're telling you to get on the train, come back to your country, they're not showing you what they're putting you into. And for someone who's never been to war before, and they're putting you right in there, that's nightmare. And your mate dying, this one, and then you've got to kill someone to survive. And you've killed so many, you can't remember. You're haunted then. And then you've got to come back to normal civilization. With all that trauma. You're a joke, Rasta. You don't look after yourselves, guys. You put yourselves through all that. Because he told you to. And you've got to fight for your country. But how did that country become a country? By doing the same thing, what it's getting you to do. Going over there, bombing, killing, murder, and then you've got that trauma on you. He hasn't got it, because he's telling you to do it. That tramp. And war is ugly. I know.
You flash the gun just for fun. Yeah. And then you can run. You pay fire to get burned. Just because you wouldn't learn. I got a trigger to fetch. And now you're serving the stretch. Just because you grudge. And now you're crying to the judge. The one that was trying to leave you. Yeah. And now you're doing like you're trying to make it up. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Now the tribulation comes. No, Satan. You flash the gun just for fun. Yeah. And then you can run. You pay fire to burn. Just because you wouldn't learn. I have a trouble to fetch. And now you're serving the stretch. Why? Just because you grudge. No. And now you're crying to the judge. The one that was trying to leave you. Yeah. And now you're doing like you're trying to make it up. Yeah, stay down. What you gonna do? Now the tribulation comes to you. Hey, my love, it's a little upset. Why would I bring it to you? Just because you're troubled by my trouble. You flash the gun just for fun. Yeah.
the sons mix with everyone. The sons, the real sons. That's why God created them. That's why he put them in charge. Not these idiots, not these at all. Not these at all. They should be behind women, these sons here. That's how pathetic they are. You're insulting father. Not these kind of sons at all, guys. Not at all. They can't even put it if you put the sky and help you with. You damn tramps. Not these. You're going to get hurt very soon, guys. Just keep out of their way. Stay in your house, man. It's a safe place. Stay in your house. And make sure you got stuff to stay in your house, because you don't want to be going out there. You know what Donald Trump's talking about? He's going to be bombing up. He's bombing up. And he's going to be doing it. You stay there. Right? Because that pound, the dollar. The dollar is oil. So every time you're looking at that dollar, it's oil. That's why it's so powerful. It's oil. But now you're not getting no oil through it. It's weak. The chicken and chips better than it, right? Even the wrapping up paper where you used to wrap up the fish and chips back in the day has more value, right, than that dollar bill. Believe me, boy. Right? So, our sensible people, right, who has money in these, take your money out. Take your money out. Take your money out. Because when these things shut down, they shut down. They've shut down. The system shut down. They got your money. You can't get hold of them. Why? The system is shut down. There's anarchy out there. They're not going to warn you about these things. So we're warning you. It could happen next week. It could happen next year. It could happen tomorrow. It's going to happen now. Take your money out, man. Take chances with it. Have your money close to you, Rasta. Don't give your money to nobody to look after. Don't be stupid. Don't be silly. This is survival time now. And they're coming to take away peace from the earth. And when you ain't got money and you've got material things, you're in trouble. You're bang in trouble. And then you've got that desperate, because you're desperate, because you need to get these things, so they've got you desperate. And when you're desperate, this is when we do things. The bell rings, thank you. This is when we're desperate. This is when we do things we wouldn't normally do. Why? Because we're desperate. So they're going to get us desperate. You can't get your money out. Why? Because it's shut down. And that's when my money's in there. I can't get it out. I'm desperate. Get your money out in advance. Have your money around you, so when these things do happen, you're independent. And that's what's going on, guys. We ain't got no money, so we don't need to worry. Father is our money. But people who has got money, because you rely on your money, which is a good thing. But where's your money? They've got your money. They don't need to have your money. You need to take your money back yourself. And put your money in your house, hide it somewhere. Don't tell nobody it's your money. Learn to keep secrets to yourself. Or learn to keep it with Father. You and Father, Emmanuel, on the tree, you hide it somewhere. Don't hide it outside. People are watching you. This thing is serious, Dad. As soon as you take that money out, they're going to be watching you. This thing is serious, guys. It's serious. It's serious, beautiful children. And they're trying to tell you we are the enemy. No, we're not the enemy. Right? We are Jacob, who is for to come and the future, here to stay. Jacob, Esau's dance is finished, kaput, done. It's getting dismantled, and long may continue, because it doesn't serve the people. And then he wants to write things saying that you got to serve him. Right? So when his king comes now, which is the Antichrist, then you have to serve them and the Antichrist, which is a horrible concoction. Wait, there's more. Because they're getting all this ready for who? For Satan. They're getting all this ready for Satan. So then Satan can praise them and say, children, you've done well. Look how much children you've brought me. And that time you don't know what the hell's going on. And you can't even get out. Because that boat's gone already. They've already been taken up. You've seen them being taken up. And you can't go nowhere because the firmament is locked. Nobody can come in. Nobody can come out. Right? We're gone. So now it's his word. He can come and show you what he wants to show you now. Right? Now these are the children, guys. Now the Antichrist is on his way. There's already one here, the Muslim one. Don't worry about that one. Just chuck that in the bin. Don't worry about that one. Right? Worry about this one that's coming. This Antichrist. This one. Because this one is staying. And then they're getting that ready for who? Satan. It's the same as us. We are the children. We have Jesus, yeah? They have a copy. Antichrist. Antichrist. And then we have Yahuwah. And then they have Satan. Same copy. And that's the dance what's going on. I was going to allow that dance because you have upset him, right, by not loving him and not going to find out who he is. So he says, for that, I'm going to leave you here to die with Satan. I'm going to let you believe the illusion, and this is what's going on. When you like it or not, this is what's going on. So yes, Satan is real. Right? So is Yahuwah, and you didn't know who he was. You're starting to know now. And when you hear these brown children talking like this, you listen to them. When they come out of these organizations, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them at all. Because when you speak to them, go and ask them what Gentiles are, and they'll tell you that Gentiles are the seed of Satan, which is nonsense. But they're built by 33rd Masonry. So when you hear us speaking, you don't like us. Why? Because we say that you're children of Satan. No, we don't. No, we don't. So you have to listen and mind who you're hearing this thing from. Because there's many antichrists, many. Right? And all they're after is what? The root are Kodesh. They're not interested in the money. That's an illusion. They're all trillions in debt. They're all going to join together soon, guys. Watch. They're all going to join together into one soon. Why? For Satan. We'll get it all ready for one. So Satan can come out. That's the plan. But we won't be here. We'll be taken up then. And the good Gentiles that are with us. We'll be taken up. We're not going to see that wickedness. Because Father's going to put some wickedness in there as well. Oh, it's going to be a dance that you ain't going to want to have. And it gets worse. It gets worse. And it gets worse. Because somewhere he takes Satan out and puts him away for 1,000 years and gives you another chance. And then guess what happens? After the 1,000 years, he releases him. And guess what? He still manages to get an army of people. And you all come to the valley of Jezebel. And then what happens? What happens? He just breathes a holy fire on you and just burns and kills you. And then he'll bring down a new heaven, and then it starts. But look how much time his Father's giving you chances, and you still are going to be in the lake of the fire, still. And you can't say he hasn't tried, because he even takes Satan out of the dance for 1,000 years so he doesn't corrupt you, and then brings him back in 1,000, and still you come back for us again. You are the worst children on the planet. You are Satan-bound children. But the thing we don't like about you, you're weak, right? Because this is why Satan he would give all the views up now for me to praise him. Because when I praise something, I praise it now. You are wankers, and Satan hates you for that. Because all you do is praise him in secrecy. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. If you're burning children, if you're drinking blood, if you're having sex with animals, you need to do that out in the open. Because that's what you represent. Right? But that, you can't show it. Why not? We're going to soon make you show it. And you're not committing suicide. Because when you commit suicide, we'll make you reborn again. Right? So it's like burning people's children. And you thought there'd be no counteraction to it at all. That's what you thought, didn't you? Yeah. But we're deadly serious, bro. We're deadly serious. Right? Because we don't know how you change humanity into this wicked brutality. And people are just being quiet about it. And the women are coming on TV telling you how you walk the children. How the children are so violent, it's scary. They're more violent than the sons, the children. Because it's the sons who have been promoting the children to be like this. These damn sons. Because they make money off it. And then they don't forget they can get the children to do the dirty sex and nastiness, and that's good for Satan as well. And that pleases the millionaires. It's a business, guys. Right? And if you are serious, right, you need to check Father, you need to check some serious man then, and you need to grab a hold of the children, and you need to show them what time it is, and this is what time it is. Go and get me your phone. Be quiet for box you. Go and get me that damn phone. Thank you. Right, all your children, put all your phones in there now. And don't even answer them. That's how you deal with your children. And you get rid of them phones. And then you have to start doing your work now and bringing back into humanity. And putting stuff there for children to do. not this damn phone. Because your children are too rude. They're too rude. You need to start boxing your children, just to box it out of them, because they're not rude. They're just watching stuff that's making them think they're rude and walking around with knives. If I took the knife and I slapped you with it and I showed you what I could do with a knife, you wouldn't hold a knife. You little stupid idiot. Stabbing someone and then walking around with it. Oh, look at the blood on it, look at the blood on it. So them lot will pay you, you stupid child. You stupid child. But also it needs parents to raise children. Don't forget that. And all they got is that stupid internet, because you're not showing them no affection. They're getting affection from the damn phone, because you're forgetting to tell them how beautiful they are. You're forgetting to tell them how cute they are. You're forgetting to tell them that was a nice dance you did. You're forgetting to tell that's a nice haircut you got, son. You're forgetting these things. So they go into the phone for these things. That's what's going on. You damn fool. So there's plenty of work to do, guys. There's plenty. Otherwise, forget it, man. You're wasting your time. And don't waste people's time, man. Otherwise, Bob's just going to come and kill you. Right? Because like, you're lost humanity. Right? You're struggling with humanity. How can you be struggling with humanity? You try to say him.
Nobody wants into things that I can sell for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite
Give us some news.
Pillars, the government government refuses to rule out exempting a specific category of manslaughter from the early release scheme. Government will look at what campaigners call a loophole, allowing sex offenders to change their names and hide their pasts.
This is a massive problem in society today, where women are actually being put at risk by, sex offenders coming out of prison, change their identity and living a totally different life.
And sexing again.
A British couple on honeymoon have been killed in a helicopter crash on a Greek island.
Non-stop punching as fast as you can. Go, 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 go! Faster!
And how Bobby's boxing sessions with his brother Shay, who has disabilities, flourished into a fitness community for children with additional needs. On BBC London, abused for wearing a face veil. We speak to the Londoner who says she's targeted daily as figures show Islamophobic hate crime has risen in the capital.
What can you do in a racist world?
Hello, welcome to the BBC News at 1. The Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has said the UK is continuing to support Ukraine 100%. His comments came after Russia threatened the UK with consequences after British-made drones were used in Ukraine's war effort. Our security correspondent Frank Gardner has the latest.
Deep strikes by Ukrainian drones hitting the heart of Russia's energy industry. Last weekend, it emerged that some of the drones being used by Ukraine, similar to these ones, were supplied by Britain. Russia's response is chilling. Its embassy in London has put out a statement accusing Britain of escalating the war. The United Kingdom, it says, is acting as an accomplice and co-perpetrator of the bloody crimes and terrorist attacks committed by Ukrainian neo-Nazis, seeking to contain Russia and to inflict maximum damage on it by proxy. London's actions, it says, will inevitably carry consequences for which it will have to answer. One of Andy Burnham's first acts as Prime Minister was to welcome Ukraine's President Zelensky on board a Royal Navy warship. Today, he had this response to Russia's threat.
This is the UK doing what it has long said it would do, which is to support Ukraine 100% against this illegal war led by Vladimir Putin. We are providing support so that Ukraine can defend itself, and that's been the British position all the way through this conflict by previous Prime Ministers. It remains the case with me. We are not fair weather friends. We will be there in Ukraine's hour of need, and that won't change.
The Ministry of Defence says it stands shoulder to shoulder in helping Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion. It's previously supplied Kyiv with Storm Shadow missiles. But the Kremlin and President Putin are infuriated by the latest drone strikes. They've helped trigger a fuel crisis, both on the battlefield and in Russia itself. There is now a risk of some future unspecified Russian retaliation against Britain. Frank Gardner, BBC News.
Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus joins us this lunchtime from Westminster. So, Damien, how serious a threat is this?
Well, Nina, it does sound very serious, but think about this. We're now, in year 5 of this conflict. The UK has been one of the staunchest supporters, and every time the UK has provided new capabilities, it has deliberated carefully before doing that. Challenger tanks, those Storm Shadow missiles you're hearing about. Russia has warned every time about it, and the UK has taken those decisions very carefully. What the UK, I think, would say is that Russia is already carrying out hostile acts of aggression, submarines surveying undersea cables, poisoning of President Putin's critics here in the UK. So there is a level of Russian threat already. The UK is carefully calibrating it, but these drones are part of a whole package of support. 120,000 drones were offered by the UK, promised by the UK back earlier this year under Keir Starmer, £3 billion worth of support. And Andy Burnham is signaling that will continue. He says it's important that Ukraine can defend itself, stop Russian attacks against Ukraine, and one more crucial thing, it is important military technology that the UK is also learning from by supplying it to Russia, to Ukraine.
And Damien, also this lunchtime, as we understand it, the Prime Minister faced a question about that person posing as President Trump's chief of staff. What did he have to say?
Yes, well, yesterday, Downing Street would not comment on this. Today, Andy Burnham did address the question. He did engage with someone who he thought was Susie Wiles, President Trump's chief of staff, but he said he wasn't embarrassed by that. This is what he said.
America did that the other day.
There was a minimal exchange, nothing of consequence, and actually quickly I realised that this needed to be reported, and I did so. So I handled it in the right way. All politicians are, receiving these pressures and these challenges, but I did everything right. There was a minimal exchange of information of zero consequence, and it was quickly reported.
Perhaps just before and just after he became Prime Minister, the question still remains, though. He says he did everything right. What critical voices have said is that as Prime Minister, he was engaging with who he didn't know who they were, contacted him, it seems, on a mobile phone, and that is a security breach, it seems.
Damien in Westminster, thank you. From Westminster, let's go to our Ukraine correspondent, Dan Johnson, who is live in Kiev. What's the latest where you are?
Yes, there have been more Ukrainian deaths across the country overnight and this morning. A significant double Russian-style strike reported in the Kharkiv region. President Zelensky said that homes, shops, a post office and a cafe had been hit there, and that 10 people had been killed and at least 17 wounded. He said that was a brutal Russian strike for which Ukraine would definitely respond, and that it showed the importance of the international support that Ukraine relies on to increase pressure on Russia. There were other deaths in other Ukrainian cities overnight, 3 in Sumy, 2 in Kherson and 2 in Zaporizhia, with more casualties reported. And there have been as many as 7 air raid alerts in the capital Kyiv over the past 24 hours, with attacks reported on the edge of the city. Ukraine has also been launching more drones towards Russia and towards Moscow. More than 600 reported targeting the city last night. The mayor of Moscow says some of those were shot down, around 180, but it's not clear exactly what the level of damage there was. But another Wildberries distribution warehouse was reported to have been hit and was on fire this morning. And on that topic, I've been talking to the deputy chief of Ukraine's intelligence service, who told me about the effectiveness of those long-range strikes. And he said targeting distribution warehouses and oil refineries was justified in his view.
Will those deep strikes continue?
You want some chocolate?
Even if more Russian civilians are killed.
It's Russian civilians are killed. Look at this, guys.
First of all, I said we must
they don't care about
destroy
their people,
and disrupt the main elements.
These are the same people, like when you're elderly, they chuck you off the mountain when you're elderly. These are the same people who do this stuff. Imagine that. Where are you going to get your knowledge and wisdom from? And you're chucking the elders off the bridge because they've reached out. These sons, man. And then you see them at the front and you're thinking, come on guys, man. Because Father's going to give them a beating very soon. Very soon. Because they're a joke. You hear me? They're a joke. You don't throw people off the building just because they reach. These sons.
Of the wage of war of Russian Federation. Not to
They're an embarrassment, guys. You haven't seen
Now we know
that's
the
like.
coming winter months can be particularly challenging in Ukraine. How is the weather expected to impact the next stage of this conflict?
That's not fair, is it?
Yeah, it will get cold again here in the winter, just like it was last winter. And the Major General told me that actually he thought the greatest threat Russia posed to the Ukrainian people was the misery they are able to inflict during the winter months. He said intelligence showed the Russians were already planning attacks on the power networks here that would hit the heating and the lighting that Ukrainians will depend on during those winter months. He said even the drinking water supply could potentially be at risk, and that Ukraine was trying to build up plans to prevent those sorts of attacks. I asked him, given that threat and the number of Ukrainian civilian casualties that we've seen over recent weeks, whether he considered that Ukraine was actually on the front foot and winning this war. He said he did.
Okay, done with the latest in Kiev. Thank you. To the news this lunchtime, and the government's refusing to comment on reports that it's considering blocking the early release of two of PC Andrew Harper's killers by focusing on a particular type of manslaughter. The Times says ministers are looking at exempting all of those who committed so-called unlawful act manslaughter from the early release scheme. Our correspondent Greg Mackenzie has the details.
PC Andrew Harper was just 28 when he was killed in the line of duty in Berkshire in 2019. He was responding to a report of a quad bike being stolen when he became caught in a strap trailing from the thieves' getaway car and was dragged for more than a mile. Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole were passengers in that car. They were convicted of unlawful act manslaughter and sentenced to 13 years in prison. But under the government's plans to ease pressure on overcrowded prisons, both are currently eligible for early release. But the Prime Minister told his Justice Secretary to explore options to stop that happening after public anger and pressure from PC Harper's family.
It's just been up and down. It's just, you know, the roller coaster of just hope. Not even more than that. You know, is really, really draining.
At the heart of the government's dilemma is the offence the men were convicted of, because manslaughter covers a number of different circumstances. Unlawful act manslaughter is when a dangerous criminal act results in someone's death, like in this case, and it is different from other types, including gross negligence manslaughter, loss of control, and diminished responsibility. There has been mounting pressure on the government. More than 1 million people have now signed a petition calling for Andrew Harper's killers not to be released early. But changing the rules for one category of manslaughter could have consequences for hundreds of other prisoners. Greg Mackenzie, BBC News.
A British couple has been killed in a helicopter crash in Greece while on their honeymoon. It happened on the small island of Sifnos last night. Their pilots also died. Our Europe correspondent Nick Beak joins us this lunchtime. Nick, what more do we know?
Well, Nina, we know that the couple set off from the capital, Athens, and they had reached almost the helipad of the particular island when the crash happened. Some footage has emerged which shows the last moment of that journey. 3 people on board, all 3 people were killed, and the Greek police have said that the 2 Britons were Alexander Cromie and Marie Ebert, and Mr. Cromie's company, the asset management firm Blackstone, have been paying tribute to him, saying that he was a beloved colleague, and they've been speaking of staff's shock that happened while they were on their honeymoon. Now, the pilot also was killed. He was said to be an experienced pilot, someone who'd been in the Greek military previously. The mayor of the island where this happened has said that eyewitnesses have described seeing smoke and also hearing strange noises just before the crash happened. So he is working on the basis that there was some sort of mechanical misfunction that caused this. But an investigation is now underway. We've been talking to the Greek police today, and they say some of their most specialist officers are now on the way to the island to investigate what happened, Nina.
Okay, Nick, thank you. Campaigners are calling for a change in the law so that people who've been convicted of sex offences can't change their name after they've been found guilty. It comes after a woman who was unknowingly dating a convicted paedophile described the current legal situation as an absolute joke. Laura Moss reports.
Jason Coe is a registered sex offender. He was jailed 3 years ago, but when he was released from prison, he legally changed his name. The former firefighter started calling himself Jason Brown. He met Julie Pervin and they embarked on a relationship, with her having no idea who he really was.
Just horrified, to be honest, traumatised, I felt at the time.
Julie discovered Brown's real identity when he was in court for a different alleged offence. Then she found out about others he'd committed under different names.
It took my breath away when I realised he wasn't who he was, and then to try and find out all this information about someone that you trusted and then realise they're not actually that person, and they've got this awful history and they've got several different names.
Recent figures show that there are around 67,000 registered sex offenders living in the UK. Between 2019 and 2021, almost 1,500 of them notified police forces that they had legally changed their names. The onus is on them to tell police about a name change. In the past, it needed to be within 3 days, but earlier this year the law was tightened, so they have to give 7 days' notice in advance. Police can release information about a person's history of violence or abuse if asked to by their partner under a policy called Clare's Law, but campaigners say if that person has changed their name, it becomes much more difficult.
We can no longer just sit back and accept, oh, there's a loophole. What action are we actually going to take to stop this? Sex offenders should not be able to change their name if they are able to continue to go on and abuse people. It is absolutely wrong.
The Home Office says protecting the public from dangerous sexual offenders is a top priority. In a statement, a spokesperson says registered sex offenders are required to notify the police of any change of name, and failure to do so is a criminal offence. They say those who seek to conceal their identity, evade monitoring, or breach the restrictions imposed on them can expect to face the full force of the law. For Julie, though, the law doesn't go far enough.
This is a massive problem in society today where women are actually being put at risk by, sex offenders coming out of prison, change their identity and living a totally different life.
She says the freedom for offenders to start over with a new name is a loophole that must be closed. Laura Moss, BBC News.
It's 16 minutes past 1, our top story this afternoon. The Prime Minister tells Moscow we stand by Ukraine 100% after Russia warns of consequences to British-made drones being used in Ukraine's war effort. Coming up, a major trial begins in California. The tech firm Meta is accused of deliberately designing some of its platforms to be addictive to young people.
And on BBC London, still waiting for compensation months after a burst water pipe flooded their businesses. We speak to some of those affected in Islington as Thames Water says it's still going through the claims. And we'll bring you the cooler weather forecast.
Man has appeared in court charged with manslaughter in connection with a fatal dog attack in Wakefield in West Yorkshire at the weekend. Our reporter Phil Bodmer is outside Bradford Magistrates Court where the hearing took place earlier. Phil, what was heard?
Well, Nina, Lee Ellis, who is 55 years old and from Blacker Lane in Wakefield, is charged with manslaughter and being the owner or person in charge of a dog dangerously out of control, resulting in the death or injury of 55-year-old James Judge, who was named in court. Now, this morning, during a brief hearing here at Bradford Magistrates Court, Mr. Ellis was described as a self-employed farrier. He spoke only to confirm his name, his age and his address. Dressed in a grey sweatshirt, Mr. Ellis could be seen dabbing his eyes with a white paper towel as he sat in the dock, accompanied by a dock officer. Now, addressing the defendant directly, the district judge in this case, Mark Ellis, granted the defendant bail pending a further hearing at Leeds Crown Court on 16th of September 2026. The district judge told the defendant that this was such a serious matter it needed to go before Crown Court. The hearing was also told a German Shepherd dog, understood to have been involved in the incident, had been seized by police officers along with another animal, and both those were now currently in police kennels. Nina.
Okay, Phil, in Bradford, thank you. Police in Germany are using a new law to crack down on people smugglers preparing for small boat crossings to the UK. German officials agreed to tighten legislation after a BBC investigation exposed how the country is used by gangs to store equipment before it's taken to northern France. Jessica Parker has the story.
We're on the road to West Germany, to a secret location. We're going to get a rare glimpse of what police in Germany have been doing as part of efforts to crack down on small boat crossings to the UK.
Oh, wow.
Inside this warehouse,
Massive.
a huge haul seized during spring raids that used a new law in Germany for the first time.
So what you've got here are stacks of packaged up life jackets. They seized, the authorities say, more than 9,000 of them during this raid. Over there you can see boxes of packaged up engines. Parson is the make on the side there. That's obviously a deflated rubber dinghy. More life jackets, more dinghies. It's an enormous amount of stuff here.
2 years ago, a BBC investigation exposed how West Germany is used by smugglers to store equipment before it's rushed to the shores of northern France. Berlin then agreed to criminalise the facilitation of people smuggling to the UK because certain German anti-smuggling laws had stopped applying to Britain after Brexit.
The United Kingdom was added again to the list of countries which the code applies to. It makes a lot of a difference because this now enables the German authorities, the German police, to go after these people, to go after these members of criminal organizations.
Migrant and enforcement sources say tougher policing in Europe is helping to disrupt supply chains, possibly a factor driving some smugglers to put more people onto bigger boats as gangs find new ways to evade and adapt. Jessica Parker, BBC News in West Germany.
The former world snooker champion Graham Dott has gone on trial in Glasgow accused of sexually abusing 2 children. Our reporter Stephen Godden is outside court now. Hi Stephen, what more can you tell us on this case?
Well, as a snooker player, Graham Dott reached the pinnacle of his sport in 2006. He won the world title at the Crucible in Sheffield. But 20 years on from that victory, he is suspended by the governing body pending the outcome of this legal case. Graham Dott faces 2 charges of sexually abusing 2 children in Glasgow and Lanarkshire. The first charge is an allegation involving a young girl that dates back to the mid-1990s when Dott was a teenager. The second charge covers a period between 2006 and 2010. Prosecutors alleged he repeatedly sexually abused a young boy. Now, as the trial got underway this morning, Dott's lawyer said that he pleads not guilty to both charges. Evidence will continue this afternoon and the trial is expected to last between 4 and 5 days.
Stephen in Glasgow, thank you. South East Water has said drinking water supplies have been restored to around 7,600 properties in Kent which had been experiencing no water or low pressure. More than 8,000 customers were affected by the latest supply disruptions, which the company said was a result of prolonged hot weather, high demand, pipe bursts and power issues. Official figures indicate the number of job vacancies in the UK has fallen to its lowest level in more than 5 years. The Office for National Statistics said there were around 6,000 fewer jobs being advertised between May and July compared with the previous 3-month period. The overall UK unemployment rate remained unchanged at 4.9%. Wetherspoons has banned customers from playing music or taking phone calls and loudspeakers in all 792 of its pubs. The Wetherspoons founder, Sir Tim Martin, said in a world dominated by other people's music, he wanted his pubs to be an oasis of tranquility. A major trial gets underway in California today where the tech firm Meta will be accused of deliberately designing some of its platforms to be addictive to young users. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, is also accused of misleading the public. It strongly denies the claims. Our North America technology correspondent Lily Jamali reports.
It's being called the largest consumer protection lawsuit in American history, bigger than cases brought against big tobacco more than 2 decades ago. The trial, starting today, could see the likes of Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testify in defense of his company. It stems from this complaint filed in 2023 by dozens of U.S. states alleging Meta incorporated harmful features on Instagram and Facebook to drive engagement among young users to boost profits, and then misled the public about it.
This is an issue that goes back decades. It goes back to the design that went into the way that these platforms were built. And features that we all know all too well. The nudges that come to get our attention, the infinite scroll, and all those types of things that have been proven to especially affect children.
The Meta spokesperson said, quote, "We stand by our record of creating strong protections for teens and look forward to making our case in court." The issue of social media safety among young users has been championed by advocates including the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who earlier this year met and thanked bereaved parents, some from the UK, who were taking on the social media firms they believe played a part in their children's deaths. Families also attended a high-profile trial in Los Angeles this year, where a jury granted a 20-year-old California woman $6 million on claims Instagram and Google's YouTube harmed her mental health. And in New Mexico, the Attorney General recently convinced a jury Meta deliberately endangered children, prompting nearly $1 billion in fines. Meta is appealing, but a judge has ordered more rigorous age rules and a stop to overnight push notifications for users under 18.
Even small changes that could be more socially responsible and could be more transparent and accountable would make a big difference.
And with the legal firepower brought by U.S. states, experts say those changes could one day become reality. Lily Jamali, BBC News, San Francisco.
Artificial intelligence is increasingly part of daily life, and in recruitment, it helps businesses to shortlist candidates. In the United Kingdom and the United States, 9 out of 10 organisations use AI as part of the hiring process. And it might be faster, but it does come with challenges, and hiring managers say it's become harder to tell the difference between a genuinely skilled candidate and someone who used AI on their application. There's also concern it could contribute to discrimination, with older women most likely to be negatively impacted. Megan Owen reports.
I'm 49 years old. I've applied to 442 jobs. Haven't heard back from most of them. I haven't had so much as an interview. I think my age is getting in the way. I'm 54 years old. I do think that there's something wrong with the screening software.
I've spoken to over 50 midlife women who've held senior roles, sent hundreds of CVs, and can't find a job. Although there's limited evidence, most of them suspect AI might be playing a role.
So many women are being left out of the workforce.
52-year-old Stacey is one of them. Following a successful career in fashion spanning decades, now unable to find work in 16 months, she took to social media to ask whether other women her age were going through the same thing.
The messages I received from women from all over the world was mind-blowing. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, this is not just a me problem. When we get to a quote-unquote certain age, we are discarded. We are no longer useful. We're no longer good to look at. If AI is a reflection of society, then we have to change the filters.
Like others we've spoken to, Stacey says she was advised to Botox her CV. That means removing years of experience and anything that might reveal her age. There are growing concerns across the industry that AI could be disadvantaging midlife women. The body which represents London's financial district not only estimates that AI could displace 119,000 women's jobs in the sector by 2035, it's also raised concerns about the growing use of AI in the early stages of recruitment.
There is quite a high level of concern that AI at initial recruitment level, particularly at that point where people are firstly filling out applications, sending along CVs, that the nature of what is being assessed by AI at the moment doesn't account for the skills of a vast body of women.
That could mean things like gaps in CVs when women have taken time off to have children. The tricky thing is, we don't quite know how these tools work, and experts say that often the companies using them don't either.
It's really difficult to say for sure whether these tools are biased because there is a lack of regulation globally that require these providers to show how their tools work and what information they've been trained on, what attributes they're using to score. In my view, more needs to be done to ensure that providers can demonstrate with evidence that their tools aren't biased.
AI providers we contacted told us they are responsible and rigorously test their systems, and the tools help recruiters to sift through more applications than ever before. This comes against a backdrop of rising unemployment across the board. Stacey says she's also been contacted by men going through the same thing, but believes AI has made gendered ageism worse.
I want us to, as a group, to be heard and to be seen and for gendered ageism in the context of midlife women to become a thing of the past.
Megan Owen, BBC News.
Next, making money from wool hasn't always been easy for farmers, with some resorting to burning fleeces because the value had fallen so low. But as global stockpiles have reduced, the market has turned, and in the last year, prices are up more than 70%. Our Wales correspondent, Will Griffith, has more.
The rolling hills above Llanfaircyfeinion play a tiny part in a big global commodity boom in the price of wool.
Come on.
These sheep were sheared in the spring as temperatures rose, their fleeces fetching around 70% more than they would have a year ago. It all helps Wyn Williams, who's seen the cost of farming rise rapidly too.
Well, it helps to cover the costs. You know, we've got shearers coming in, professional shearers, experience. It's not everybody that can shear. And most importantly, we have to shear from an animal welfare and health perspective. You know, who would want a big, strong winter coat still on with the excessive heat that we've got at the moment?
Just as the best shearers can work and compete around the world, wool trade is international. During the pandemic years, demand dropped, prices slumped. Now things have started heading in the opposite direction.
If we look at the global markets, there's less sheep in Wales, less sheep in the UK, producing less wool. The limited supply that we have, including the increased demand, is increasing, obviously, the competition in the auction, which farmers are going to see the benefits of that.
At this depot in Newtown, they sort through 68 different types of wool, all destined for different products.
From here, the wool can go into almost anything, not just clothing and carpets, but bedding, flood defences, compost, even slug pellets.
Turning fleeces into fibres is still a hands-on manual job. Barry says he can work through 2,000 in a day.
With the grey fibres in this fleece, obviously you can't dye it any other colour rather than grey or black because of the fibres in the fleece. Whereas if you've got a nice white fleece like that one, you're able to dye that pink, green, blue, whatever colour you want. So there's more value to this fleece than there is this one. That will go into like men's knitwear, so like your suits and stuff like that. Whereas this type of fleece, that will tend to go into a carpet blend and stuff like that because of the colour.
So you'll wear one and walk on the other?
You'll wear one and walk on the other, yeah.
It's only a couple of years since some farmers were burning fleeces in despair at low wool prices. There is now at least some more hope on the horizon. Hywel Griffith, BBC News in Llanfaircyfeinion.
Just gone 1:30, a reminder of our top headline this afternoon. The Prime Minister tells Moscow we stand by Ukraine 100% after Russia warns of consequences to British-made drones being used in Ukraine's war efforts. Coming up, we'll be meeting the former builder who opened his own gym to support young people with additional needs. That all-important full weather forecast in the next half hour, but time for a quick check-in. Today we have Chris. Hi there.
Hi Nina, and it's been a pretty cloudy start to the day. Some of us have seen a bit of rain over the last 24 hours, but others are still waiting to see some decent wet weather. Across parts of East Anglia, southern England, there are a number of places that have seen less than 1 millimetre of rain. This is just a few of those places, but there is some rain in the forecast. Now, the heaviest rain, I think, over the next few days is going to be working across Northern Ireland, Northern England, the North Midlands, North Wales, but even in the south, there should be a little bit of rain to come over the next few days. So the weather on the turn, we do have some rather more cloudy conditions on the way with rain at times, but heading back into the weekend, it looks like the weather should become dry for most of us, with sunshine returning for many. Nina.
We'll be glad it's back, won't we? Thanks, Chris. Now, women who were affected by changes to the state pension age are urging the Prime Minister to meet them and discuss compensation for those born in the 1950s. During his time as Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham criticised Keir Starmer's then government for declining to compensate the so-called WASPy women. Graham Satchell reports.
Pension is alright. It's been a long campaign for the so-called WASPy women. They say they weren't given sufficient notice of proposed changes to the state pension age and have been treated appallingly by successive governments. We filmed Felicity 10 years ago. She thought she'd get her state pension at 60, but was shocked when she found out she wouldn't get it till she was 64. She took up walking people's dogs and busking to supplement her income.
It's been fast-tracked so fast that people haven't been able to get their heads around it, and it's making people very ill and stressed.
The age to claim a state pension had been 60 for women and 65 for men. From 2010, the state pension age for women was due to gradually increase to 65 over the following decade, but it was then announced the process would happen by 2018, 2 years sooner than originally announced. 2 years ago, the Parliamentary Ombudsman concluded women hadn't been adequately informed of the proposed changes and said 3.5 million women should get compensation. That was rejected by the government. The reaction from the then Mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham, was stinging.
I'm not going to try to defend the decision from the government, Mike, today, because many of us supported the WASPI women in opposition, and to me, you've got to follow through on that and honour what was said.
Since those comments were made, Andy Burnham has rowed back on paying compensation, saying other measures could be taken, like subsidised transport. Nonetheless, the WASPI women have now written to the Prime Minister requesting a meeting.
We've known Andy for 10 years, and the man that we saw at the very beginning is the man that you see now as well.
I mean, look what he's done so far with making small inroads into the cost of living. This wouldn't all have to be paid in a week. You know, it could be spread over maybe 1, 2 or 3 years, and it is a once-only payment. So he might not be able to do everything for everyone all at the same time, but he can do something for everyone all at the same time until it's resolved.
10 years on, Felicity's message still holds true.
Don't mess with WASPI women, because we sting.
Graham Satchell with that report. We're back soon from Salford, but now on BBC One, it's time to join our colleagues with the news wherever you are.
Thank you, Nina, and welcome to BBC London with me, Tolu Adeoye. Good afternoon. Threatened with being killed whilst on a bus for wearing a face veil, Londoner Salsabil has been telling BBC London she's being abused daily because she wears a niqab. The 21-year-old says she's now given up reporting incidents because they've become so frequent. It comes as data shared with us by London's Victims Commissioner shows that Islamophobic hate crime has increased by more than 31% in the last year. Alice Bandakravi has been speaking to Salsabil.
A bus ride home that descended into a punch-up. 21-year-old Salsabil says only one passenger came to her defence when another man had threatened her because of her appearance.
Are you okay? Are you okay, miss? What did he say to you?
And he was swearing at me for the way I'm dressed. I went to go sit down, and this passenger stopped me again very aggressively, telling me that I'm not welcome with this veil on my face, that this is terrorism, this is not religion, saying that if I refuse to take off my veil, that he will take it off for me. He was threatening to end my life.
Did he use those words?
He said kill. Yeah.
I'm going to kill you?
Yes. He came quite close to me, as if he was coming to hit me, and that's when the passenger at the back got up and he started screaming and yelling. So this Islamophobic passenger went to the back and he went to go punch the defender. At this point, I go to the bus driver and I tell him what's going on. I genuinely thought that I was gonna be seriously injured. I felt so alone. So I'm so grateful for the passenger who did step in and defend me.
Salsabil says abuse like this is so common that it's become almost normalised.
This happens to me really often, that if I report every single incident, I think I would probably just live at the police.
How often does this happen to you?
Every day.
Like this? People talk to you, people assault you, people abuse you, people shout at you.
Spitting, barging, pushing. It happens to me every single day. we kind of convince ourselves that this is something we have to tolerate rather than report. I think also the lack of confidence that we have in the police. A lot of women do report incidents like this and they are dismissed. And being dismissed is very demotivating to ever approach the police again. Which is something I personally experienced. But I did go to the police and I did report an incident and they were quite dismissive about it.
And according to the Victims Commissioner, faith hate crime has increased by over 25% in London in the last year, including a rise of 31% in Islamophobic offences.
Sadly, I don't think it is a one-off experience. It's why we have to be very concerned that this is something that's affecting particularly those who might be visibly identifiable by clothing and dress and attire as being Muslim or being of a faith background. I think it's really concerning to hear that someone who was subjected to this kind of behaviour felt that they were unable to report what had happened to them to the police because they lacked confidence that anything would be done about it.
I was born and raised in London and I've always felt safe wearing the hijab, but I think recently, for the past year, I haven't felt safe, especially going out public transport. I don't feel safe. I want people to understand that Muslim women are just women living their lives. We should never justify abuse based on how someone dresses. If a woman chooses to wear the hijab or the niqab or doesn't choose to wear any religious clothing, she should never feel unsafe.
Well, BBC London has approached both TfL and the Met, who say they are looking into the incident. They added that they take a zero-tolerance approach to anti-Muslim hate. And if you've been affected by the issues in that story, you can find organisations for advice and support via BBC Action Line. Details there.
No stupid threatening letters, all that nonsense.
A man has died after being shot in East London. Police were called to St Bartholomew's Road in East Hants around 3 o'clock this morning. A man in his 40s was found inside a vehicle with gunshot wounds. No one has been arrested. New figures show London has the highest rate of youth unemployment in the UK. The figures from the Office for National Statistics show 1 in 4 in the capital are out of work. That's around 135,000 young people. Now, months after a burst water pipe flooded homes and businesses in North London, some shops are still unable to reopen as they wait for compensation. Islington Council says 40% of businesses on Caledonian Road that made a claim have received nothing since the flooding in February. Thames Water says it's continuing to work through the claims. Bryony Williams has the story.
The dramatic scenes from Caledonian Road when it turned into a river in February. A burst pipe left businesses and homes flooded. After suffering huge losses, some shops are still not open. The owner of Zach's Tailoring has spent months trying to make a claim with Thames Water.
The shop is in crisis. Thames Water still is not paying my tenancy rent, my wages, and they damage my business, and a lot of stuff is downstairs. All items are lost. It's really, really difficult. Every month I pay from my pocket. I'm spending from my pocket because I'm not working. I'm not receiving any money.
5 months on and only 8 out of 48 business claims with Thames Water have been fully settled, with roughly 40% not receiving interim payments. And even for businesses that have reopened, it's been a battle with the water company getting the compensation.
Water was had gone up to here.
Eleni Lashine has run her beauty salon on Caledonian Road for 18 years.
And then every single bit of furniture that was in this front area was contaminated and it had to go, but literally wiped out.
The shop opened its doors again in May, but late payments from Thames Water has affected Eleni's credit rating. She says poor communication from the company made it an incredibly stressful time.
I would say that was one of the worst experiences I've ever been through, and I'm quite a tough cookie, but that tested me a lot. To them it's just an insurance spreadsheet. To us, it's our livelihood, it's our business.
Terrible, isn't it? Oh, you're joking. He tricked me, look. One of them was damn open. He tricked me. You boy, look.
But now
Look at this mess. You boy tricked me.
Well, in a statement, Thames Water says, following the incident, our insurance claims handlers were appointed to assess each claim on its individual circumstances, and they're still working with businesses affected to progress any outstanding cases. cases as quickly as possible. It also adds, we appreciate that some businesses may be frustrated by the duration of the process. As some claims remain active, it would not be appropriate to comment on individual cases. The local council says this isn't good enough.
We've supported as much as we can. We're putting pressure on Thames Water. You know, we just want them to pay out. We've had the Cali traders have been amazing, but it's actually their duty. There's only so much we can do, but we won't stop the phone calls, the emails, and putting pressure on until everybody is paid out. But it's disgusting. It's 5 months on, and they haven't got their act together.
The water company says it remains committed to supporting customers, but for some traders on Caledonian Road, the uncertainty remains as to if and when they can actually start trading again. Bryony Williams, BBC London.
Treat how you treat it. I know, miss.
Time for a look at the weather now. Here's John Hammond.
Right.
Hi there. With so little rain for so long, it's going to be a slow, long journey back to normality. We made a start. A few pockets appeared earlier on today across the capital, but it will be mostly dry through the rest of the day.
Right.
Looking further ahead,
so nice,
prospect
guys. I
of
love it
some
so much.
rain, particularly through the early hours of tomorrow morning. Been a fair bit of cloud around, hasn't there, so far today, but every chance that cloud will break to reveal some hazy sunshine. If the sun comes out for any length of time, mid-20s is possible. Still feeling quite humid, but certainly much less hot than it has been. Dry start to the night. Again, a fair bit of cloud. That cloud thickening as we head yes, a band of rain. Won't last all that long, but a few millimetres.
What do we do?
Every little helps, doesn't it? Our temperature's down to 14, 15, 16 degrees, so still on the muggy side. Could be a damp start
What
then
do we do?
for some of us. That'll clear southwards. The skies will brighten, the sun will come out. Then the odd shower will pop up through the afternoon, and one or two could be quite heavy, but very hit and miss. Still a lot of dry weather around. Not as warm as it has been. I'm sure is a blessed relief for many of us. Looking further ahead, some sharper showers I fancy on Thursday. It does dry up through the weekend, but there will be some rain returning later on next week.
Is it right?
That's all from BBC London this lunchtime. There's plenty more on our website and social media. Riz will have a 6:30 programme later. But now it's back to Nina with the rest of the BBC News at 1. Do have a very good day.
Yeah, money. Gosh. I thought you already taken today. I'm going to look like.
Former workers at the UK's newest prison have told the BBC of a chaotic atmosphere, saying Millsky Prison near York was understaffed with inadequate training. The jail's interim director is said to have acknowledged that recruitment has been difficult. A warning, this report from Louise Fuster contains flashing images.
There's police cars in front of a bomb squad vehicle entering Psych.
Good.
I watched it out of my bedroom window. Maybe 15-20 minutes later we had a terrific bang.
Prisoners have iPads in their cells, and they were relaying information out to families about what was happening as it was happening.
On a warm summer's evening in the village of Full Sutton, the peace is disturbed as emergency services head for Millsike Prison.
There's a bomb. Are you for real?
The firm managing the prison, Mighty, says there was no viable device. Other prisons have had bomb squad call-outs before, but this is just one of a number of different incidents since Millsike opened last March to much fanfare. This prison sets the standard for the future because it is a prison designed to cut crime.
This guy on the wing absolutely lost it. He started throwing pool balls around, and then it escalated. That's when the outside squad stepped in.
That squad is an elite unit shown here in training who respond to the most serious incidents in prisons. Last year they were called to Millsike 7 times, compared to the 4 other privately run Cat C prisons in England that we've got data for. That's higher than all but one, despite Millsike having fewer prisoners. Mighty says Millsike's figures are in line with expectations for a Cat C prison.
I've spoken to 6 other former workers. Most said they didn't feel safe working at Millsike, and there were too few staff to deal with a number of prisoners.
We were sworn at, spat at, we had feces thrown at us.
Mighty told us safety remains their highest priority and is operating in line with plans agreed with the Ministry of Justice. They say they maintain a safe, secure and supportive environment for prisoners, colleagues and visitors. A Ministry of Justice spokesperson said they ran a robust procurement process before awarding the contract and would act when standards fall short. Louise Fewster, BBC News.
No, miss.
Now, anyone living with eczema knows it can be excruciating and debilitating. But now UK doctors are trying a new biological drug which they hope could revolutionise treatment. We meet 10-year-old Holly, who's on the trial.
This was a constant struggle for Holly. Painful, itchy skin that affected many areas of her life.
It hurt when I bent my arm because it cracked open and it kept weeping and it felt really itchy. I wanted to scratch it, but I couldn't scratch it because I knew it would hurt.
The 10-year-old from Sheffield had suffered with chronic eczema since she was a toddler. Holly's eczema often got infected. At one point, she developed septicemia.
She ended up getting admitted into hospital for 10 days and being put on drips and other medications. So yeah, she was really poorly. Doctors were really concerned to whether she were actually going to make it back out of hospital. So yeah, we're quite scary.
Just look at your arm where it used to be really bad here, didn't it? And now there's just...
Holly has been on a clinical trial at the Commercial Research Delivery Centre at Sheffield Children's Hospital, the only hub of its kind in the UK. It involved fortnightly injections of a new drug, the name of which can't be disclosed yet.
Let me tell you a counteraction to that, yeah? I used to get a beautiful child, I'm going to tell you her name. She had eczema, asthma and hay fever, and this thing was in her hand. And it would cram up her hand and she couldn't do anything. The touch was horrible. We went everywhere to try and get something. The only place that sorted it out was the Chinese. It cost £60 that time. It was 1992. You boil it and you drink it. And their herbs gets rid of that. They're saying take injections and all that. And go and see the Chinese people. And go and show them the condition you got, and they will give you something to boil down and drink, and that gets rid of it. Not all this what they're saying. And that was eczema, asthma and hay fever. She had all 3 of them. And it cured it straight away. But you have to just keep drinking it. It's your medicine. Others' health, it comes from the ground as well. They're not telling you these things.
Biologic drugs are the next generation of treatment. They're really clever.
Not at all.
So in the past, we just used things like steroids to suppress inflammation. Really crude, lots of side effects. Biologic drugs
I'm just
are
going to
very
say
clever.
that. There's no side
They
effects
actually
and no
switch
withdrawals.
off the
But with
underlying
theirs there
problem.
is.
So they correct what's gone wrong, and that's why they have very few side effects and they're very, very effective.
The treatment has been life-changing for Holly, clearing all but around 5% of her eczema, and she's no longer affected by the allergies connected to her condition.
Easy come, easy go. Don't take it personal. No.
All but around 5% of her eczema, and she's no longer affected by the allergies connected to her condition, which now means she can play with her grandma's dog and enjoy more time outdoors.
It was amazing, honestly. It was a weight off our shoulders, wasn't it? She was able to do things more with her sister. She was able to do so much that she restricted herself from doing. So, yeah, nice. Seeing her being a child again, it was lovely.
Karen Wheatley with that report. Now, a former builder who started fitness training sessions for young people with special needs has become so popular he's opened his own gym. Bobby Rand was inspired after a video of him training with his brother Shay, who has disabilities, went viral online, and Joe Black has been to see them.
Right, jogging. I want a fast jog. When I say go, you ready, Sean? We're going to sit down.
This is Fitness by Bobby. Exercise classes for children with additional needs. A concept inspired by Bobby's younger brother, Shay, who has autism and learning disabilities.
Shay, growing up, couldn't learn things as fast as other children. And because of that, he wasn't always allowed or let into clubs or groups that other children would be allowed into, which is why I'm trying to create a place like this where children like Shay or anyone who's got a disability, low confidence, anxiety, whatever it might be, can feel comfortable coming to a club.
You might sound great, even though not too much better. I got
2 years ago, Bobby's setup was much more humble.
They didn't know COVID, you got to wash
He
your hands.
ditched his job as a builder and started training in his parents' garage. When videos of him and Shay boxing went viral, it prompted an outpouring of affection on social media.
Non-stop punching as fast as you can.
It enabled him to grow his business and opened this brand new gym.
Rex has got autism, ADHD, and a genetic condition called Coffin-Cyrus syndrome. Do you want to talk? Okay. It can be, as you can see, a bit pushy and shoving when it gets too much for him. At home, he's the most placid child ever, but when we're out and about, so actually being somewhere like this, where people get him.
The kids love it. They aspire to be like Bobby and Shay. They really do.
Speaking to some of the parents who say that they just love watching you two together because you've got this great relationship, and obviously you're now helping other people as well. So how does that feel?
Helpful because parents are good. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can have those people together.
Yeah.
So tell me why you like coming to Bobby's class.
They love punching.
I'm really glad I had Bobby as my boxing coach because he learns me how to box and do different moves that I haven't done before.
Bobby's goal is simple: to create an inclusive environment for kids, whatever their needs. And, as he always promised, he's doing it with his brother Shay by his side. Joe Black, BBC News in Rugby.
Well done, Bobby and Shay. What a great gang. Let's check in with Chris and find out what the weather has in store and how long the rain is here for.
Yeah, well, some of us will be looking at some decent rain this week, Nina, and of course that will be welcome, I'm sure, by many. Today we've had a cloudy start to the day, but the clouds starting to thin and break up. A few sunny spells in the forecast, but in terms of rain, There are a whole swathe of southern and eastern England that have had less than 1 millimetre of rain so far this month. It's been nearly bone dry, but there's much more rain on the way over the next few days. We'll all get some, I think, but the heaviest rain looks set to move across Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales and the North Midlands as well. Satellite picture shows extensive clouds streaming in off the Atlantic. A little bump in the cloud just to the west here is going to be bringing a zone of heavier rain to some central portions of the UK overnight. But before we get there, we've got a cloud round today. A few sunny spells breaking through across southern England, southern Wales and South Midlands. We've got some bright skies as well in Scotland, but here there are also a number of showers, some of those quite heavy. Our temperature is about 17 to 20 for northern areas, and between about 20 and 25 Celsius for much of England and Wales. We'll take a look at the forecast then overnight. That bump of cloud I showed you a moment ago, here it comes. This zone of rain pushing across Northern Ireland into Northern England, where it's going to be quite heavy. We then get this zone of rain sweeping its way southwards across Wales, East Anglia, Southern England. By the time it reaches the southeast, there won't be a huge amount of rain left on it, just a millimetre or two. So a damp start to the day rather than a huge amount of rain. But then for tomorrow, we've got another area of low pressure that's set to move in. That's going to be bringing rain and showers across many areas over the next couple of days. Now for Wednesday, we start off with rain across the south, clearing away. The skies brighten up slowly with some sunny spells. Showers will develop. They'll be particularly heavy and numerous for Northern Ireland and Western Scotland, but there could be a few for England and Wales as well. Our temperatures overall similar to those of today, but a little bit down across East Anglia and South East England, a bit closer to average. By Thursday, we see heavy rain, probably some thunderstorms mixed in across parts of southern Scotland, northern England, Wales and North Midlands. Now, the amount of rain we get from these is going to vary a lot from place to place, but some of them could be lively enough to cause 1 or 2 areas of surface water flooding, especially given that the ground is rock hard after our exceptionally dry run of weather this summer. Into Friday, still a few showers left over across parts of southern and eastern England. Otherwise, the weather will start to turn drier across northern areas as a ridge of high pressure builds in. And so,
just judging from the responses,
the White House is responding to you. I think you've succeeded.
There you go. Well, I'm going to talk to him shortly, explain to everybody what this is all about if they haven't seen it, because it's been quite a 24.
You'll never want to go back to traditional buckle belts again. It's incredibly comfortable, you will barely feel it, yet it holds your pants perfectly in place.
Get along with them very well. Now what I'm doing is making... Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news.
I just wanted to follow up on this last
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you
You're a
to
fake
scale that.
Listen to how he talks to women. Be quiet. Be quiet. Isn't that, and guess what date this is? It says today, guys. The 18th of August 2026. Is that today, guys? The 18th of August. Isn't that how he speaks to women? Where are you from? See it? Be quiet. But listen to it. Isn't that how he speaks to women? Be quiet. Listen to how he speaks to women.
Get along with them very well. Now what I'm doing is making... Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet.
Quiet.
Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news.
I just wanted to follow up on this last
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was trying to find out if you had been talking to Kim Jong-un, if he had asked you to scale that on the military exercises.
Now, I asked the president about these parallel talks that are taking place between Iran and Oman about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the president told Fox News, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the S out of them.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Hasn't he?
Troublemaker. Look at you.
Yeah, he has.
Did you speak to him? Did you speak to him before you made the announcement yesterday?
I'm very positive.
That was President Trump yesterday treating reporters with derision, U.S. allies with threats, and U.S. enemies with kid gloves. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Willie, it just really you really always hate to say, well, maybe this is as chaotic as it's ever been inside the White House.
No,
but
it hasn't started yet.
You have White House doing completely bizarre things at a time when Reuters headline, you know,
hasn't started yet.
32%. I think the president's at 33%. In the latest Reuters poll. These polls are at an all-time low, and as Mark Halpern was writing this morning in his newsletter, usually this is the time when White House operations churn, get those numbers up, and they try to do big things. But you had yesterday, bloodthirsty communist dictator on the planet in Kim Jong-un, who is threatened to nuke America repeatedly. And then, you know, another thing Halpern talked about was this bizarre lurch. The Washington Post story about the White House attacking a CNN reporter and invoking her children, which, again, even for the White House, is strange. I went back and looked at it and trying to figure out where in the world that came from. And yeah, it's just for our allies, for our enemies, for everyone in between. It certainly was a disturbing day out of the White House and had to be concerning, especially for South Korea and other people who have been allies for over 80 years.
Yeah, you know things are going poorly. This is a telltale sign from this president when he attacks the media, attacks reporters, attacks the sources of these stories. He was asked in that Oval Office meeting where he was honoring that 16-year-old lifeguard from California that so many of us saw, who was a hero, and kind of roping him in on this kid who saved a 10-year-old in the surf, roping him in on the attacks of a reporter. And the president asked really important questions, like you said, about us turning our backs on our ally South Korea and embracing Kim Jong-un, the dictator Kim Jong-un, who President Trump in past years has bragged about writing love letters with, turning our back because things in Iran aren't going the way he wanted, saying he asked South Korea for help in Iran. They said no thanks, so we're going to leave them alone then and turn to North Korea. Also asked about the USS Abraham Lincoln. Those reports not just from CNN, but from us at MS Now, the New York Times, and many outlets, quoting the families of sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln about reports of decrepit living on that ship, and him discrediting those yesterday, dismissing them and saying, no, everything's fine on that ship. So he was worked up about those very real questions, but specifically the attack that you heard against CNN's Kristen Holmes. She's the reporter. She earlier had asked about Senator John Ossoff and the comments he made on Sunday, saying the president would rather travel with his aide, Natalie Harp, than do his job as commander-in-chief. Following the president's anger that you saw there in the Oval Office, the White House rapid response account followed up with an attack, calling Holmes a, quote, disgraceful, humiliating embarrassment to her alleged profession. In a follow-up post, the account added, here's what you were talking about, Joe. Someday, your children will come across your disgusting and inhumane question. They will be sickened and embarrassed to have a parent be so callous and vindictive. That's coming from an official account out of the White House talking about a reporter in the Oval Office.
Yeah, like why? I mean, why? And by the way, if they didn't like John Ossoff's speech, this is the Trump team being trumped. They have given John Ossoff 3 days. 3 days of coverage all across, not just social media, but mainstream media.
I've been out there. You want to see the mess out there, guys. What is today? Today is Tuesday, yes? So it must have been yesterday, or I don't know, they did a weekend thing or whatever, and it is just an absolute mess, guys. You'd think that no one don't put bins there, which there's plenty bins there, but these people are just so filthy. Do you want to go out and have a look at it? I pity the litter man who has to go and pick up all that rubbish. It's absolutely a joke, right? But that just goes to show how nasty you really are. That's what that goes to show, right? And we want to know who your other slave died for, right? Because people don't live like that. When people use whatever they use, they chuck it in the bin. They don't just leave it there on the floor for everyone to just tread on it. And just leave it there. Oh, someone else is there. I must just leave mine there. I must just leave mine there. And then you get rats that come in and think, oh, let's eat that. Because you're too lazy to put it in the bin. You want to stop eating that rubbish pizza. That's all you keep seeing out there. Pizza bits left and pizza this and the dip that goes with it. Everything done. The only thing that's not left there is you. Even the serviettes they leave there. Even the serviettes they used to wipe their dirty mouths. They leave the serviette there as well. Why does somebody have to pick up your scraps? But you can't see it because they've told you how great you are. Well, that's not greatness. That's laziness. That's nastiness. That's not greatness. That is not greatness, guys. That's not looking after your earth. That's not looking after your planet. That's just showing that you're a savage. You should be lucky that you're being fed. Well, when you finish the food, put it in a damn bin. Not even the basics, you know, guys. Not even the basics.
By this bizarre attack against this reporter and her children, it just doesn't really make any sense. And Willie, I mean, I don't understand, but they are those. Make no mistake.
Always make me cry until you say I didn't feel to all. Now you walk down on me, left me in me only. Then you say I didn't feel to
They need to take a back seat then and just let people make mistakes and learn and join up together. You stop people from joining. You just want everything to be white. And then you want us to be under your control. And that cannot be so because we're under Father's control, not your control. You need to get that foolishness out your head. Right? Because it's absolute, just ridiculous. You don't even know what Father's name is. And he's the one who's creating everything. And you don't even know his name. That's how much power you got. You don't even know the Father's name who created the dance. Are you stupid or what? Huh? Don't you think you need to start again? Don't you think you need to be reborn again? Rasta. Most of them are dead. Most of them are dead then. But the message still goes on. Damn right, excuse me. Excuse me. And there's only certain sons can play it then. And that's no disrespect to no white boy. You could have David Runnigan to it, can't David Runnigan no more. You could have given MBE to it, can't give MBE no more. He's not the son. He's a converted son. We don't want to hear about the converts. We want to hear about the original son. You keep giving us converts. And converts always make it out their way. We don't want converts done. We want it as it says it in the book, to the letter. Right? Because it says, miss, I put all these diseases and infections on them. I'll chuck them all at you. It says that. That's what it says. Revelation chapter 22, the last bit of it. So you can't see, it's the last bit. So when you're walking around with your infection and that, people who know what's going on know why you're full of disease and infection. And then these children here who haven't had a cold, by the way, that should open your eyes, shouldn't it? No, but you're still arrogant about you're the greatest. You're the greatest here, but you're full of disease and infection. So how can you be the greatest? Obviously what he's telling you doesn't make sense, does it? He's lying to you and thinks he can suppress it with his drugs. No, because that has withdrawal and side effects to it. That makes it even worse when you go to that rubbish, because then you're addicted to that, and that is the whole idea of it. Pharmaceutical. Go and find out the meaning of that word, and that's the baseline of his rubbish. And everyone's addicted to that, including me. Right? But the Father's not going to account to you for anything for that at all. You don't have to worry about that. That's designed for you to be on that. But when whatever you're on, make sure you're still praising Father and asking him for help, or asking Jesus for help, so you can get off whatever it is you're on. Don't start beating up yourself because you're on these things, what they designed to put you on. And you're in a world where Father's put everyone in here because of the damn Adam and the damn Hawa, who you call Eve, who had the damn apple. And this is why we're suffering. But then we're going to get taken out of here and put back in the garden, where the smell knocks you out because it's so beautiful, and the trees of the smell knocks you out, and the trees can come on and take you somewhere. That kind of dance, not this. This is the punishment, because we didn't do what Father says to do. So imagine what else he can do to us bad, and imagine what else good he can do to us. But they don't want you to know about these things, because they want you to die with them in the lake of the fire. There it is, there. Right, and you need to disconnect yourself from these idiots. And that's what they are, guys. They're idiots to humanity. They're idiots to humanity. Don't forget that. Right? They might be alright with their stolen items on stolen property, which is not good. It's still cursed. So everything they do and say is cursed. So if you attach yourself to that, you again become cursed with them. Because the wickedness is in them, cannot be taken out. You and your good self cannot. You're just going to get infected. Because they're not interchanged. They think they have a right to come and bring 1600 onwards and think they're going to change the whole dance. And to these people who don't even like themselves, who rape their own women, who put laws in not for children. This is a Satan dance, Rasta. Totally against humanity, totally against it, totally against it, just totally against it. And anyone who's nice, anyone who's got good ways, they come into you and they change you, because you're too nice. And if you can't control it, they'll strangle you and kill you. And that is the dance, man, because if they knew how to treat you, they treat you like a princess. They won't be wanting to strangle you. They'll be looking every day ways to make you feel nice, ways to make you feel good. They don't do that, they do the opposite. Because they're insecure. That's why. They're insecure little boys. That's why. Because if there was grown men, they wouldn't treat you like that. They're scared of losing you. They're scared of having to deal with themselves. This is why they commit suicide, so much white boys. Because there's so much nonsense they've been filled up with. So much foolishness you've been filling up with. They're so confused, poor white boys. They're so confused. And then you bring them into war, right? And their friends they've all seen being killed, and then they've killed so much people just to stay alive, and then they come back haunted. And this is what you do to your sons. And you mustn't go to people's country with the plan of killing people and taking their stuff. Well, that's all you people do, and you dress it up like it's all right to do. It's not all right to do. It's not all right to do at all. It has consequences. Beautiful children. Don't go around killing people, man, for their riches. Save up and get your own. Or go and ask Father and he'll give it to you. Don't kill people for stuff. You don't need to. There's so much there. You don't need to kill no one. They do, because they've never had anything. Tramps. Savage. Don't be a savage.
When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? I should have stayed on the phone. Should have listened to my man. You know you can hold me forever. I didn't sign up for you.
Mongrels.
I got a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing.
Welcome to life.
Worries. Britain. Worries. British tuna. I just said that in it. I'll say it again. British tuna. Huh. I'm not talking about his sexuality, am I? You was looking to put people down. I didn't say anything about his sexuality. I just said British. You was looking to put people down, Rasta. Don't try. The man can sing, Rasta. The man can sing. And he's British, though. He might have a lot of funny ways in which he has. But one thing you can't take away from this man is he can sing, though. Right. Now when it comes to music, you give credit when it's due, bro. You done right to. Don't try. You're gonna put colour and all that. That's why you miss out. Because you're always putting colour in front of things and you don't get to see it, man. You distort it, man. Tuesday today, guys? Yeah, it's Tuesday today. Everyone nice on Tuesday? Quarter to 4. Just doing our thing, as we always do, guys. Is everyone eating yet? I'm eating it. I wanted some fish and chips today. I might let this cook today because I'm British. Just have a British today. Bird's eye, of course. British bird's eye, probably. Because when you eat from Lidl's and their fish food, goes, no, sir. No. Always bird's eye. When it comes to that fish, that fish, no, bird's eye. The captain. Yes. I'm British, right? And it's good fish. I didn't know about the fish, right? I used to be a pescatarian, guys. What's that? God ask grandma. If Young is willing, I am going to see Grandma next month. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? And all I know in the background is make sure you have your shovel and you have your cleaning equipment. Make sure. That's a don't worry, I have it. But she's gonna want it all cleaned and all her neighbours. She's gonna want it clean, and then she'll just show up and say, see, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you that I'm come clean it for you? And she was right, he brought the music, and him have the music to it, didn't I tell you? Yeah. They say, who's that? They say that's one of the other songs that he always brings. He always brings a different song with him. You damn right he do. And we do that since I've been a child at my mum's house. Serious guys, I've been doing that since I've been a child at my mum's house. Bringing children to my mum's house to this day, and they're still friends with them. White children, black children, Asian children. Go and ask them. Me, I bring them to my mum. And they're still friends with Sandra to this day. I mean, sorry, to mum to this day. To this day. So I have no idea what he's saying. All this nonsense about antisocial. I have no idea in this. Then so my father strict. Him come straight down from the sky and say, come here. You are my inheritance. I said, oh no, what now? So don't I get nothing? You don't get no land or nothing. I am your land. I said, wow, isn't that better than land? He said, that's 20 times better than that. I said, stop it. Just stop it, please. Right? And there was many children who was in that same situation, but you just don't know it because the system makes sure you don't know it and make sure you do all the naughty stuff. So if you do qualify, then you don't get it because you're connected to them and they know where they go. It's written. They get to the lake of the fire, right? But you're not written to go to the lake of the fire. They are, you ain't. Excuse me. So I'm trying to wake you up, because don't forget, all we can do is bring you to the clear lake. There's a difference. There's a lake of the fire, and there's a clear lake. Not the lake what they're showing you, it's brown. Not that. That's an insult. We're talking clear. You can see a reflection. And he's so greedy, he thought he could have his own reflection. We're telling him, the reflection that you can see, it's yours, because it's so clear. He wouldn't believe us, Smith. So guess what he would have done? He went and changed the complexion of the water. Just because now he can't get his own complexion that he saw. Now it's dirt, and he can't see it, so he's happy with that. But anyway, all we can do is bring you to the reflection water. Right, we can't put a gun to you and say, drink it. All we can do is bring you there. Whether you drink it, whether you swim in it, or whether you're pissing it, that's down to you. This is where you're going. What do you mean, where am I going? We got more people to get. What do you think this is? Stay and watch you drink it, you damn tramp. There it is there. Then we got more people to get. See you later. I mean, it's on the to know, right? Would need to tell. This is see-through, clear water, and this one's got poo-poo in it. So where is the common sense that Father gives you? No, forget the education, because education will make you pick the poo-poo. Forget the education. Use common sense, right? And common sense will always prevail and tell you to take the clear see-through water, right? But foolish education will tell you to take the brown one. And don't worry about that. If you're sick, we'll give you tablets that'll make you healthy. So then you're addicted to his tablets, to the side effects and withdrawals, which is even worse than anything else. You have no idea who you're dealing with. You have no idea. And then it's got you to hate us. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I remember Satan has 33% of this more than us. And he's used it the wrong way. Now some of us have it, not many. So he's got this thing in the wrong hands. Well, that makes him very powerful, and this is why he can do what he can do. But his time is running out now, and his children are running out now, because people are starting to know who they are, and they're not going to go back into sorry, not Chesterfield. That's where you are going. You're not going to go back to the we call it now the tent. You're not going back to the tent. The Carcass Mountain this year. You're not going back to the Carcass Mountain. You're going to Jessafit. You're going to there in Jerusalem. That's where you're going to die. And you're trying to run that to other people's countries, but Father's put a curse on other countries not to allow you in. Right? Everybody must bring you back. Because don't forget, Father's the one who took you from wherever and brought you to Egypt. Right? So why are you running from Egypt now? Get your ass back in there. right? Because it's there you're going to die. Think that you can control people, say, right, we're moving into where you are because you're Gentiles and we're in control of you, this, that, whatnot. That is a lie. That's a lie. Tell them to get back to Jerusalem. Tell them that's because they're father's children, aren't they? So that's where they need to go. They need to go there and die. That's the plan. And they know that. That's why they're trying to run from there. It's not nice now, is it? When it's equal now, is it? You're not bombing and killing people now when they're answering their phones or they're answering their pages and their families and them are just blowing up in the shopping mall. And you're saying, oh, Israel's got to protect itself. Really? England? Really? Imagine you going shopping, right? And you answer your phone and then you blow up in front of your children blow up as well. And we're going to say, Israel's got to protect itself. You will sell out England. And these are the same people that refuse to share an ambulance with you. They refuse to share a hospital with you. Refuse and make you pay so they have private hospital and ambulance. You don't see these things. Why not? These people have got 12 to 13 to one family. Why? Because they say you pay our bills. Anywhere where we go, because we're God's children, everybody pays our bills. The state pays for us. Why? Because it's Satan's state. They're Satan's children. They don't pay for nothing. The state pays for them. They don't have no hospitals or nothing next to you because they think you're this, they think you're that, and you work for them. So they're not going to have hospitals with you, are they? Open your eyes, man, and see what's going on. Anytime their children go to your school, there's a policeman outside there protecting their child. They don't do that for your child. And you're in your own country. Your sons, they're a sellout. Because English children should be getting that treatment. Not foreigners. Because they say they're who? Father's children. And you don't even like father. So you're doing it so you know they're Satan's children then. So you're part of it then. So you're going to die, guys. You're going to die. And it's not what Father created his world for. Not at all. Not for no backstreet sons to come and scare people and start going like they've got any power. Huh. You stay there. You still don't even know how to treat a woman, this tramp. And he's forgetting he comes out of a woman and then gets nurtured by a woman. Learns everything he knows through a woman. Because 9 out of 10, the man is never there. Never. And if he is there, he's a very, very good man. Right? And he needs red carpet treatment because he doesn't get no mention. Right? But 90% of the time, men are not there. So it's always the woman. You're not mentioning these things, are you, tramp? Your father's never been there for you, has he? Was you born in wedlock? Was you? I bet you wasn't. I was born in wedlock. Was you born in... Resta. You're a joke, Resta. Was you planned or ordained? No, you wasn't. Got no respect. There's no gentleness in you at all. Nothing. your name at all. There is no compulsion around. You're a horrible creature. You're against humanity. And the world's turning against you. And the earth. I don't think you know what humanity is. With the guidance of their father. Look how beautiful they've done in life when everything's turned against them. You can't see it, can you? Because you're so riddled with evil. You can't see what these children have been through, and they're still nice. You can't see it, can you? And this is what makes Father love them even more, and will just do anything they ask, provided they're doing what He says you must do. And that's not a problem. It's hard for you to do it. Not hard for us, but you want to make it like it's hard for us, just because you don't want to do it. You don't have to do it. You're not the children. You can do whatever you want. Alistair Cowley put your law in. You do whatever you want. That's your whole law. Excuse me, manners. Well, we're not created by Alistair Cowley. You are. And you don't want to break away from it, guys, because you're so comfortable in that life. And look at how they treat people. And now you find out that they're controlled by Esau. So your sons are not even controlled by themselves. They're controlled by a different force, which is modern Israel. And then they write horrible things about your best fruits, which are your women, your children, and your elders, and you can't even defend them. Because you sold them out. And that's what you done, sons. You sold them out. And you started that by swapping pregnant women. That's when you started your bollocks. Excuse my language, Grandma. She says, carry on, son. When you started swapping women from Bristol, pregnant women, for items with the Irish. That's where you went wrong. That's where you went wrong. And just for the records, yeah, Rasta, even if sons was to even think of it, father would wipe them out instant, like instant, utterly destroy them, straight away, even to think it, father would wipe his son, it just wipe them out. Because you need to remember that father is in the mother, and father is in the father, and father is definitely in the son. You stupid idiot. You have no idea what you've done, have you? No idea what you've done. And you don't want to make repentance for it, like you think you're going to conquer father. You little stupid little sons. And he's got his 1 and 2 of his little sons now talking to you, saying, come to the front, show us who you are. And you can't even show us who you are. And these are just the infant sons. Huh? You ain't even seen the kings or the emperors. You ain't even seen none of them lot yet. or the princesses, or the empress, or the queen. Weird. You stay there. And this is what Father's doing. He's joining his children up now. You stay there. And it's not the men, right? It's the woman. You need to mind them women. Right? Them women is who you need to mind. Right? Because you never hear think a woman's school. You ever hear about a brown woman or a black woman's school? And she's got a memory like an elephant down. You stay there. Don't forget to know, right? Even your people tell us, anytime you're in any kind of problem, the only thing that will save you, what, the black man? No! Go and see yourself who? A black woman or a brown woman. Don't they tell you that? You stay there. Not the man, you know. They tell you to go and see the woman. You stay there.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. Don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions and traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is a song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down the words. How wonderful life is when you're in the world. I sat on the roof, picked out the moss for a few. All the birds say yes, well they've got me quite cross. But the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting right, but these things I do, you see I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really need, those are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is the song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down the words. How wonderful life is while you're in the world. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down the words. How wonderful life is while you're in the world.
Nice tune, innit? Nice tune, man. When you coming, bro? When you coming? my mind's right next door. It's praying. It's praying as well. Is everyone alright? Is everyone good? So everyone's nice. Even if you're not nice, don't get yourself a name. I'm Yahuwah or I'm Emmanuel. Just stick it down there. Just put down there, innit? And just show them respect. And say, dearly beloved. I'm just gonna secret, but don't speak it. Just start off with dearly beloved. And then just secretly, just talk to them. And then when you finish your talk, you just come out, dearly beloved. You just come out now. You just try and do your thing. Got a name there. They love it. They love it. And all the other spirits around the sea, they get bags. Because you're not bowing down to them. It says don't bow down and make allegiance to none of them. Right? So when you're doing that to them, you're just filling your bank account now. That's what you're doing, guys. That's what you're doing. When you're showing all the spirits here, that you bow down to either Yahuwah or his son. And you're showing them that up front. And they can't do nothing about it, Dan. They can't, nothing at all done. Because these spirits already beat them up. That's what we're going to teach you about on Sunday. They're a joke. When they tell you if you do that, then they will put you to death. Why do you think they tell you that? Because they're losing you. That's why. You get down on your damn hands and knees and you bow to that name. Yes, sir? Because they're frightened of that name. I'm going to tell you to do something. It's going to get you in trouble, am I? I'm going to tell you to do something. It's going to empower you. Beautiful children. And they ain't got no power, none at all. Women have more power than them. We put a curse on them. They ain't got no power. Never had none in the first place anyway. But you know when you fear something, then it has power when you fear it. Because my father says, don't fear none of them. Because if you fear them, then you don't have no fear for me, because you're fearful of them. Right? I mean, I can't put what I need to put in you because you're too fearful. You need to be fearful of me, not them. They're idiots. I keep telling you in the Bible, mighty ones, and not one of them is mighty. And I created them, not me. But I created them, not me. But I created them, and they're idiots. Right? And it pissed me off so much. I just created something called Day 5. And that's in problems. Did it give me problems? It didn't give me problems, but it gave me a little weary problem. Right? Ethereal. And I built it for them. And when they see that, they won't be able to move. They'll be absolutely paralyzed in fear when they see that one lesson. You stay there. And that, right, is for upsetting father. That's what that's for. For taking him as an idiot and putting a dress on him and just only remembering him when it's like, OMG, wait, OMG, OMG. So you're calling his name in vain. What do you think this is? Putting dresses on people who are useful to put dress on. That's just the problem with the West, right? They don't teach you no mannerism. They teach you to honour yourself and honour man. That's what they teach you to do. Honour man and man's tradition. And that will get you killed. Because these men don't even stick up for women. Don't even stick up for children. Don't even stick up for elders. And then get strangers to come on their platform and tell you that we don't stick up for nursing infants. They're a joke, man. What part of humanity do you serve? Right, guys, and this is what Father's coming to take back, but it's going to be violent, because these not going to want to give up. Plus, he wants to give them a beating. He wants to give them a beating, and he wants to remind them briefly that I control this, not me. I control this earth, not me. When I was making measurements, you wasn't there. When I was chucking down thunder, you wasn't there. I was thinking about people, I was throwing it down, and lightning, you wasn't there. You know nothing about this earth. Right? All the good stuff that I've left for vulnerable, all the good stuff I've left for soft, gentle, nice, kind people, you've come and taken. These children have got no weapons. They play in mud. They have fun in mud. They're just children. But you've come there with weaponry, raped them, killed them, and taken their stuff and put yourself there. And expect everything to be alright. Because you thought you hid the history. And the other worst thing about all of it, right, is you show no atonement. Now, Father is very merciful when it comes to someone who knows they've done wrong, and they're genuinely remorseful. He has time for that. But you never not once. The whole 250 years, right? You've been celebrating that nonsense every year, right? I think it's like on the 17th or 1776, sorry. The 4th of July, 1776, there it is. And every year you celebrate that, every year, and you don't even think about the people you murdered. And this is why humanity is turning against you. This is why. Because even those who did it to Hitler, right, they still paid money back to Hitler, to Esau, and said they were sorry. Didn't they not? Didn't they pay them reparation? Didn't they not? But to brown children, you think you're better, and you think you don't have to pay, and you think you ain't got to acknowledge it. But when it happened to Esau, you acknowledge it. And that was only what, 5 million people. Ours was 12.5 million, and the rest that hasn't been counted. They wasn't taken on ships, was they? They wasn't raped on ships, was they? Left in ships for months in their own shit, women in their own periods for months, and then this tramp coming down with a towel full of vinegar on him, just so he can get bugs. It stinks down there, so he's got the vinegar to hide the smell. Where's he going? He's going in a room what they built, and there's children in there, and they have sex with the children, and then after he's had sex he feels bad, so he takes that child he's had sex and chucks the child over the river, and lets the child drown. That's what he does. That's your forefathers. This is the stuff they do, and they thought they could never answer for it. Even made shoes out of his skin. Shoes. Even ate you, boiled you, and ate you. These people. These wicked people. You have no idea. Cut out pregnant women's babies. Cut them out. And then tell pregnant women that our mothers feed their white sons our milk. And then that causes animosity between the man and woman. You have no idea. He created boxing by getting two boys to blindfold them, and for their entertainment, they had to fight, and whoever was standing would win. And there's a guy called Jack Johnson who was good at that, and that's how he got famous. And he would only go out with white women, and he used to rub their noses in it. And every time he used to fight, right, they would lynch a black man, because every time he fought, he won. And they'd lynch a black man every night. And that's how boxing came around, right? By having two black boys and blindfolding them and putting them in the ring and getting them to fight, and having white people have fun and enjoy it. And then that's how boxing came about. To a white man's pleasure. And boxing damages every man. And who's the proof of that? Muhammad Ali. It damages every man. Of course it does. But he's going to chuck money at you just so you can, beat up each other for his entertainment. And then years later down the line it catches up with you. You're a joke, man. You're a joke. For his pleasure. I mean, there's many ways he can get pleasure, but he wants to see brown people beating up each other. That trap. And injuring each other. That man does not like you. He knows who you are. That's what the song's about as well. When they passed that law in 64, you still jumped on it as well. You get guns. You can't do it at the government handouts, do you? And they'll bring it to us a little bit. You take it. traumatized because of that phone. Your poor children are traumatized because of that phone. Your poor children are traumatized because of that phone. Your poor children are traumatized because of that phone. And you're just scared thinking of the phone. Sorry, get on it. Open that phone. To respect people who've been here 21 years, right? We have been here way before you have been here. We created everything here. You don't like to respect people who've been here before you. The earth is going to turn against you, right? When you see stuff start coming at the sky and coming straight for you, you'll start to realize that you are a nothing, right? And you can only be a something when you can connect to the earth. The earth does not like you. The elements outside are against you. What part of that don't you understand? The thing's telling you to flee. The woman's talking about she got to get her cat. The house is burning down. She, oh, I'll go get my cat. He says to you, flee. Don't look back. She looked back. What happened? She turned into a pillar of salt. Because he told her, don't look back. And she looked back. We think this time. You think this time to say cat and dog? Why aren't these churches, beautiful children, telling you about these things, guys? Why aren't they? Why aren't they warning you about the worstest thing in your life right now is Satan? Why aren't they warning you about these things? Why not? Why? Why not? You know, we've got children here, we've got children that just come out the warm room, we've got children this size, we've got children that. Why aren't you warning the children about Satan? Why aren't you protecting children from getting burnt? Why aren't you talking about these things? Kind of like they're not happening. How is it every 2 minutes a child is going missing? Every 2 minutes, the woman told me yesterday, every 2 minutes somebody goes missing. Every 2 minutes in this country. So every 2 minutes. Right? How else do you think they get paid, guys? How else do you think they get paid? How else do you think they get paid? They can't get the children. You have to use people like you to get the children. The children just disappeared. It was here one minute, child was gone. But the child was in your care. I know, but I just looked and the child was gone. But child are getting disappeared every 2 minutes. And these people are buying into this. Don't forget what they're doing to the children. The children on the phone. Don't forget what they're showing you. They can't control the children. The children are murderers on these phones. The children are little monsters. They created little monsters. Move your dirty children from me. Because I will knock your children out. I don't like your children. They're little dirty monsters. But the machine has created that. And you've got to blame your parents for that. Your children think they're black children. They think they're brown children. Your children are idiots. Right? Because as soon as you go to them, boom! Their hearts will stop beating. We think this is a film. Just because you're doing this on your stupid phone, you stupid idiot. And just because you're walking around with some big knife and you think it's something special. You want me to get that knife and show you how I can just take the knife, stick it up your ass and put it up there and rip it up there as well. Where it rips it up and goes right through your belly as well. Huh? You know about them things? You stupid little white boy. You have no idea what you're playing with, you stupid little boy. You ever seen trees turn against you and run after you with the most scariest face possible? And when they're running after you, you can hear the ground shaking. Have you ever had that happen to you, little stupid white boy? Have you? The elements are against you because of your forefathers, and the children suffer for it. So they're against you. So what you see is happening if you've got any sense, which you doubt will happen. You'll see the children are all getting together, trying to see if we can sort something out with our Father, and Jesus comes and mashes up this dance for what your forefathers and what my forefathers have done. Because we ain't no good. We lynched our king. We ain't no good. And all these things have to be separation for. What do you think this is? Unruly picnic? You stay there. You lynched your king. You hanged him off a tree. Acts 10:39. Witnesses as well, everything. He's your king. He's going to be king of the earth. And you killed him. You hanged him on a tree. You stupid idiot. And he's going to be the same king. And you lynched him off the tree. You idiot. And he's going to be the king. You idiot. And you're listening to these people who are going to be dead, who are telling them they're building a third temple, only because Father's allowing them. He's allowing you to have that dance, because it's only going to be 1 week. And in between that 1 week, half of it will be the devastation. So 7 years is not even 7 years, it's 1 week, it's less than that, it's half of a week. But the devastation that's coming. And then the earth changes on you as well. Then things start dropping out on the earth. The moon, there's no light, everything's dark, you've got to feel your way around like that with your hands. You stay there. Since you like the earth so much, the earth is going to change on you, the earth. Then you're going to know the earth speaks. Like you're getting your dog and piss and shit and everywhere. You're going to regret that. Believe you me. Since you don't respect the earth, guys, and you don't, you know you don't. Look at you right there now, you see, the way they've left it up there. Because they've had their pizza and they've had their drink and this, that. And they just eat it on the grass and just leave it there. Even the serviettes, what they're using for them, just leave it all there. Even the thing where you dip it in, whatever that is, just leave it all there. Tramp stuff. What about your period? Do you leave your period panty there? Huh? Do you leave that there? Why not? What about the shit that you used to wipe your ass? Why did you leave that there as well? Damn joker. Because it's as equal as the same thing. You damn tramp. Right? But if you didn't listen to your grandmother, you'd know these things, girl. But you think you know everything because what? You got toy breasts and you got a little pretty face. There isn't nothing you got that a woman hasn't got, you stupid idiot. And that's what you need to reverse the curse. Because the same breasts you got and the same face you got and the same vagina you got is the same thing that every woman has. So you're no different from any other woman, stupid girl. Sure. And if you would be like your grandma, you'd always be the greatest lamb ever. You'd never change into mutton. Today you're mutton, tomorrow you're pork, then you're steak, and then now she wants to be crab. You're not allowed to eat crab. Now she wants to be lobster. You're not allowed to eat lobster. Now she wants to be shrimp. You're not allowed to eat shrimp. some of the money because you know it's like bleeding life and people need help and use it. And if I would just put extra money, I said, wow, because I believed in it. I waited. So you want to kind of tell me, move like the way it says. Don't get involved in stupid. Move like the way your dance is done. Your dance is finished. Just move out the way. You're always disrupting and hurting things. Move out the way. Nothing good in you at all. I know you see this corner as pure goodness. So if anything goes wrong, it's you. Just move out the way, man. I don't want to interfere and disrupt things. It works better when you're not there. We don't want to bring you in because then when we bring you in, you disrupt it, you break it. You pretend you like it. No, you look for the weaknesses and disrupt it. I don't want you around at all. It works with you not there. The Father says not to have you there. You want to learn something, you learn from afar. You don't come close now. Every time you come close, you come to damage and tear. That's what you do. We're not taking no chances. Father doesn't want you around. He doesn't want you around. He doesn't want you around. You. Because there's no goodness in you. There's no evidence to show any goodness in you until there's no evidence. So we're not wasting no time with you. Because we know who you are. And all now, you still don't know how to make your bed. All now, you still don't know how to make your bed. Reality. What am I doing wasting my time with people who don't even know how to make their bed? This is a joke. Excuse me. Father's looking for sons. He's not looking for weaklings. And guys who don't even know how to make their bed, who don't even know how to cook food, who don't even know how to survive themselves without, frightening women to do, just basic stuff for them. Now you're having a laugh, mate. That's why you're getting found out. That's why you're an idiot, because you can't even do the basics. And you got to hide behind a woman just to do the basics. You're a joke, man. Show us what you can do. Show us what you can do without the system, without that system. Show us what you can do. Right? Because that's what brown children are about to go through without that system. And with you persecuting us and showing us with our stuff. And the system's saying you to do it. And then the system's cursing you after in their own book. See, you're the fall guy, not us. Because our Father doesn't speak to us like that. Unless we deserve it. No, we ain't nobody's fault. No one's at all. We're Father's fault. Not them ones who are going to die. And they're our twin as well. You're mad. And we can't stand them. Resta. Yo, they put us in ghettos. They put us in projects. They. No one else. They're the ones who orchestrated it. They're the ones who orchestrated Africans to come and sell us. They're the ones who orchestrated Muslims to come to Africa to come and sell us. They paid ridiculous amount of money for us to be enslaved. They did it. It's them. Among Israel.
Every hour, every day, I'm learning more. The more I learn, the less I know about before. The less I know, the more I want to look around. Bigger deep functions on my ground. And start to see those great men who left my
nice tune. Yeah, he did that one to Justice. One or two of his songs he done justice to. Yeah. There's the next one called there's the next one. There's the next one. There's the next one, which is just as good. Not that one. Not that one. That one's not that one. There's the next one. The next one. Right. You know what? I'm ready to chill out now, guys. I'm ready to chill out. I get all the ginger and some more dried or British America, and then get this nonsense out of me, and then leave that and go. I think the kids get paid to that anyway. And I'm typing a computer soon, and grandma, and it's happening, and people. Alright, let's get the next one. And I got chocolate as well. I didn't get the ones I wanted because I couldn't want to walk away out there. But I get chocolate too. So that happens. Right, how do I say good? Wash my hands. I'm just getting tea. Right, darling? Thank you. And that. Yeah, the weather's kind of simmered down now, isn't it? Simmer down. Oh, conjure your temper. Simmer down. Right. You got nice weather now. You can't. We honestly don't do it. No, that's not what you're doing. That's not happening. There's nothing to do with that. What you do. Oh, well. Everyone else. Our job is to make everyone nice. And to love God. Nice out. Any problems you got with us, sort it out with him. Tell me what you're doing with him. Why if you came to like him? That's naughty. And you know he's very merciful, very nice word. Merciful, that's his word. Don't understand the word merciful. Means forgiving. Really softly forgiving his children. Merciful. There's nothing like that. That shocks me. Having killed their own king and still love him. So that means you children need to start showing anger now. That's what that means. You're not going to keep showing this anger in prison. You don't have to turn on the media. Make the British people king. That's right. Make the British people king. And father respect to that. Of course it does. Of course that children who kill their parents. That's right. That is what they teach them. That's right. There's no parents instead. These people go around. Holiday. And whatever you can do that with damn AI. So that's the even I can do more things than a damn AI would do on everything. With damn trail. What is going to be in front of kids who know you? We do. When it brings that, and he doesn't do that, and you just sit down in front of him. That's what you do. He doesn't edit it. He does it. No, he doesn't. Not from him. And what's the greatest thing that happened today is the women, 10 men, who lost your children to that damn computer, and they're extremely violent there. Too much for her. There ain't no man there, is there? Right? And guess who the man is? The man is the computer. That's who the man is. Hi, honey. The man is the computer. That's who the husband is. The man. And he's extremely violent, as you can see. Right? And that's why the children are violent, because they're listening to the computer. And they haven't got a father figure, have they? No, they haven't. Because they've made sure there's no father figure in the house. Don't we know that? Get rid of your husband, and we'll pay your welfare. They just done it a different way with you, lot. So there's no husband there, is there? No, but the phone is there. That's the new husband for the children. That stupid phone. And it makes them feel like they're wanted and welcomed. Because as soon as they kill someone, right, or they stab someone, and then they show you this knife, they've got the knife that's got blood on it, they record it and say, look, I just stabbed at the boy, I stabbed at the brother, talking like they're black and sort of stupid idiots. But I just stabbed at the brother, look. Knowing that they're going to get so much money of these idiots who are forcing them to do this, and you'll be recognised. And look what you've got to do, son, to be recognised. You've got to stab someone that you went to school with, someone that you know. And then that has a ripple effect, because that child has parents, and that parent has feelings, and that child goes to a school, and that school has friends, and it just ripples, my friends. That one stab, what you did there, just to look big in front of your mates. Wait, it gets even better. And then when you go in front of the courts, nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about as well. They give you about a 7-year sentence. You're lucky you get 6 years, right? They give you nothing for it because they encourage it. They encourage you killing someone that you went to school with, your mate, because you had a little disagreement with him. Yeah, but the system builds you up to beat him up and kill him and stab him and rob him. But he's your best friend, bro. You just had a little silly agreement. Just a silly disagreement, sorry. A silly disagreement. That 2 words and a little friendship. Can we sort out again? But no, the system doesn't teach you that. You need to be famous, and you need to put it on the internet so everyone can see that you're not a pussy. Excuse my words, Grandma. She said, carry on, son. You're not a pussy, are you? Yeah, you got to show that you're a big man. That's not how you become a big man. This is how you make your mum look disrespectful, because you come out of your mum. And if your father stood there, that makes him look disrespectful, because you've murdered somebody else's child. And now your parents have to humble themselves, which they always do, and apologise to the parents for what you have done. Now there's the ripple effect, what they're not telling you about. They're not telling you the ripple effect that behaviour has, young man. While you're stabbing him and then putting it on the internet, look, here's his blood, here's his blood. What are you doing, child? What are you doing? That audience there does not like you. I don't care how much they're giving you. Father can give you triple that. That is blood money. That has a ripple effect. Start thinking of the ripple effect. This is somebody you went to school with. You just had a silly disagreement. We have them. They do it on purpose. So you have disagreements. Right, we're going to have a fight now because you're a pussy. You call me a pussy. Sorry, Grandma. Carry on, son. Because you call me an idiot. And I know you think I'm a rude boy. Shush, man. You're not a rude boy. You're a good boy. You come from good parents. You're a good boy. Don't let this system make you think you're a rude boy. Pull up your trousers. There's your belt. Well done. Fasten your belt. Now you look like you come from a decent mother. Right? And you, sister, pull up your brassiere. Pull it. That's better. Now you look decent. You don't want likes from these sons. These sons are paedophiles. Right? You don't want 100 million likes from paedophiles. Right? And then when you got your brassiere pull up, you got 6 likes. These are gentlemen, these 6 likes. They're gentlemen. But when you got your brassiere pulled down, there's about 2 million. And they're monsters. Right? And you don't need monsters in your life, because the energy that monsters bring, the energy, and we cannot see energy, right? But the energy, what they bring, is frightening. And we've lost our children. That's what we're going back to. Because of this damn phone, you've lost your children. They're extremely violent. They're so violent, you're frightened of them. Why? Because there's no man there. And they made sure there's no man there. But the phone is the man, miss. There's the new man, the phone. You try taking that phone from him. You can't, can you? Well, you're not a good woman. You're not a good mother at all. You mean to tell me, say, you are the mother and you can't take away that phone? Well, let me see you, and you show yourself, and you show Yahuwah, right, and you show Yeshua how much of a good woman you are. Take away that phone from that child. Take that phone from that child. And if you cannot take that phone from that child, you is not a good mother at all. Do you hear me? Because that is the danger of the poor child, that phone. That is the danger. They're telling you this today. You should have known this ages ago. And your children are blaming you. You exposed your children to this phone. They call it a smartphone. Listen to the name of it, man. Smartphone. children brains are still developing at 25. Do you know that? They stop developing at 25. Excuse me, at 25. And all they keep showing them things that is some of the most wickedest things possible. And they know when children are on it. Some of them have got special cameras, so when they know the children, they stay on them. And then they get children to walk around the house, guys, and show them the alarms in the house. And I'll tell you that part, are they? How they warp your children. Because your children's not getting no attention. You're not giving them none. So they're getting this attention off this phone. This person on this phone is giving them all this attention. They've never had it. Because you've been horrible to your children. And then when a stranger's giving them all this attention, they just do what the stranger wants. The flu. And this is what's going on. Right? Your child's getting more attention from the telephone, right, than it actually is at home. But the crucial thing is the telephone is the monster. That's the monster. Not in disguise. That's the monster. And you can't even get your child away from that because your child is addicted to that monster. Your child has become the monster. Your child has. Because you can't even take that away from your child. And from you can't take that phone away from your child. You are out of control, woman. Right? You're a no good woman. You're a no good mother. You're a joke. And if you're telling me that you're frightened of that brat that you took out from your warm room, then what is everybody else meant to be then? If you created that and you're scared of it, and then when that crosses the threshold, that comes out, and you got no control of it. So what about everybody else? And that came out of your warm room, and that is your problem. So where's the farmer? Huh? Where's the farmer? What are you doing having children without wedlock? Huh? Where's the father so the dad can come along and say, I'm going to give you away to my daughter, you can take care of my daughter, I'm giving you that responsibility. No, that's not going on. Where's the opportunity? Who's she giving it to? Huh? So there's no law or anything between nannies at all. Just treat you women like prostitutes. And that's what Revelation 18 says. You treat the women like a prostitute. Revelation 18, you treat them like harlots. That's what you've done. And half of them are all right being harlots. What about page 3? Huh? What about page 3? What about Samantha Fox, all them women there? And you're growing children up like that, or even to see the nipple at a young age. And doing all sorts of mad things just to see the nipple. Treating women completely different, right? Because they want to see the nipple. And you did this to sons, you. And no one, right? Only certain special children have been shown how to make love or how to have sex. The majority of children have never been shown this before, apart from the phone. Now, the phone guys, they're called sexual demons. They're called sexual demons. That's what they are. Sexual demons. They're coming up with the next one they're called strangulation. Let me strangle you and have my willy in you. And when I think that you're going to die, I will, again, these are sexual demons. And none of these children or none of these people know how to make love or how to have sex. They've never seen it before, only through these sexual demons. Only through these sexual demons. And then when they watch these sexual demons, they think that's what sex is. These people here. These people here, right, who have orgies every day. Just so women put masks on, yeah? This is why I can't go to carnival no more, guys, because these people put masks on. Women dress up with no clothes on, more or less, her legs wide open, just for men to come in and have sex with her. Why? Because then she has that baby, and then she can trade that baby. She can burn it, and then she can get a house. She can burn it, and she can get a car. This is what bone fire is. They call it bonfire now. No, it's bone fire. They go around asking for your dog or asking for a human. Why? So they can burn the bones. And then they praise it to their gods. And then in the year, they'll give you a treaty for it. This is who these people are. This is who these people are. And the reason why we're annoyed at you is because you don't tell the people who you are. But then you want to take other people's cultures, which they're madly in love with, and want to come and take their cultures. So when you take their cultures, who are we meant to be then? When you take our culture, you put cameras in here, and then you set us up so we lose our homes, and then you set us up that we lose our freedom. Now when you take somebody's home, and you take somebody's freedom, that's it, there's nothing left of them, nothing left. Now if it wasn't for a woman, a judge called Miss Robinson, well, I wouldn't be here today. There's no way on the planet I'd be here today. I'd be in jail. Right? But you could see your own barrister, right, is fighting tooth and nail to get you locked up. They've never seen that before, but that's father showing them dismantling. I'm showing you how it used to be when they used to have their judges in there and do stuff and get away with it. But she's not having that. She says that doesn't make sense. But if his mates was in there, like he said to me, when you go up there, you're going to go to jail because my mates are there, right? And you are going to go to prison. But he had a surprise because when I went up there, he was the only male up there, the only male. But he came downstairs and told me, when you go up there, you're going to go to prison. And I said to him, I don't mind going to prison, but when I do go up there, let me tell you something, I am going on strike until I get I'm going on hunger strike until I get myself a solicitor. And then I went in there and just started reading Psalms on them. And then by the time I went up there, it was all women. And he's still jumping up like a stupid yo-yo, trying to get me locked up, And then looking at it thinking, you're his barrister, you're meant, and I didn't ask him to be there, right? They come to me here 1:30 in the morning. So by the time they bring you to the station to do it, it's about 3 o'clock. So by the time you get your head down to get out, it's 7 o'clock, you got to get ready, get a shower, get ready. He was already there, telling me, listen, I've got some bad news for you. Not even good morning, how are you? I've got some bad news for you. The guy upstairs, he's not a good judge, right? And he's gonna put you in prison. I said, Raz, I didn't even ask you to come here. I told you last time I don't want to see. Well, I'm just letting you know what's going on, mate, because he's not a nice judge. Just still exercising that wickedness. So I said to him, listen, bro, whatever, but when I go to prison, right, I'm going on hunger strike. He goes, well, whatever you're doing, mate, you're still going to prison. I said, all right, cool. And when I came downstairs, I just started reading Psalms. And then when I went up there, it was completely different. It was all women. All women. And that's the system now. And it's still, to this day, still carrying on. But Father's going to kill you in front of everyone soon. Just to show you he's not a joke. Just to show you he's not a joke. Right? Innocent children are hurting. And now he's exposed. And the Latinos get exposed. So that all the time the Latinos are showing up, when they were stealing the money of the brown children, the slavery children, that money was what it says, right? But they was letting you do it, don't forget, and then telling you to be horrible to us. And now they've turned on you. And showed everybody what you've been doing. Because that's Father now is getting involved. So it goes to show you Latinos, you're just as bad. Because when you had a charge, you didn't say, no, it's not ours, leave it for the children. They've had so much bad things happen to them. No, you didn't. You got your auntie, your great auntie, the great auntie, the great auntie, and you brought them all in. And you took it from us. You put yourself down as black, and you took it from us. And then you showed up in front of us, done. And that's the stuff that we've been through, guys, with every nation, apart from English white women. That's where you get mixed race. Not America. It's not them at all. American women. Not them at all. They only want rich black boys who play golf or who do basketball or... No, not them. I'm talking about just normal everyday women. British women. Damn tramp. And they're the only ones who got close to us. Everybody else was horrible. And even though Father says it's abomination for us to go with them, but when you explain these things to Father, he's very merciful. He ain't gonna condemn me for that. When you tell him that there was no one else to look after us, and he will be like, okay, very true. Because he's merciful. He ain't gonna condemn people when they're being nice to you. Not at all. When he exercises being nice. And there was only ones, white women, British white women. You're a traitor to your kids and country. She's been through all that. You nigger lover. She's been through all that. She's been through it though. Don't forget that. And then he saw that, so he got in between that and started making black men be horrible to white women. And they started creating King Kong. You see King Kong now? And then created King Kong. You have no idea what we go through, guys. No idea what we go through. Trying to get white women to go off us by creating King Kong. But he was never horrible. King Kong was never horrible to the white woman. He always asked her, you're right? Yeah, I'm alright. Watch this. And just smashed that. He didn't hurt the white woman once. But we don't know what that was about. We have no idea why you created that. To get white women to go against us now. And he did that. But that was Father showing you up. To say your own princess, your own queen has left you and come to us. That's what Father was showing you. Well, you had to get in between that, didn't you? Because she was a traitor to her kids and country, wasn't she? She makes good children, though. You can't deny her that, man. She makes good mixed-race children, though. You can't deny her that stuff. So, lassie, God, no. You can't deny her that. She made good children. Wow. And if you was to leave her alone and just let her take in the education, and she'd be a good woman. She'd be a very good woman. But it's starting to find their way back home now. It's starting to find their way back home. And the main things you need is your temple, beautiful children, right? Which is your home, that's your temple. And make sure when you come in, you don't come in with shoes. Why? It's your temple. Right? And then make sure you keep inside nice. Why? Because Father's in there and the manual's in there. So you make sure you keep that as nice as you can keep it. Right? And then make sure you keep it true to them, which is the Torah, the same book that they said to you, if you read it, we're going to kill you. Tell them to do one. Right? And go to Exodus so you can understand what your Father's like. And take your time. Line for line. There's no rush. There's no rush. There's no rush. Do one chapter. Oh wait, you take it down, you take it in, do something else, let it come in, and then you might feel again, oh, do another one. We get to know what Father's like. We get to know how disrespectful these children were. And then you realise, I don't want to be like these children, because then you'll see what happened, then you'll understand what Father's like. Because you're reading it yourself. No interference. No, then don't read it. Don't, because it wants to come inside you. It's the protocol. That's how it comes in you. That's the protocol. Not the phone, not the phone, not the phone. Too much distractions. Not the phone, not the phone. The book. No distractions. Just you and the book on your house. And they're inside you, the book. And you need to find out. Forget the Jesus for a minute. Just forget Jesus for a minute. You need to know about Father. Because they're trying to say Jesus and Father is the same thing. Nonsense. Nonsense. Go and read Exodus. We got it now, not Genesis, there she is, sorry guys, not Genesis. We can come back to Genesis later. We want to find out what Father's like. Exodus. That's where we're going. No rush, there's no rush now. We're trying to learn something. Line for line. Don't get yourself a driving license or a college course, something probably with your face and your name, and so it can come inside you. Line for line. Slowly. On your own. Take your time, enjoy it. Some of it, make sure you got this as well. Make sure you got one of these. Make sure you got one of these. Right? And that's a marker. Make sure you have a marker. You're wasting time. Right? Because things are going to jump up to you and you mark them down. And that's you. That's you. They're telling you, when you see it, this is, that's you. They're talking to you now. The spirits are talking to you now. When they say, oh, that catch you, mark it down. When you mark it down, you're doing your work now. They're talking to you now. You can't do that on the phone. It's too much interference, guys. Go and get yourself a book. Go and devote yourself to it. It's called diligent studying. There it is there. Diligent studying. And it comes into you. That's the protocol. That's how it comes into you. Line for line. A little here, a little there. But we want to know what Father's like. Not from what he said and what she said. And what he said and what the church said. We want to know what the book says. And what it says when you offer yourself to it and read it yourself slowly. And when something jumps up at you, you highlight it though. Because it's for you, that bit there. It's for you. So you highlight it. And then you come back to it now. And then you're doing your homework. And then you find out the bits of Father. And you think, whoa, underline it. He did that. Oh, underline it. So you know. Weird. You're building a relationship now. That's what you're doing. You're not just reading a novel. You're building a relationship. That's what you're doing. Proud of people. Because they're here. They was here before anyway. But they're here now. Beautiful children. They're here. And they ain't come to harm you. But we do the right thing. They ain't come to harm you at all. Yes, sir. We come to take you out of it, show you something nice. Yeah, of course it's going to be hard at first. But just tell him it's hard. Just tell him, talk to him. Tell him it's hard, he's struggling. least you're building a conversation with them. And that's what counts. That's what counts, man. You can't go out with a girl and you don't have a relationship with her, you just with her for sex, because that's not going to last, is it? Same thing. The father doesn't do sex. He does being a husband, though. He doesn't do sex, but he can find you a Misha'el, or find you a Misha'el. Trust me. Because he's going to want kids from you as well. Right, and on the 8th day, you're going to have to circumcise them. So when you do dip, that's virgin everything when you dip in the blood. That's virgin, brand new, everything brand new, everything brand new. Everything brand, wouldn't like to be brand new? Of course you would. Why not? You dip yourself in there, break yourself away from them fools. You've got the church, which is your house, that's the temple. You've got Father and you who are inside you, right? And you've got the book. And that's it on your march. You're there. You're on the track. You're there. Yes, you're going to get distractions. Yes. But when you get distractions and you're struggling, you ask them for help. Even when you are doing your nonsense, no problem. Still ask them for help while you're doing your nonsense. And then they will help you. Involve them in the nonsense you're doing. Tell them you're struggling. You need help. You don't want to be doing what you're doing. You want help. This is how you do it, man. This is how it works. You got to stop on somewhere, guys. And that means humbling yourself as children that we all are. Nobody can come to Father like, oh, Father, you know what, like, forget that. He'd slap you, put hooks in your jaws. Forget that. We're all children. So we need to go to him as children, right? And I am a child, but you're an infant, because this thing of yours is not grown yet at all. So you're an infant. There's nothing wrong with being an infant. Because this is when he'll catch you, especially for what's coming, and you want him to catch you. So when he's doing all this nonsense, you're covered. You need to be covered, beautiful children. You need to be covered. They're not covered. You hear me? They're not covered. Beautiful children. They're not covered. And they don't want you to be covered. And that's all it's about, bro. And they must read your Bible, guys. They must start from Exodus and get to know what your father's like. And then the rest of it, it'll just pick up from there. You just walk into it. But you've got to know what's going on before they come. You've at least got to know what's going on. Because he's just lied to everything. And like even when you start reading it, you start realizing he's lied to you. Even when you start reading a little bit of Exodus, you start to realize he's lied to you. What a beautiful tune, huh? What a nice tune could that be, huh? With the ability to love, dedication, and love, and children who have the ability to love. Oh, thanks. You have a drink for me. Thanks. You have a drink for me. Thanks, bro. I know it's gonna say really. There's so much love in this house, bro. You have a drink for me. Okay. And he does the, you know the Black Towers, the way he does that's his job. Earlier, because I'm very shy. So put this up in here, put this one up there as well. Yeah, he does a brilliant job, he does. He does a good job with the towels up there. Yeah, I'll put that one up there. I know. It works though, doesn't it? It works. You just put the stuff there and he does the work. That's why I've seen it, man. It works, man. It works. It works, brother. It works. It works. Dedication to teamwork. You know what it works? It's nice teamwork. It works. Nice, man. Simple as well. Last year there, still got you in my head. The ability to love. Good children. But yeah, this is where we are, guys. At least we're having these conversations now, right? Let's start for real and say, this phone is not good for the children, right? Not good at all. So we need to start having stuff to play with your children. And what you need to do, you need to box your children's time. Don't mean it like that. But you need to let them know that they're children. Because that machine has grown them up to make them think they're something they're not. They don't even have to pay bills, your children. Right? And don't think because you got money, drug money, curse money, that you're going to be able to live. Where are you going to live? Where are you going to live? What? Where are you going to live? And then when your house get put in jail and you need your parents. You got a sharp shot coming, boy. And I don't know why these sons are not telling him the sons who don't know that that is not the way to go. Because I'm sure you've done a lot of prison, my higher, a hell of a lot. So why aren't you telling children that that's not the way to go? Why are you promoting it like it's something to be proud of, you idiot? And I bet to this day you're still going to prison, isn't you? So you didn't learn nothing. So throughout your decades of going in and out of prison, you didn't learn nothing. So there's nothing you can pass on to children who are still going into that direction. There is nothing you can show them, is there? None at all. Apart from carrying on with the same stupidness. Right? Because you are a failure. Right? Otherwise children won't be behaving like that. You are a failure. Right? And you leave women with no choice but to raise them children the best way she can. And it's a losing battle because you've got that damn phone who thinks it's the father. And you're such a wanker. Sorry, Grandma. No, carry on, son. You're such a willy woofter. Right? You left the woman on her own to cater for the baby. Even the government, where do you gone? Then said, because you're a waste man and you struggle even to keep a caravan going, I'm going to help you. When you come to sign on, right, 3/4 of that money is going to go to the woman. At first it's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, because people was there. Right? Now he won't sign on. Why? Because she gets half of the money. No, she gets 3/4 because there's the child there as well. So you mean to tell me that the government is even going to do your manly duties, and all you had to do was sign a bit of paper every 2 weeks, right? But because your family and your wife is going to get the majority of it, you don't want to do it. Excuse me, manners. And this is the mentality of the sons. You mean to tell me that the government's going to pay for you because you're a waste man and can't even pay for your own children, but the government's going to do it, but you won't sign on, right? And women are struggling as now as we speak, guys, right? And ladies and gentlemen and everybody, because these males won't sign this paper, right? And won't give the woman and the child what is rightfully theirs. So lots of things they've been carried out on. But you didn't say that though when you was having sex with her, did you? And we're not even going to use the word making love, because you'd still be there now. You're an absolute embarrassment, you are, bro. How many children do you have? Huh? Real talk, how many kids have you got? Huh? And how many are you a dad to, or how many are you a father to? Did you understand that part? Did you understand that part? Because if you could keep the stuff in your trousers, right, that's whatever it is, then we wouldn't be having this problem. And women would be, considering suicide and pulling out her hair. Because to raise a child in this time on her own is suicidal, right? Especially when it's written, right, that the woman sees going to crush him. And he makes sure that she's on her own. Make sure she's on her own. And then you as a tramp, you're not even there with her. So she's a single mother. Because of you. That's why she's a single mother. Because of you. She doesn't abandon the child, does she? But we don't hear about that, do we? But we hear about you abandoning your father duties time after time. And then blaming single mothers. Now, Miss wouldn't be single, would she? If you'd have stepped up to your part of the deal, would she? Think about it. And then you got, a house of wind to go and curse her. But you don't want to help her, or chip in, or bring in money. The government's even going to give you free money, and you don't want to do it. Because they're going to get the majority of it. And these are the sons you got to start spoiling out. And you know what they're doing as well, guys? You know the little sex pest that he is? He goes in jail, right? For sex pesting as usual. And then what they're doing now, they're changing their name, guys. The sex pest. Changing their name. That's what they're doing. The little sex pest. So he didn't learn nothing when he was in jail. All he learned is how to be more cunning. So what's he do now? Change his name so he can carry on abusing women. Because no woman would even look at him. And he damn well knows that. No woman would even look at him. Right? And I can guarantee he's got about 7 or 8 baby mothers. I can guarantee you that tramp. But then wants to curse the woman. No, you can curse her, right? When she says, I'm going to have an abortion, or do you know what? I'm going to put this child in care. Then you can curse her. But when you see it, she's a single, you must help single women. Right? She's not throwing that child away. You did, though. You did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a single mother, would she? But then you want to come and curse her. But she's held on as much as she can, struggling as hard as she can, still holding on to your child. This tramp, bro. Right, and you've got to see the devastation that you and yours leave behind. You're whatless. You're absolute whatless. You're worse than children. The mess you leave behind. You're worse than children. You're supposed to be men who contribute and who add and who take the heavy load. But you add it. That's what you do. Right? And because you built the world where, people must respect men, because men are the patriotic. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. You just come the other day, bro. You didn't even know about washing yourself. People stayed away from you because you were smelly. Don't forget that. And you ain't even sorted that part out. You've only got people's materials that suppress who you are. That's all that does. And then when you take the materials away, which we are now, you're going to see how smelly you are and how wicked you are as a human being and how you've been controlled by Esau and why Esau treats you the way he treats you, because Esau knows who you are. But Esau's got no right to talk because Esau's worse than you. Because Father says that. Right? And we've got these tramp children want to come and tell, like, righteous, godly children, royalty children, just because they got it wrong with Father. And never in my life have I been ruled by you, as you know. Never, not once. Never, not once. I prefer to go in jail trying than to be ruled by you. You're mad. And you don't like children. Are you crazy? And you got them sons that I've got to lower myself and to get along with them. Not at all, bro. Don't be stupid. So tell me something. What are you going to do about the problem then that you got with children? Because you let that one slide, that we don't protect their infants, but now you got them crying on the phone saying that the children are monsters and they're uncontainable, and it's because of the phone. So what is your solution to it? This is what we're asking you. And no other nation has this problem, only you though. No other nation. Because when they tell them, when you go to school, you put your telephone in the locker, or when you come to school, you do not bring that. And the children do not bring it. They don't bring it. They don't bring it because they've never been going to school. But not you, lot. Completely different. Completely different. Children can go to school with mini skirts and tight this and You need to go to the Caribbean and see, and Africa, and see how their children are very, 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 very respectful. Extremely respectful. And the only ones who aim are you. You. You need to go and see how other people live. You must think everybody wants to live like you. You need to see how children live. How they respect their parents. How they listen to their parents. And how they look after their communities. And how they honour their grandparents. Especially the Japanese. They're very good at that. But you guys, come on man, you've lost your humanity way because of your sons. Because of Esau. And then you're putting in laws saying that you can do what you want with children. And you expect people to respect you. And then now you're putting a red alert that you can't handle your children. They're the most violent you've ever come across. Yeah, because you allowed it. You and the phone. You allowed it. And they're killing people now and putting it on the phone your children are. And they're getting paid for it. And they love violence. They love it. They love it. And this is your curse for what you did to the world. For what you did. You went round and did the same thing. Now your children are infected with that, and they are the worst of it. Because they've got the phone, right, to tell them it's good to do it. And then when you stab someone, make sure I can see the blood on the knife. Make sure you show it to me. and I'll give you extra. So your children are wolves, but this is the stuff that you did. So this is how Father gets you back. This is how he does. And your children are a nightmare, your children. Because they're cursed. They're cursed with your wickedness, guys. Your poor children. And your children are frightening. They'll turn against you. That's how much the phone's got them against you. You don't believe me? Why don't you believe me? Why? Why don't you believe me? Why? I'm trying to show you something as a child who speak to his parents and then you don't listen to. Why? I bet if I was white, you'd listen to me, wouldn't you? Alright then, what about this then? What if I told you he was going to die? Would you listen to me then? You wouldn't. Well, you're not going to die. But you are going to die if you carry on hanging on with Esau. And if you don't start sticking up for humanity, because there's no need for you guys. If you can't stick up for humanity. Think about it though, think about it. You're going into a world of humanity in the highest degree possible. I mean, even when you smell it, you're so high where you're going. And you mean to tell me you can't stick up, and then you expect to be taken to humanity? Think about it, come on. And these guys, right, they are frightened of humanity. You know, when humanity comes together, they're petrified, because then it shows who they are. Because when you have humanity, they can't then come with the earth, because they stick out like a sore thumb. And then people turn against them. So when you keep bringing humanity, but they stick out like a sore, and they can't keep coming and smashing it out because people turn against them. And then you get to see who they are. They are totally against humanity, totally against it. Anytime they see anything good going on, because they can't control it, they want to break it. But you need to tell them to go and do one, because there's a different energy in the dance now. And you need to move yourself out the way, because you are going to get hurt. You are going to get hurt. Because this is a world, and it says, if you do good, the sky will bless you. If you do truth, the ground will bless you. If you don't, you will perish and die in it. That's the law for the children of the earth. Now the Yasharel children have a different law sold in us. We have a law personal from Father. But the law that you have, guys, is the earth. But Alistair Cowley and them devil children have said, oh no, we got our own law. And our law says we do whatever we want. And that's the whole law. Well, you live by that law, and you will die by that law. Right? Because these sons have got no say in anything. They're only showing up in 33. But we cancel that out when we speak. Cancel it out completely. But to somebody who ain't got no power, then that means a lot. So when they come on the platform and they say, we don't protect nurses, it has a bit of power. But when we come and say, listen, we protect nurses and infants. We cancel it out, but we don't want us doing it. We want you doing it, because we didn't say it. You said it. So we shouldn't be cancelling it out. You need to cancel it out. We've gone to the tree and done our bit for the tree. Right? And that's for women. But the children, you need to stand up. Because you allowed them to come on your platform and tell people about we don't protect nurses and infants. What kind of nonsense is that? And then you put a whole curse on the whole place. When everything is about children. Nothing else counts apart from children. And then you let them put a curse on children. Are you stupid or what, guys? Be good children. Weird. So if the adults don't protect the children, who's going to protect the children? The children are going to protect the children. When have you ever heard children protecting children? Tell me when. We need to wake up, guys. We need to wake up. Because we're not stupid. We're far from stupid. Right? Far from stupid. wicked sons, wicked. But now you got people now talking about what you're doing and you don't like it now, do you? Because you thought nobody would ever speak about it, didn't you? You really do think that, you stupid idiot. You're burning children, bro. And there's a lake of fire. And then Father's burning the earth, just trying to show you, you know, what he can do. You know, the grass is still yellow and it should be green. Just showing in these little things he could do, burning people in their homes. And the reason why they've been burned, because of stuff what they've done. That's why they've been burned. May not even have been them, might be their forefathers. But this is Father just showing off. Excuse me, guys. Just showing up to these sons, just to show them, was you there when I made the measurements? Huh? Were you there? What about when I throw the thunder down? Are you there? And I got to make sure people are not there. Huh? So what he's doing now is showing up as well. He's letting you sit down, have your restaurants, you know, eat your meal, and you know, and just and the next minute the ground just turns to putsy, and you fall down in the ground, and you drown. Why? Because you're water at the bottom. Didn't tell you that. There's water at the bottom. There's water at the top. So even if you physically can burst it, people will just drown and die. That tramp, and he would try and do that to try and end the world. But remember, even if that was to happen, Father would just say, wait, wait, wait. Let me first take my children out and those who are connected to them, and let me take the greenery. Now, do what you do. Doesn't it not say that, tramp? So when Father talks, everything has to shut up. Everything has to shut up and wait. Damn tramp. Like Satan thinks he can do this and do that. No, you can't. When Father says, wait, what do you have to do? You have to wait. When Father says, why aren't you attacking them? He says, you know I can't attack them. Why can't you attack them? Because they're praying. That's what it says, doesn't it? Oh, I can't do nothing to them. Why can't you? Because they're praying. Didn't I tell you that? It's in the book, man. You can't do nothing to them. Why? Because they're praying. So what power have you got then? Huh? If you can't do anything to people because they're praying, Satan, you damn tramp. You see the power of prayer? Huh? You see the power of prayer? You damn tramp. He does miss. It says you have to wait, boy, because they're praying, and he has to wait. Him and his entourage, they have to wait. So make sure you pray it up, guys. Make sure you stay prayed up, even when you're walking, right? Are you talking? You pray it up. You're talking to Father. That's prayed up. That's your relationship, and that's what you don't like. Because when you're talking to Father, he can't go nowhere near you. Try, because that's your power. The same what he told you to put poo-poo on Jesus. But you're not, you're talking to him, and he can't go nowhere near you. Right? And you're reading your book. So he can't put you, how can he put you to death? And you're reading the most powerful book on the planet. And you're calling all the names in there. And he's telling you going to put you to death. How is he going to? How? Rasta. You need to read the book, man, right? And start off from Exodus, so you get to know what your dad's like. I'm trying.
I'm sorry.
And then no one can't tell you about it because you've read it. I'm sorry. Because I told you a lie. So what, you don't think that's what you did? Huh? So how did you become a king? You stole it off the Moors. And Princess Diana told us that before she died. And the Beatles. Even though it was a devil child, but he was changing. And then he killed him. He even kicked down the chair and said that he changed it, and then he cut the shoulder. And the next minute, the Imagine dead. That's the, I mean, they do anything to keep that secret, anything. But this power's too big now for that secret. They allowed the secret to be kept because the kids were in detention, right? And that's the biggest secret ever in the whole wide world, that secret there, the biggest. When you interfered with nature and Father. This thing's bigger than life itself, this thing here. Satan's involved, Father's involved, Yahuwah's involved. Churches are involved to get murdered. Lots going on, guys. Lots. And you and your ancestors are wicked, man. You pick on vulnerable people, you're wicked. You're wicked. No matter what excuse anybody told you to pick on anyone vulnerable, you are wicked. Even when people come to cure you, you're asking them to leave your community. You are wicked. You are children of Satan. And I don't even know how you can see these things in Matthew, Mark, and not talk about these things. Like you yourself, when he was curing your sick people, you pleaded and begged him to leave. To leave. So what is it you're teaching in these churches? What is it you're teaching? Because what the book says and what you're teaching is 79,000 different things. And we know it's Matthew, Mark, Luke and John and Acts seems to be your focal point. Right? And we're on Mark, it's Marcos now, not Mark. It's more or less the same time of use love. But then he's saying you love him. But then when he's coming to do miracles for you, you're pleading with him to get out. And everything he's doing, you're testing him. Oh, you can't do this on this day, isn't that Saturday? Oh, you can't do this. And you've seen the stuff that he was doing. But you still couldn't, because you couldn't do it. That's it. That is the worst thing about this nation here. It's a Donald Trump nation. And Father, make sure you put this thing in Donald Trump to show you that he's going to smash it all up. And then you're going to go hungry. And it's going to be because of him. He's going to make sure that you see that. And you go hungry because of him. You're going to make sure. And that's what's on the journey now. Come on, go and listen to it now and see what else he's planning now. The Strait of Hormuz and the omen doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the people. But because you can't make money out of it, then the people can't survive then. And who wants to be in a world controlled by a white man? It's only alright when the savage is alright with savage stuff. But when the savage is running out of savage stuff, then we're in danger. I don't want to live like that. I do not want to live like that. You turn it on people that you use to turn against us. But then now you're putting them in the firing line, which is the Latinos. You're putting them in the firing line. You know, but years ago it wasn't like that. You actually engineered them to come and help you live your life. What is it? Because they was the same sort of complexion. But now you turn against them because fathers made you turn against them. And now they look ridiculous, don't they? Now they look absolutely ridiculous. Because all the time they were stealing from the children. They were stealing food out of the children's mouth. They, Latinos, and they brought their grandma, their great-great-grandma, their great-great-great-grandpa. They brought everyone. Right, and the right so good before, weren't they? Because they're a bag of pussies themselves. Right? Otherwise they wouldn't have done that, would they? They'd have said, no, that's not our food. That food belongs to Father's children, and if we do that, we'll be cursed. You didn't think of that, did you? And then you had the audacity to come in front of us and run up your mouth. But how comes you ain't got nothing? We've just come here and we've done that. Yeah, because you sold out to the system, right? And now the system is sold back out on you now. And now you look ridiculous. Because not only do you look ridiculous, you're a thief. You stole from the children who had nothing, remember? They had nothing at all. And this is Sleepy Joe's time, so they had nothing, right? And then they brought you in. And your name there. Yeah, you scrubbed out you scrubbed out your name, and then you put black children there to get the benefits. And that's what you've been doing all this time, and now they've turned against you, and now you're finding it hard to survive. No, remember what we went through, because you took food out of our children's mouths, right? Remember what we went through. We had pale, we had caramel pale complexion. You thought there was one of them, didn't you? And that pale complexion, they've turned against you now, isn't it? In that pale complexion, they're actually locking you up, Isa. They're actually turning on you properly. They actually don't like you, they're saying. They're actually saying that you're at liberty, what you did. Taking the children's money. But they're taking the piss out of you, because they're the ones who allowed it to happen. But now they're cursing you in front of everyone. Why? Because they want all the children to think that, America's good to us, so when they do bring everything all together in one world order, the lost children will say, oh no, we're all right with America now, because they gave us back that. You idiot. You idiot. Right? When has America ever given you anything? Ever. Right? And the question is, why did they give your money away to them? That is what the question is. Not why do you want to expose Latinos all of a sudden now? Huh? Because you know father's here now. That's true. No, we don't want crumbs, sorry. We're princes, princesses, emperor, empress. This is who we are. We don't want you scraps. Right? And we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get everything all together so you can bring Satan in. Trying to get everything all into one world order. That's what it's going into, whether you like it or not. But we don't join that dance. You can join it. You separate us from our family. You done all sorts to us. We don't want none of your scraps. None of it at all. We're just waiting for Father to come. And his son. That's what we're waiting for. To come and smash you up down. That's what we're waiting for. Nothing else. We don't have nothing from you, but excuse me. And you know this. You're petrified. You're damn right you are. Because his name's being called everywhere. A name that you denied. And that's the worst thing you could have ever done, is denied that name. The same name that gave you a nostril is going to make you suffer with breathing very soon. It's going to make you suffer until you call and beg his name for help. Watch. I'm sorry guys if it sounds a little bit weird, because the closer we get into this thing, it's the more and more annoyed Father is, because these people are burning children, guys. You hear me, beautiful children? These adults are a letdown, they're a sellout, guys. These adults are a sellout, so it's us as children have to do it ourselves with the protection of the forces we've got with us. We don't need nothing from them. They're the ones who are stopping us, these so-called adults. Right? None of us should be broke. These empires make nearly three trillion pounds a year. 3 trillion. 3 trillion. So we should be in a situation at all that we're in. It's just that these wicked sons are controlled by Esau. And you sold out. And this is why Father's come to kill you, because you sold humanity out. You sold it out. Your sons are a sellout. They know what they've done. They know exactly what they've done. And Dad's sons, you're a seller. There's not one person can say one good thing you've done for humanity. Not one person can say, not one good thing you've done for humanity, you sons. Well, where is it, you leaders? Where is it, in jacket and tie? Show us one good thing you've done. How can you if you're trillions in debt? How the hell can you? You can't even pay your debt. Have you got a plan to pay your debt off? You're a joke, man. But everybody must have a plan to pay the debts what they owe you. But you haven't got a plan to pay your own debt. You're a joke, man. Telling me I owe you $6 grand. Now it's $4 grand. But you can't tell me how I owe you this money. And if anyone did owe you that money, once it gets to 200, you did contact them and say, there seems to be a problem because your bill seems to be going up. Not all the way to $6 grand, because it's a lie. It's an orchestrated lie. Now we need you to survive. We don't need you to survive. We need Yahuwah. It's his world, not yours. nothing to do with you at all. Not one bit of it is to do with you. All the bad things that are happening are to you and yours. For them footprints you've left behind, and the oceans of blood that's everywhere, caused by you and yours. And now your children, God bless their cotton socks, are all possessed by Satan. All possessed. All come on the TV now, frightened of our kids. They're possessed. You're damn right they're possessed. And you are the blame for that. You allow them to put laws in when you don't protect children. You are the blame for that, guys. And we'll never forgive you for that. I've never been in a country before where they say we don't protect children. Never, ever, apart from this one. I've never heard that before in my whole life. And then expect children to be properly balanced. When you got that phone that's telling them, go and stab someone, make sure the blood's on there, and I'll pay you extra. And what do you think the child's going to do? Huh? What do you think the child's going to do, guys? And this is where we are. In a horrible world. But you don't think the world's horrible, guys? But you think the world's alright? Why do you think the world's alright? I'm telling Miss. I'm telling Miss. You mean to tell me that you think this world's alright? I'm telling Miss.
Michael Palmer said in a bed. Okay. Shadow Man said that you're not ready. Oh no. I'm sick of that, but you're not ready. Oh no. I look for that fish, you feel that me cry. Oh yeah. Hey, girl, you're not ready, no. Hey, girl, you're not ready, no. Hey, girl, you're not ready. Oh no, look for that. She's not ready. No, she's not ready. Yeah, she's not ready. No, she's not ready. Yeah, she's not ready. No. Oh, she's not ready. No.
How we doing? We are nice. I got some chocolate as well, guys. I got some chocolate as well. Right, time to chill out now. Alright. The chill out time now. Right, got this one there. Looking up one now. I'll cut down words there, innit? I'm up with chocolates. What do you say? British murder? Some British murder. Some British murder. Hope everyone's doing good. What sort of day you had today, guys? What day you had? Nice and easy? Nice and easy. Nice and easy. I didn't even get a medication today. I see Jackie's on. I see Jack's. You know, Jackie. Oh, sorry, mate. Oh, I don't even want to talk about all that. It's just, I don't want to get involved. Nice to get involved. Good time. Good boy, yeah. That's my good boy. That's my good boy. Right. Come on, let's chill out now. Am I hungry? Am I hungry? Am I hungry? Ah, they've got some eggs there as well, innit? You know, the sandwich or something there. Okay, alright then. Come on. Right, I'll put you over there. What am I doing? Am I bringing you over there? Oh, I'm going to bring you over here then. Come on then. What are we doing? Bit British. Bit British. Oh, look at the time, guys. Bit British news then. Alright then, let's go British news. I didn't realise it was 6 o'clock. Good day, isn't it? I shall play one more tune. Alright, the last tune. The last tune. Last tune.
There is a message in what I've got to say to you. Alright. Okay. Mary O'Sullivan was here. Okay. All is done and out he's trying to see. Don't introduce me to vanity. For it will let you down. Don't introduce me to vanity. All glory has done. Like monkey. Sat upon the wall. Auntie, had a great fall. And all of his friends, the money they spent, couldn't get together again. Don't put your trust in vanity, Jesus. As only a child can help you and set you free. Alright, little miss, my country, I was a guardian with love and mothership and no forget love. Identity, the forever humanity, the innocent humanity, words. There is a message in what I've got to say to you. Alright.
starts to forget what humanity is, because then it gets replaced like subtly with brutality, and then you get all these sons that are promoting brutality. Sit down! Get all these idiot sons trying to promote brutality, because there's nothing else for them to promote, and Satan's paying them, you know what I mean, because they were idiots. They couldn't get into the disco, and they couldn't get into the prom, these idiot sons. Right? I need to ask some questions about Father. Right, and you need to ask them about God of Israel. You need to ask them these questions, and you see them start shiver and start quiver. Then you know that they're imposters. And then when you start talking to him longer, you start so weird. Look at his nose. And then start seeing the Pinocchio start coming. And then when you've got the kids with it, and say, "See," and you know what the kid's gonna say. You say, "What's up, kid?" They say, "He's lying." How do you know? His mouth is moving. Deal that. Make sure you have children around you. Right? Because every child knows a paedophile. Don't forget that. And if the child tells you it's a paedophile, the child should damn well know. You hear me? We hear you, Tony. Thank you. You're welcome. You stay there. Because it says in Matthew, don't put yourself before the child. You notice how you keep putting yourself before the child? Right? It says it to you in Matthew. Go and reread Matthew. You keep putting yourself before children. It says, I will not accept you. You idiot. Read the thing, man. You damn Christian. It says the child comes before you. That's what it says, doesn't it? Damn tramp. Just making up stuff as you go along. Just to put that Christianity nonsense there first. When it says the child comes before you, the child. The same child you're burning. But don't worry, they've got a lake of fire there for you. You damn tramp.
Investigated linked to eating imported eggs. A British couple on honeymoon in Greece have died after a helicopter crash. The pilot was also killed. A huge emergency response in Sussex after 4 people get into difficulty in the water. We'll bring you the latest. An outbreak of salmonella is investigated, linked to eating imported eggs. 1 person has died and hundreds have fallen ill. Well, 100% behind Ukraine, says the Prime Minister, after Moscow threatens consequences over Ukrainian strikes in Russia involving British-made drones. And it's not yet time for woolly jumpers, but they could cost more as prices for wool are up.
And on BBC One in London and on iPlayer, threatened and abused on a bus for wearing a face veil. One woman's story as the capital sees a rise in Islamophobia.
That's what you put your system on. Money. Other people's money, by the way. Because you can hide Father in your evil wealth.
Good evening. In the US, a major trial has just got underway, which could force significant changes to Facebook and Instagram. 29 American states, including California and New York, accuse the platform's owner Meta of illegally collecting children's data. 4 of them also say it deliberately designed some of its features to be addictive to young users and that it misled the public about safety. The states want major financial penalties and changes to how the platforms operate. Meta strongly denies the allegations. Well, let's go live to Lily Jamali, who's outside the court in California for us now. Lily.
Hi, Rita. Well, this case, as you mentioned, has been brought by 29 U.S. states. They are seeking penalties as well as changes to the business practices at Meta. That's the parent company behind Instagram and Facebook. This case is considered bigger than those big tobacco cases brought more than 2 decades ago. Lawyers are delivering opening statements in the courthouse behind me right now, a trial that's taken years to come to court.
It's been called the largest consumer protection lawsuit in American history. As well as compensation, the states bringing the case are also demanding changes to the platforms to stop endless scrolling and constant checking for likes. And this morning, the case began in front of a judge in California. The trial could see the likes of Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testify in defense of his company. It stems from this complaint filed in 2023 by dozens of U.S. states alleging Meta incorporated harmful features on Instagram and Facebook to drive engagement among young users to boost profits, and then misled the public about it.
This is an issue that goes back decades. It goes back to the design that went into the way that these platforms were built, and features that we all know all too well. The nudges that come to get our attention, the infinite scroll, all those types of things that have been proven to especially affect children.
And although social media does bring people together, it can create habits that are hard to break as we get older.
I think as a platform where you can kind of view likes and comments and everything else, it's very hard to kind of beat that cycle, because in a way I do kind of categorize it as addiction.
I have 2 kids. I'm really worried about how they use Instagram, the social medias, and the habit of scrolling, meaning that they are focused on the telephone, iPhone. They don't think, they don't read.
I get carried away with scrolling. Sometimes I have to okay, let me put my phone down and try to, get out of that habit. It is a bad habit.
I worry more about my children than me, because they have phones, as high schoolers, and they spend an awful lot of time on that phone. But really, they're looking at the adults around them and seeing that they're doing the same thing.
The Meta spokesperson said, quote, "We stand by our record of creating strong protections for teens and look forward to making our case in court." The issue of social media safety among young users has been championed by advocates including the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who earlier this year met and thanked bereaved parents, some from the UK, who were taking on the social media firms they believe played a part in their children's deaths. Families also attended a high-profile trial in Los Angeles this year, where a jury granted a 20-year-old California woman $6 million on claims Instagram and Google's YouTube harmed her mental health. And in New Mexico, the Attorney General recently convinced a jury Meta deliberately endangered children, prompting nearly $1 billion in fines. Meta is appealing, but a judge has ordered more rigorous age rules and a stop to overnight push notifications for users under 18. And with the legal firepower brought by U.S. states, experts say those changes could one day become reality. This trial is expected to run about 6 weeks. A jury has been seated for it, but their verdict will be considered advisory only. The final outcome in this case will be determined by a judge, and her decision could impact billions of users all around the world.
Lily, thank you. Lily Jamali reporting there. Children are becoming intoxicated by extremism that they see online, the Children's Commissioner for England has warned. But Dame Rachel de Souza says in her report that too many who are referred to the government's anti-terror programme PREVENT are not properly dealt with. Daniel Sanford is here with more. Daniel, what else does she say, and what does she want to see happen?
Well, this is another attempt to wrestle with that horrendous problem that came out of the Southport attack 2 years ago, when Natsruda Kavana killed B.B. King, Elsie Stankham and Alistair Silva Aguiar. It emerged afterwards that he'd been referred to the PREVENT programme 3 times, but because he was just obsessed with violence and didn't have any ideology like Islamist extremism or neo-Nazism, PREVENT hadn't known what to do with him. And the Commissioner for Children, Rachel de Souza, said that this is actually a growing phenomenon. Last year, more than 4,700 children were referred into the PREVENT programme, a 20% increase in a single year. But 71% of those were found to have no clear ideology, and as a result, 65% of referrals from schools and education providers were simply sent straight back without PREVENT really doing any meaningful progression. And what the Children's Commissioner wants to see is a different route that isn't PREVENT for dealing with these children that are intoxicated by violence, as she puts it. And the Southport inquiry will be looking at all of that in the autumn. She also had some very strong things to say about why these children are impacted by violence, as she...
Intoxicated by violence. That's a strong word, isn't it, guys? Intoxicated by violence. Intoxicated. Did you know? Intoxicated by violence. That's what you've done to the kids. That's what you've done to them. Poor kids. I have no idea, what can I say, bro? We're all in it together, bro. They're all in it together. They're everyone's kids, they're father's kids, so they're our kids as well, I know. That damn Satan. That
Puts it, and the Southport inquiry will be looking at all of that in the autumn. She also had some very strong things to say about why these children are becoming obsessed with violence.
Why?
She's blaming it on the tech companies and their algorithms, because of course once a child engages with some violent imagery, then that gets pushed again and again to their feed, and she wants the communications watchdog Ofcom to get much tougher with the tech companies. She says they should simply ban the tech companies from working with children if they're found to breach the rules.
Oh, be quiet.
Thank you. Daniel Sanford there.
Be quiet.
A British couple have been killed whilst on their honeymoon in Greece after the helicopter they were travelling in crashed. Alexander Cromie and Marie Ebert died along with their Greek pilot when the aircraft came down close to a landing pad on the island of Sifnos last night. Our Europe correspondent Nick.
Excuse me.
A young couple, newlywed, who'd chosen Greece for their honeymoon. Alexander Cromie and Marie Ebert had nearly reached their island's destination, but their helicopter crashed as it prepared to land on Sifnos. They were both killed, along with their Greek pilot. Locals reported a strange noise coming from the aircraft moments earlier, as one official explained to us.
Some videos show that it might have been a malfunction. Some eyewitnesses said that its course was a bit not normal.
How has this affected people there today?
Sifnos is a small, close-knit community. People are deeply shocked. Everybody is devastated by this because they were newlywed from what we heard. They were a young couple. They chose to come here and, so much happiness turned into sorrow.
The couple took off from the village of Markopoulo, about 25 miles from the Greek capital Athens, on Monday evening. The private helicopter flew south over the Aegean, soon descending Sifnos, where their aircraft came down, just short of the landing pad. Marie Ebert worked for a consultancy firm. Colleagues said they were shocked and their thoughts were with her family and with the relatives of her husband Alexander, who worked in finance. His company said he was loved by everyone. The crash site is now being examined by investigators on the mainland, trying to work out how a honeymoon could end like this. Nick Beak, BBC News.
Police and other emergency services are responding to a major incident on the south coast at Shoreham in West Sussex after 4 people got into difficulty in the water. Emma Vardy is here with me. Emma, what more do we know?
Well, it looks like a very serious incident indeed. The call for help to the Coast Guard first came at around 2:45 this afternoon. Since then, we've seen this significant emergency response involving police, the Coast Guard, RNLI, ambulance crews and 2 air ambulances. Now, pictures from the scene, you can see numerous ambulances and police vehicles, the Coast Guard helicopter all gathered on the shoreline there. Emergency services have only given these brief details, saying it was 4 people that got into difficulty in the water that triggered this. We don't yet know how far from shore they were or what their current condition is. But of course, this summer's heat waves have seen a spike in incidents, many rescues taking place. And although the weather's still warm, sea conditions around Shoreham have been rather rough today because of strong winds. But for now, though, that incident is still ongoing. Focus remains on the rescue efforts there, with the emergency crews continuing their operation.
Emma, thank you. Emma Vardy there. The Prime Minister says the UK is continuing to support Ukraine 100% after Russia threatened consequences following reports that British drones have been used to strike targets deep into Russia for the first time. Moscow accused the UK of deliberately escalating the conflict. Andy Burnham said Britain was not a fair-weather friend and would be there in Ukraine's hour of need. Here's Jonathan Beale.
Ukraine's been stepping up its long-range strikes on Russia. Last night, launching more than 600 drones towards the Moscow region. Though Russia says it shot down many, several people were injured. Nearly all of Ukraine's deep strikes have involved its weapons. Out of necessity, it's had to make its own long-range drones and missiles. But Ukraine's also been using Western weapons, including these UK-made and supplied drones. And it's given Ukraine the green light to hit targets inside Russia.
This is the UK doing what it has long said it would do, which is to support Ukraine 100% against this illegal war led by Vladimir Putin. We are providing support so that Ukraine can defend itself.
President Putin warned of severe consequences for any nation interfering in his war from the very beginning. And at the start, only a few allies, including the UK, sent Ukraine weapons.
Well, could be rumours of war, but remember, you're dealing with a different kettle of fish now, England. You're dealing with Russia. You're dealing with a different kettle of fish. And if they're sending a threat like that, and we know you like fighting anyway, and you know, you're here to fight, and it could be rumours, and it could be war. It doesn't concern us. We're just saying for the children that are going to get killed and died in it. And then the Prime Minister's coming out and saying that we are 100%, you know, with Ukraine. Is it your children that are going to be going there to be doing that fighting? Do you know what it's going to be like when you get off the plane and you go into that? Do you know what it's going to be like? This is what they're not telling you, though. And you only get one life. You only get one life. And war is ugly. Let me say it again, guys. War is absolutely terrifying. War is ugly. There's no rules in war. There's no rules. War is ugly. And you only get one chance. So you have to either be killed, right, or be a killer. And then you got all that trouble with you. And go and speak to a soldier. The soldiers are right now. They're speaking now. Go and speak to a soldier and he will tell you the same thing. How much friends he's lost. And how much people that he's had to kill just to survive. And then now he's turned into a right wreck. Because you sold him alive. But then again, it's your own fault. Because you mustn't be sold alive to go to somebody else's country to kill them. This is not allowed. It doesn't matter what the reason is. If there's a reason, go and see Father. Father does the killing. You're not a killing machine. They are killing machines, not you. Let's see.
Like short-range anti-tank missiles. The UK helped lead the charge to send more. First heavy artillery guns, soon followed by Challenger tanks. And then longer-range weapons like Storm Shadow missiles, capable of reaching targets inside Russia. And most recently, drones with a range of around...
How much money all this costs, all this? And this is what they're using the people's money for, these sons. When people are hungry, people are starving, people are broken up in families, and they're using these monies to do these stuff with. And this is why Father's going to desecrate them. But they're frightened, that's why, because everything they got, they've stolen. And this is the way how they got it. So they've got to have these things there for defence. And they think that these things can fight Father. I mean, they're so ridiculously stupid.
Around 200 miles. Russia's ramping up its rhetoric. Its embassy in London now warning the deeper the UK's involvement in the conflict, the higher the price it'll pay. Throughout the war, Russia's been testing Ukraine's...
Remember, your weapons can't do anything unless Father lets the weather be alright. When Father puts calm in that weather, and the storm is uncalm, weapons will turn back and fire back at you. So don't think weaponry is going to save you at all, you idiot, because he's going to use that same weaponry on you, because that's what you're using to protect yourself, because that's what you did. You used weaponry to go all the way around the world, and then you put 750 of those in other people's countries, so if they get out of order, you blow them up. You use these weapons that you could only get through the people and through Esau. But you're getting dismantled now, because the people are against these machines, because these machines are against humanity. These scary machines, they're against humanity, but you keep building them because you're against humanity unless it bows down to you. We ain't bowing down to you, Catholic Church. How about the whole world must pay reverence to you? You're a joker, Asta. You're an absolute joke.
Allies. Increased naval activity near UK shores, cyber attacks and even sabotage. And there may be more.
We should expect to see a continued campaign of sabotage or other means of covert disruption But alongside that, maybe there might be a bit more that is testing European military readiness. So infringing on airspace, sending more ships out that require navies to have a response ready.
Russia's long viewed itself in a proxy war with NATO, but direct military retaliation still seems unlikely. Russian weapons can reach Europe, but they're being focused on Ukraine, which is still paying the heaviest price of all. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Let's speak now to our correspondent Dan Johnson, who's in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, for us now. And Dan, just spell out how important British support is to Ukraine.
Well, in military terms, it amounts to £16 billion worth of weapons since the start of this conflict. So it is significant, way behind the US, but up there with a country like Germany. In terms of the drones, the UK has committed to supplying 150,000 by the end of this year. But Ukraine is getting through more than that every month. Ukraine reckons it has used 10 million drones over the past year, the vast majority of those produced in-house. Now, in terms of the support that comes from the UK and other nations, some Ukrainian officials will say that bureaucracy means there are delays, which means some of that equipment is outdated and not fit for the needs in an evolving technological war by the time that it arrives. But they are grateful for the international support they receive. The one thing the UK cannot supply is Patriot missile interceptors. And Ukraine is feeling the impact, the vulnerability of not having enough of those. There was another double Russian missile strike in Pecheny, a village near Kharkiv, where 10 people were killed, 17 wounded when a set of shops and houses were attacked. And there were other deaths across the country in Sumy, in Kherson, and in Zaporizhia. So the skies of this country are still risky. In Kyiv, there have been 9 rounds of air raid alerts over the past 24 hours.
Dan, thank you. Dan Johnson reporting there. The time is just after 6:15. Our top story this afternoon. The tech company Meta goes on trial in the US, accused of violating child privacy and causing social media addiction, which it denies. And coming up, more pressure on Gianni Infantino as the head of the Premier League joins criticism of the FIFA boss.
At 6:30 on BBC One in London and on iPlayer. Months after a burst water pipe, we hear from those still waiting for compensation. And a boy obsessed with Spider-Man grows up to feature in the film.
One person has died and more than 200 others have fallen ill during an outbreak of salmonella that health officials have linked to imported eggs. The UK Health Security Agency has launched an investigation into the cases that it's seen in the past year, with the most recorded in recent weeks. Well, Hugh Pym is here with me. How worrying is this, Hugh?
Well, Rita, we do get thousands of cases of salmonella poisoning every year. What's interesting about these 207 cases is that thanks to genomic sequencing, officials have identified a single strain, so it's a bit easier for them to do their detective work to work out the cause. Now, of those 207, almost all are in England, 6 in Scotland.
He didn't care how loving, caring and kind Jodie Wilshere was. This evil madman was on a mission of murder and retribution, hell-bent on getting revenge for a cause he had created in his own head. He had tracked her, stalked her to her workplace in Aldi, and now he laid in wait, waiting for the perfect time to pounce and enact his devious plan. And when he did, he caused a scene of carnage, a moment in time that the Aldi shoppers who witnessed the barbaric butchery of that day will never be able to scrub from their minds. This is the devastatingly brutal murder of Jodie Wilshere, who was unknowingly tracked, stalked and murdered whilst in the middle of her shift in an Aldi supermarket in the small town of Skipton, North Yorkshire. Hello and welcome to the Diary of Madmen and Monsters, where we talk about the mad men, women and monsters that inhabit our society, covering well-known and not so well-known cases across the UK and beyond. And if you run on caffeine, true crime and the odd glass of good wine, you're in the right place and going to fit in well. Now, let's get ready because it's time for more true crime. On December 21st, 4 days before Christmas 2017, shoppers at a busy Aldi supermarket in the quiet town of Skipton were going about their festive errands. Unbeknownst to anyone, a nightmare was about to unfold in aisle 5. In the span of mere minutes, holiday cheer would turn to horror. Customers would tackle a knife-wielding attacker to the floor as panicked screams echoed through the store. And a young mother, beloved by her family and community, would lie fatally wounded on the ground. What drove this broad daylight public execution? The truth, when it came out, left an entire community in shock. This was no random act of violence at all, but a twisted tale of obsession and revenge that struck at the heart of one family. The victim in this heinous crime was Jodie Wilshire, a 30-year-old wife and mother known for her warmth and kindness. Jodie was the kind of person who lit up a room. In the North Yorkshire town of Skipton, everyone seemed to know her or had been through her checkout line at Aldi and been greeted with her friendly smile. She lived in Skipton with her husband Malcolm and their young daughter Megan, who was the absolute light of Jodie's life. Jodie's family described her as lovely and warm, the sort of person who always had a smile on her face and a positive word for others. Friends said she was full of life and full of fun, a devoted mother, a caring daughter to her mum Nicole, and a loving wife to Malcolm. She enjoyed simple pleasures, spending time with family, hosting friends and helping others. By Christmas time 2017, Jodie and Malcolm had been married 7 years. They were very much in love. A former school friend would recall that Jodie and Malcolm were the perfect relationship, so in love with each other. Together, they were raising little Megan, who, at only 4 years old, thought her mummy hung the moon. Jodie's world revolved around her family and her work at Aldi, where she was a treasured colleague. As the holiday approached, Jodie was happily juggling shifts at the store and preparations for a family trip to Disneyland that they'd excitedly planned for Boxing Day. Life was good. Chatting with regulars about their holiday plans. Diligently, she turned and offered a warm reception. She had no way of knowing that this casual kindness would be the final gesture of her life.
What do you mean?
Without warning, the man lunged at Jodie with a knife. The attack was as sudden as it was savage. In the middle of the afternoon rush, screams erupted from aisle 5. Shoppers stood frozen for a split second, processing the unthinkable sight before them. Jodie, their lovely cashier and friend, was being stabbed again and again by a crazed assailant. He struck with frenzied force, the steel blade plunging into Jodie's chest and torso repeatedly. Jodie didn't even have time to cry out.
This is in Littles. This is a woman working in Littles. And this man just attacked her.
She had no way of knowing that this casual kindness would be the final gesture of her life. Without warning, the man lunged at Jodie with a knife. The attack was as sudden as it was savage. In the middle of the afternoon rush, screams erupted from aisle 5. Shoppers stood frozen for a split second, processing the unthinkable sight before them. Jodie, their lovely cashier and friend, was stabbed again and again by a crazed assailant. He struck with frenzied force, the steel blade plunging into Jodie's chest and torso repeatedly. Jodie didn't even have time to cry out before she collapsed under the continuing onslaught. As terrified customers began shouting and scrambling away, some found the courage to act. An older gentleman in his 60s wearing a flat cap, there with his wife to do their shopping, ran toward the danger. This unnamed customer was the first to reach the knifeman, grabbing hold of his arm in an attempt to stop the attack. The assailant, knife in hand, was dragged off balance. Within seconds, other shoppers and Aldi staff joined the struggle. It was a chaotic and heroic melee. Several people versus one violent attacker. Groceries scattered across the floor as they grappled. The man with the knife continued stabbing even as Jodie lay bleeding on the ground. But the bystanders tackled him with all their might. He was a tall, heavy-set figure, thrashing angrily. But together, the group managed to wrestle him down. One employee later described how they piled on top of the attacker to pin his arms. Finally, the knife clattered to the floor, pried from his grasp.
So here, what
The
they
scene.
said, even when they was like apprehending him, yeah, he still tried to stab the woman. Even when they're apprehending him, he's still trying to find a way to still harm the woman. And he's already damaged her. Right? But people are coming in now to say, what are you doing, damn? And he's still trying to use the knife to stab this woman. And this is a woman that he knows. He just said that he was married to her, didn't he? Oh, he was married for 7 years or something. And had a beautiful little child, 4 years old. So he knows her. So where is this hate coming from? This hate that you did broad daylight as well, you know. Broad daylight. Littles. Rest on.
In Skipton, Aldi was now one of horror mixed with bravery.
Sorry. Aldi. Sorry, guys. Aldi, not Littles. Sorry, Aldi.
Few good Samaritans restrained the assailant, holding him down with sheer adrenaline-fueled strength, while others turned their attention to Jodie. Shoppers were yelling for first aid and call an ambulance. Over the store's loudspeaker, someone had already dialed 999 and was urgently summoning medical help and police. A couple of Jodie's co-workers knelt beside her, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding with whatever they could find. But it was immediately clear that Jodie's injuries were catastrophic. She had been stabbed 11 times in vital areas. Her chest, abdomen, head and even her neck. Blood was pooling on the white tile floor. Jodie was unconscious, barely clinging to life. Within about 5 minutes, the first police officers burst through the entrance of the Aldi. They raced to the aisle to find a group of civilians still pinning the assailant face down.
Whoa.
Those citizens had risked their own lives in doing so, not knowing if the man had more weapons. Later finding out that he did indeed have an axe hidden in his jacket. The officers shouted for the bystanders to stand back. They moved in with tasers drawn, though ultimately the suspect was already subdued. The police handcuffed the attacker and took him into custody right there in the aisle. He did not put up any further fight. Bystanders later recalled that once disarmed, the man had become eerily calm and silent. At the same time, paramedics and an air ambulance crew arrived and fought to save Jodie's life on the supermarket floor. Shoppers, including parents with young children, were ushered out of the store, many in tears or shock at what they had just witnessed. As medics worked frantically, screens and jackets were held up to give Jodie some privacy in her final moments. Despite every effort, nothing could be done. Jodie Wilshire succumbed to her injuries at the scene. A mere quarter of an hour earlier, she had been a healthy, happy woman going about her day. Now, she was gone, brutally taken in front of dozens of horrified onlookers. News of the tragedy spread quickly through Skipton. In a small town, word of such an event is almost incomprehensible. That afternoon, as police sealed off the store with crime scene tape, a crowd of worried residents gathered at the perimeter. Many feared it might have been a terrorist attack or a deranged stranger on a rampage. But as detectives began their work, the truth started to emerge and shocked everyone. The man under arrest was Neville John Horde, a 44-year-old plumber from Bradford, and he was not a stranger to Jodie at all. In fact, Neville Horde had been romantically involved with Jodie's family. He was the ex-partner of Jodie's own mother, Nicole Dinsdale.
Stop. He was the ex-partner of the mother. Oh, that's not healthy, is it, Father? That's not healthy, guys. It's not healthy. You had the mum, then you had to do no to do. No, miss. No. Sorry, miss, no.
Horde, a 44-year-old plumber from Bradford, and he was not a stranger to Jodie at all. In fact, Neville Horde had been romantically involved with Jodie's family. He was the ex-partner of Jodie's own mother, Nicole Dinsdale. This revelation hit those who knew Jodie like a second shockwave. Horde had once been welcomed to some degree. old plumber from Bradford, and he was not a stranger to Geordie at all. In fact, Neville Horde had been romantically involved with Geordie's family. He was the ex-partner of Geordie's own mother, Nicole Dinsdale. This revelation hit those who knew Geordie like a second shockwave. Horde had once been welcomed to some degree into Geordie's family circle through her mum. Now, he had repaid that kindness with unspeakable violence. That night, while the Wilshire family's world lay in tatters, Neville Horde sat in a police interrogation room. Investigators soon learned that Horde's rage towards Geordie had been festering for months. The backstory unfolded like a dark and twisted puzzle. Horde had dated Nicole Dinsdale, Geordie's mum, for some time, but their relationship had soured. In September 2017, Nicole broke things off with him. Horde did not take the breakup well. He became fixated on the idea that it was Geordie who had convinced her mother to end the relationship. Perhaps Geordie had seen red flags in Horde, controlling behaviour, temper issues, and encouraged her mum to leave him. If so, Geordie was right, but it put her squarely in Horde's crosshairs. His anger simmered and finally boiled over on November 25th, 2017. On that day, Horde attacked Nicole Dinsdale in her own home. We don't know all the details of that assault, but Nicole survived and went to tell the police. Horde was arrested for grievous bodily harm against her. Critically though, he was released on bail as the case proceeded. Nicole, terrified, told police that Horde had even threatened to kill her daughter Jodie during that incident. With hindsight, one can sense the tragic pattern. Nicole tried to protect her daughter by getting away from this man. But now, Horde was turning his violent obsession toward Jodie herself. During the investigation into Neville Horde, police uncovered a history of evil and abuse, with ex-partners of his coming forward to describe how he had been abusive, controlling and threatening during their previous relationships. The picture they were beginning to build of Horde was one of an evil, jealous, insecure monster who manipulated and lied his way through life, exacting out abusive control if he couldn't get his way by other means. In early December, while free on bail after the assault on Jodie's mother, Neville Horde set about quietly planning an elaborate act of vengeance. He was methodical. He placed a GPS tracking device under Jodie's car so he could monitor her movements in real time without her knowing.
Are you hearing the childish of these sons? Go and put a tracking device on the woman's car. These sons. This is how insecure they are. This is how far they go. Children of Satan. Stuff they do to me, guys. The stuff they do to me is what they're doing to women. Their own women who don't want to be with them no more. They're tracking her car and doing stuff like that. And these sons, this is who they are. This is who they are. And we as brown sons put up with their bollocks all the time. Scott, sorry for my language, miss. This is who they are, man. So you can imagine what a woman has to go through. You can only imagine. And we as sons understand deeply what you go through now. Because we go through it with him as well. Every day.
GPS tracking device under Jodie's car so he could monitor her movements in real time
What
without
gives
her
you the
knowing.
right to monitor her movements? Who gives you the right to go and put a tracker on her car to monitor her movements? Who gives you the right to put a camera in my home and monitor what we're doing? These damn sons. And then you wonder why your future ain't finished. Huh? You wonder why. You?
Elaborate act of vengeance.
You're
He was
just a little
methodical.
boy.
He placed a
That's all you are.
GPS tracking device under Jodie's car so he could monitor her movements in real time without her knowing. He spent hours online researching the Aldi store's busiest hours and even Googling how to buy a gun, apparently considering a firearm to carry out his vendetta.
Look at this,
He
man.
ended up arming himself with readily
She doesn't
available
wanna be with
weapons. He bought at least 2 large knives, as well as an axe and a
Look at the
crossbow.
axe, guys.
The crossbow he
Look at the
stored in his car
crossbow.
boot along with 50 steel bolts, essentially ammunition for a deadly secondary weapon. He also stocked his vehicle with a canister of fuel and plastic zip ties, hinting at further sinister intentions, perhaps to start a fire or to restrain someone, maybe Nicole if his plan extended beyond Jodie. Neville Horde was effectively assembling a murder kit, and crucially, he knew exactly where to find Jodie. at her workplace in the lead up to Christmas. All of this came out in the police investigation in the weeks after the murder. Horde himself, once in custody, confessed quite openly. In a chilling admission to detectives, he said he had gone to the Aldi that day specifically to kill Jodie Wilshire. Thought him as he approached might have triggered his final resolve to carry out the stabbing. It's a disturbing glimpse into the mind of a killer, to Horde, that innocent, perhaps to start a fire or to restrain someone, maybe Nicole if his plan extended beyond Jodie. Neville Horde, effectively assembling a...
For children to realise, right, this is not how sons behave, yeah? Right, this has been a technical itch. This is not how sons behave. Right, and we love humanity, and we love all children, white, black, slim, fat. We like your behaviour. So if you've got good behaviour, we love you. We don't like when you treat women like this, done. When putting all machines on her car and bugging her and all this nonsense. You're doing the same thing to her what you're doing to me. You've got to stop your little babiness, little boy. You've got to stop your babiness. There ain't nothing here for you. You're a little child. And this is not how you win people over, you little boy.
Murder kit. And crucially, he knew exactly where to find Jodie at her workplace in the lead up to Christmas. All of this came out in the police investigation in the weeks after the murder. Horde himself, once in custody, confessed quite openly. In a chilling admission to detectives, he said he had gone to the Aldi that day specifically to kill Jodie Wilshire. He even seemed to suggest that her friendly smile towards him as he approached might have triggered his final resolve to carry out the stabbing.
What does that mean?
It's a disturbing glimpse into the mind of a killer. To Horde, that innocent smile was interpreted as some kind of taunt or simply ignited the twisted grievance he'd been nursing. From behind bars, Neville Horde was charged with Jodie's murder the very next day, on December 22nd. When this was announced, the shock in Skipton was palpable. Jodie's husband, Malcolm, utterly heartbroken, released a statement to let the world know just who Jodie was. She was amazing, beautiful, and a lovely person, Malcolm wrote. She was a doting mother and a loving wife, lovely and warm, and always had a smile on her face. Reading his words, people across the UK were moved by the portrait of this young mother taken so cruelly. At the Aldi store's entrance, mourners created a makeshift memorial, heaping bouquets of flowers, stuffed animals, and condolence cards. One card captured the community's grief. Jodie, no words can explain how much you are going to be missed. You were truly one in a million. Strangers and friends alike came to pay respects, some just standing and crying at the sight. Skipton's mate spoke on local radio, saying the whole town is in shock and grieving. Christmas this year will be an ordeal for many residents. Indeed, an air of sorrow hung over the town during what should have been a festive time. Horde's legal case moved quickly. On December 23rd, 2017, just 2 days after the murder, he was brought to a preliminary court hearing. In that brief appearance, Horde was remanded to custody. There was never any question of bail, given the severity of the crime. Over the next few weeks, as the Wilshire family prepared for Jodie's funeral, the justice process marched on. The funeral itself took place on January 10th, 2018, and it was both devastating and strangely beautiful. Hundreds of people turned out to celebrate Jodie's life. In accordance with the family's request, nearly everyone wore something pink, Jodie's favourite colour, to honour her vibrant spirit. Inside the church, there wasn't an empty seat. Malcolm, grief-stricken but composed, helped carry his wife's coffin, while little Megan followed behind, clutching a pink flower and accompanied by close family. There wasn't a dry eye as the vicar described Jodie's joyous, loving nature. It was as if the entire community was wrapping its arms around Jodie's family, determined to support them through the dark days ahead. Meanwhile, Neville Horde was awaiting trial. Initially, he offered no plea. There was speculation he might attempt an insanity defence or force a full trial. But by March 2018, that changed. Whether motivated by overwhelming evidence, a guilty conscience, or a deal by his lawyers, Horde finally pled guilty to murder on March 15th, 2018, the very day his trial was set to begin. By admitting his crime, he spared Jodie's family the ordeal of a trial and effectively sealed his own fate. The sentencing hearing that followed revealed the full horror of what Horde had done. Bradford Crown Court was packed that day with Jodie's family and the media. The prosecutor laid out Hoard's calculated plan step by step. The previous relationship with Nicole Dinsdale, Jodie's mother, the assault charge and the evil threats. Then, the prosecution spoke in detail about how Hoard had tracked Jodie down using the tracker planted on her car, figuring out her movement so he could find the perfect time to strike. They then described the lead up to the crime and the crime itself, how Hoard had driven to Jodie's place of work knowing she was there, parked up and then visited a McDonald's next door and sat with a coffee and some food to compose himself before walking back to his car, picking up his axe, placing it in his pants alongside his knife and making his way inside the store to commit his heinous act. They even mentioned the horrific injuries Jodie had sustained. She had been stabbed 11 times and slashed 5 times, all out of spite and revenge. There was even testimony from an ex-girlfriend of Hoard's who said that Hoard threatened to kill her and her young son if she left him, saying he told her, "I'll chop the pair of you up and bury you on the moors." When it was their turn to speak, Jodie's loved ones held nothing back about the pain he had caused. Jodie's uncle addressed the court, saying, "Our beautiful girl has gone to heaven without mercy or hesitation. Our hearts will never heal from the sadness we feel." Malcolm's victim impact statement was perhaps the most poignant. He talked about the unbreakable bond between Jodie and Megan, how mother and daughter were inseparable best friends. He talked about Christmas presents that would remain forever unopened, and a family trip to Disneyland that would never happen. And he shared how at just 5 years old, little Megan was angry and confused, even telling her dad she hated him for not being able to bring Mummy back. I have to explain it to Megan, who then says to me, "I hate you, Daddy, for not bringing Mummy back. You're not trying hard enough." She then says, "Daddy, can't I have a brother or sister anymore? Or won't Mummy ever be a granny now? How do you deal with that?" Mr. Wilshire added, "I'm so scared he'll get out and do something to Megan." At this, many in the courtroom openly wept, and even some officials were seen wiping their eyes. Judge Jonathan Durham Hall, QC, then delivered a searing condemnation of Neville Hoard's actions. Looking directly at the impassive defendant, the judge said, "You, Neville Hoard, are a monster, truly and..."
Nobody can do nothing to you guys, because you are the reason why Father created the earth. You are the reason why. He didn't create the earth because he wanted there to be a sun. He didn't create the earth because he wanted there to be buildings. No, he didn't. He created it for you. All the materials, he created it for you. But he didn't think that you was going to fall in love with it. And this is the reason why Satan and Father split up. Because Satan said, "We're too big, man, to go in flesh. We're too big." Because them time that we wasn't in flesh, wasn't we? We was in spirits. And that's what the disagreement was going. Father just wanted us to be in flesh. And to have materials, just to enjoy it, guys, not to fall in love with it and honour it more than Father. Well, obviously, he wouldn't have done it then, would he? But he just wanted to make us happy. And he just thought that we would have material things and then say, "Oh, Father, look, this is good what you got us, thank you." You know, like when your parents get you a present, and then you like and then you get bored of it, and then your parents give you something. It was like that. Not for you to honour it and worship it and then forget Father, and then go around bombing, killing and murdering and taking everything what you can and then using it against the people because you're trying to build something different. No. Because it was never about materials, never. And the materials was left on the ground, and to this day they're still on the ground. You just got cheeky sons who put guns around it, and when it does reap from the ground, they pick it up. Diamonds, rubies, emeralds, all on the ground for the children, all on the ground for you and me, all on the ground for us. Oil as well, so if we need stuff to cook food or we need oil to travel, it's all on the ground, guys, right? And it's for you to have. Why? So whenever somebody needs something and you can just pick it off the ground, what do? You say thank you to your Father. Why? Because he provided it for you, because you don't need nothing. Why? Because your Father provides it, and that's why you say thank you. And that's what it was for. That's what it was for. So you never need nothing. Why? Because anytime I need anything, I just call on Father or I call on Jesus and they give it to me. And all I've got to do is be a good boy or be a good girl. And that is it. It's as simple as that. But they've gone and confused it. and taking away stuff, man, made things difficult. And they said if you burn children and you do this and do that, you can get this, you can get that. You don't need none of that from them, lot, because they're going to die. Right? They even have to treat women. Damn tramps.
Horribly rotten to the core, he went on. You choose a time and a place to, in effect, execute, to kill, to murder.
Right, and
This was
and it's women are the ones who create us, right? Then we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're bang in trouble, right? But they're trying to show you that men are more important than women, right? And men make children. Weird. How is that? Because you made a hospital and put men in the front. You stupid idiot boy. Don't worry, Father's going to make it soon that you're going to rely on woman. He's going to make it so. Where she's going to take the piss out of you. Because you cannot do anything without woman. You hear me, boy? You hear me, boy? You hear me? You're soon going to find out, boy. Watch and see.
In every sense an act of pure evil. You sentenced Jodie in your mind to death and carried out that sentence without mercy. The judge highlighted how Horde deliberately carried...
Getting people not to respect women. That's what you're doing. You're getting sons to think they're better than women. And all that nonsense there. I think you can just do what you want to women. And strangle her and all that nonsense when you're having sex with her. You don't even know how to have sex. Who showed you how to have sex? A machine? Huh? Or a monster? You don't know about sex. Right? You don't know. All you know is what this stupid world shows you. And you don't know nothing, son. You're a failure of a son. Let me tell you that. And when your father comes, he's going to show you how much of an idiot you really are. Right? It's going to make you cry with shame. He's going to embarrass you. Please believe me. I should know what I'm on about. You damn tramp. Because you have no idea how to treat humanity. So he's going to embarrass you. Watch and see.
Out the killing in a public heinous way to cause the maximum pain, horror, shock and trauma to everyone who loved Jodie, as well as to the random bystanders. In a particularly striking moment, Judge Hall addressed the fear Malcolm had voiced, the fear that Horde might one day get out and hurt their daughter. The judge spoke firmly, assuring the family that Horde would be locked away for a very long time. He then pronounced the sentence, life in prison with a minimum of 30 years to be served before any possibility of release. 30 years was effective.
It can even easily trim my thick, damaged nails. This is the newly upgraded second generation electric nail clipper.